How do, folks? Yes, we're back again for another round of the open house. Bit much, isn't it? What, 2 times in a week? I know, I'm spoiling you. But we're back on schedule now after that little brief interlude of the, if you want to call it, election. Today we are going to be discussing what's been going on in the Middle East recently. Qatar has been under somewhat diplomatic pressure, let's say. From various states, that being, I believe, Egypt. I had it up here. Where did that go? There we go. Yeah, Libya, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen. And the
UAE.
And the UAE, of course, which is the United Arab Emirates. Yes, Libya, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen, 2 countries that are synonymous with terrorism, are cutting off ties with Qatar. Because terrorism. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pot and kettle jokes to be thrown around, quite simply. So, you know, what are you going to do? Just to give you a little sort of like a brief introduction to Qatar. Yes, harmful opinions is God, of course, and traps are not gay. Yes, as you can see on our lovely little map in the corner there, I thought I'd give it a little sort of like, you know, TV-style rotating business. There's Qatar. This tiny, tiny little outcrop, basically, there's like a little zit on the face of Saudi Arabia. Just to give you, just to give you a sort of like an impression of the size of the thing that we're talking about here. We are talking about, for the Brits, it's probably about the size of Cornwall. For the Americans, it's probably about the size of Honolulu. Just to give you a good idea of this tiny, teeny, tiny little country. Hello, Hazam. Hazam, how you doing, mate?
Hey man.
Are you going to bring some expertise to this little issue? Have you been paying attention?
Yes, and actually I have something a bit of... I wouldn't call it propaganda, but it's a common, let's say, failure in the Arabic press. There's been a false report, or at least trolling report, I'm not sure how to describe it, about overthrowing the the Prince of Qatar.
Okay, well, we'll get through that very soon. I'm trying to keep to some sort of schedule here. Believe it or not, I actually have a game plan. You know, it doesn't look like it most of the time, but I actually do. While the guys in the side chat are still working out, hello Hitmar. While they're still working out that we had an election in the UK, I'll get on with the actual subject. So yeah, Qatar, tiny little country. It's not very big. Quite a good GDP, mind. Houses an American base on there. It's been used basically for their air force to be able to fly over Saudi Arabia and into, say, Afghanistan and Iraq over the Iraq War and whatnot. They have been somewhat allies of the US for quite some time, as has Saudi Arabia. So things did get a little bit sort of heated over, say, May, June, that sort of thing. Website in Qatar news agency was hacked. What was this? A statement falsely attributed to the Emir of Qatar. Does anybody have any information about this? Because I think you were bringing up something a minute ago, wasn't it, War?
Yeah, their media was supposedly hacked. I don't know if it was actually hacked or not, or if that's just their claim.
Which news agency was this exactly?
Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera, yes.
It's supposedly independent, but it's controlled by their government, effectively.
Al Jazeera is basically a project of a Qatari prince, isn't it, really?
Yeah. And supposedly it was hacked.
It's like a Middle Eastern BBC. That's sort of like the idea of it.
No, it's much worse.
Well, that's the sort of the idea. It's not sort of like a news agency that has any advertising going on it, does it?
I believe so. I wouldn't know. I don't really watch it, but it's much worse than the BBC. The BBC has some independence from the government, while theirs doesn't really at all.
Yeah. So yeah, continue. Continue with what you know about this hacking business.
Hacked. It said some very pro-Iranian stuff, like it was the height of Islamic power and all this stuff, which got Saudi Arabia quite angry. I don't know if it's actually hacked or not, though.
Do you think this may have been somebody trying to plant evidence in order to stir up a bit of trouble?
Perhaps. They have a lot of enemies. I will say that. They have a lot of enemies.
They do have a certain diplomatic relationship with Iran as well, don't they?
Yes, they've always had a relationship with Iran, which has not been popular with Gulf states, as you can imagine. They've always had economic ties.
Yes, that's generally through, mainly through just basically fossil fuel industry, isn't it, really?
Yes, mostly. But they've also had ties to some of their militia groups, which has also not been popular.
Okay, so, that's pretty much Qatar in a nutshell. And does anyone know sort of like the history of Qatar a little bit, if you want to inform me? Imagine I'm an idiot.
It used to be a British colony.
Maybe Hassan.
A little bit.
Yeah, what have you got to tell?
Oh.
I only know what relates to this crisis, really. Which would be, in 1995, there was a palace coup against the emir by his son, and he would effectively, a bloodless one, he'd effectively take over, and this would displease Saudi Arabia intensely. They had a pretty good relationship, and then in 1996, Saudi Arabia would attempt a coup to put back in the old emir, which would piss off the Qatars, and in 2005 there was another coup, which they got blamed for too. I'm not certain if they had anything to do with the 2005 one though. That's just what Qatar claimed. So that's a bit the backstory for this.
Yeah, so they aren't sort of like big diplomatic buddies.
No, not really.
Yes, and Saudi Arabia obviously managed to do themselves somewhat of a diplomatic coup with our favourite thinker in the skeptic circles, Donald Trump, who basically went over there. They basically kind of gone, here, have a nice hotel room and we'll treat you nice. And they're like, these guys are brilliant. And that's all it takes. That's all it takes to please an egotist, you see, is just treat them lovely, make them feel like they're the greatest person in the world, and then boom, they're on your side. They're fucking idiots.
Well, there's really a couple things that have led up to this incident. Mostly it has to do with Qatar supporting the Arab Spring in 2011, being very supportive, and Al Jazeera being very supportive, which led to very much of a conflict. Also, there was a hostage situation recently where apparently they mediated through Iran to get hostages back from Iraq that had been kidnapped in a hunting trip there.
A hunting trip, was it?
Apparently. I'm not saying if it's actually a hunting trip. That's just what they claim. But
I think the Americans just call it a tour.
By an Al-Qaeda affiliate. And apparently most of the money of the ransom went to Iranian officials, which was not popular. So yeah, there's that.
So yeah, I've got a little bit of information on this hacked news agency business. May 23rd, this
Correct.
was the website. The Qatar news agency was hacked, and a statement falsely attributed to the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. I hope I got that correctly. Obviously, it didn't really roll off the tongue there, but what are you going to do? Published. The hacking was announced by Qatari officials who said the published statement was false. It was later announced that the FBI would help Qatar to solve the question of who had undertaken the hacking. Despite the official denial, a number of regional media outlets continued to quote the hacker's statement and attribute it to the emir. And then by June 4th, media reports emerged of a hacking of the email account of Yosef Al-Taiba? Al-Taiba.
I have no idea really.
This is the UAE, United Arab Emirates ambassador to the United States. The emails revealed that ties between this gentleman and pro-Israeli think tanks in Washington, along with efforts to undermine the image of Qatar and, to some extent, Kuwait internationally, including Emirati requests to move the US forward Central Command operations from the airbase in Qatar to the UAE. It all seems all very cloak and dagger, doesn't it?
It does.
And then we've got June 5th, Bahrain. That's just a little tiny island, even smaller. The UAE, Saudi Arabia and Egypt announced that they will sever ties with Qatar. This obviously is quite a blow to Qataris, just your average, everyday, normal Qataris, because as you can see on that little map in the corner there isn't really that much land between them. So, and they're not landlocked to anybody else except Saudi Arabia. So the moment Saudi Arabia tells them to go fuck themselves, they're fucked.
Well, maybe.
They've got to ship everything in at this point. Normally they'd be relying on that for food, all kinds of things.
Yeah, Iran's already offered help, and they've already had a decent relationship with Iran. And Pakistan is also offered to help.
Yeah, so Iran travelling over the Gulf. What could go wrong? Yeah. You're sitting there kind of going, can we just bring this food across? Well, you're just going to have to wait for this ginormous plane carrier to go past, and the other one, and the one behind that, and then the destroyers accompanying it, and all the ships that are obviously making sure that the destroyer's okay, and could be here for some time.
Well, I feel that this is going to be resolved sooner rather than later, because this has happened in the past with Qatar. In 2014, there was a crisis quite similar like this.
They do have a history here. It does seem to be sort of like I think this is definitely Saudi-led.
Definitely.
Yeah,
that's not even debatable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a sport brat just shouting the place down and screaming the place, and they have to do something about it.
Yeah, actually, my theory is it has something to do with Yemen, what they are doing in Yemen right now. So I'm not sure exactly what, but something might be happening in Yemen.
See, I thought Yemen and Saudi Arabia weren't exactly on good terms either.
Exactly, they're not. But
I'm severely bad terms, I think, would probably be a better way to describe it.
Well, they support government in exile, so they have decent terms with them as far as I'm concerned. But this whole Yemen thing, I think that's overblown. Qatar was only committing 1,000 troops to Yemen, so it's not like they ever committed much to begin with.
Yeah.
So all a bit of a mess here. The problem is, of course, is that when, certainly to the untrained eye, to anybody who doesn't really know what's going on here, every time you say something, you've now got to explain like about 50 years worth of history in order for anyone to actually get what's going on. Yeah, I'm afraid the Middle East, their politics are about as popular as Canada's. As far as, say, the Americans, the US.
They're all absolute monarchies, so you don't really have a great deal of politicians there. It's really, just the king and his court.
Yeah, exactly. Who honestly cared about Qatar when they are people like who is taken seriously? What does that even mean? DUP makes it... Guys, we're not talking about the election anymore. It's over. It's done. Take it easy. There's no more. It's done. You're talking about fucking UKIP. Why are you talking about UKIP? What's UKIP got to do with Qatar? Stay on topic. Come on. I went through all the trouble of making this lovely rotating image here for you, and now you're just talking about UKIP. Do you want me to just put a picture of Nigel Farage up just to freak you out? God damn it. Some of these kids.
The most unpleasant picture ever.
Oh, we've got Black Knight Satellite who would like to come in. Let's give him a little link.
Okay.
There you go,
Black. You need to get that mustache image of him. Oh, hello. That's me.
That is you, yes. And you look way too much like V, you know that, in that picture.
Oh, thanks. Now I have to delete it.
You do need to change that.
Yeah, I meant to. I wanted to leave it 2 days, and I'm
getting triggered.
Don't get triggered.
Triggered. That's basically V in a nutshell. That's his entire fucking thing.
Yeah.
Look, the SJWs are triggered.
He's a psychopath.
I know.
No, he's a wannabe psychopath. That's it.
No, he legitimately is a psychopath.
I don't think so. He's too dumb. He's too dumb to be a psychopath.
No, he legitimately is. I've interacted with him on Twitter. He legitimately is.
Yeah, when you interact with anybody on Twitter, it's very easy to mistake them for a psychopath.
Exactly.
Hello there.
Hello, Sten.
The actions are the actions of a psychopath. They really are.
Well, of course,
He's a psychopath.
His actions spell it out, but not necessarily. I'm just saying you can't necessarily just go on that. Yeah. Is this Black Knight Sat 2?
Yeah, it's me. I just have a different username.
Okay, fantastic. I'm just putting you down on the guest list so everybody knows when you're coming in. There we go.
Hey, go Robin. Now it should be much less V.
Oh, dude, I wasn't that concerned, but thank you.
No, I know.
So yeah, so far we've yet to really kind of explain what's going on here. I mean, let's be honest. none of us really know the full facts of this matter. We're getting very, very disparate bits of information. The reason I took about a week or so to actually go through this, because on the day, nobody knew anything. And there's been so many things that has happened afterwards. It's difficult to really keep a tie on what's going on here. There was the Iranian embassy base. It wasn't an embassy base. What am I saying?
It was the mausoleum of Khomeini, and I believe our university, which was attacked.
Yeah. This was apparently an ISIS attack. And
maybe.
Well, everything's maybe. But as far as we're aware, ISIS has claimed responsibility for this. So,
they've been operationally attacked. They've been pretty weakened over the last couple of years. So
yeah, well, if you're going to weaken somebody on the military front, then you will generally see them moving towards more guerrilla tactics, terrorism, and whatnot.
Yeah,
it's just one of those things.
One of the standard things is to claim responsibility for attacks you had nothing to do with. So
yes, yeah, that is for sure. But I'm just having to take their word on it because, well, I've got no other information to say otherwise. What is this? Some sort of American false flag attack? Is it the Iranians doing it themselves? I mean, who knows? We can't say. But ISIS has claimed responsibility. So what can you do?
Can I ask a question?
Rob Stark, Kraut & Tea has been on here a few times. You'd have to narrow it down. Are you just looking for a meltdown? Is that what you're after? You just no. There's somebody called Rob Stark in the side chat here. If you just click on my icon there, and you should have the screen share up so you can see what I'm seeing. To be fair, why are you talking about UKIP? They're dead. They're fucking dead. They've got 500,000 people nationwide. They're a non-topic. They're gone. It's over with.
Robin, can I make a question?
Go for it, please.
Why Saudi Arabia fucking around with Qatar? What's the reason? I mean, it's clear that they're doing something, but what's the spark? What's the cause of everything?
Can you do something about your echo?
I can explain that. I've been playing this for quite some time, actually, before even this. So.
Okay, I'm just going to address Rob Stark. Rob, if you just want to have a little look around, there's if you're asking for just particular meltdowns, what can I do? I can't help you on that one. He's been on the channel a few times and melted down a few times, so yeah.
Negative should be fun. That would be interesting to watch.
No, it's not. and yeah, it's basically like watching paint being ripped off. That's all. But anyway, back to the actual, meat of the topic that we're trying to get through here. Hello. We've got another terrorist here. Hello, subject.
That's very bigoted of you. For freedom fighters, actually.
If you want whatever confirmed as IRA, you've already told us what your party affiliations are. So anyway, yeah, we're talking about Bahrain today, not Northern Ireland. So you've probably got nothing to say.
There's a difference.
Sorry, Qatar.
It's both sunny and awful.
I wonder whose politicians are worse.
I said Bahrain because I've been concentrating on this word here because I'm trying to start a sentence, but I keep on basically being sidetracked by everybody. So Bahrain, the UAE, Saudi Arabia and Egypt announced that they will sever ties with Qatar. Saudi Arabia agreed to continue services to Qatari pilgrims in the country, while Bahrain gave Qatari diplomats 48 hours to get the fuck out. So Saudi Arabia, Bahrain and the UAE allowed Qatari residents in and visitors to their countries 2 weeks in which to return to Qatar. So there's certainly going to be a lot of panic buying going on there. Saudi also expelled Qatar from its coalition leading the war on Yemen.
Exactly.
They only had 1,000 men in, anyways. They weren't really a big player in that war, honestly.
Well, of course, but it's like having Poland along while they're while you're bombing the Iraqis. I mean, they're just there basically on the sidelines, kind of going, "You can do it."
Yeah, but
or like having Italy along. Usually, they're just the guys in the back that make the sandwiches. I'm like, you can. Don't worry, we'll here.
It's like
drain on resources.
It's like having your dad along while you're playing sports ball.
Then Italy switch sides.
Yeah. Having the Italians is a bit of a drain. If
the Italians are always on one side. The Italians are always on one side. The Italian side. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar responded by saying there was no justification to sever these ties. And yeah, that I mean, what apart from them saying you fund terrorism, which is somewhat of a pot and black kettle situation as far as the Saudis are concerned. That's been pretty much it. A joint action by Saudi, UAE, Bahrain, and Egypt placed 59 individuals and 12 organizations on a terror list. It includes the Muslim Brotherhood spiritual leader Yusuf I'm going to try it, Qaradawi. How did I do?
Yeah, Qaradawi.
So is there like
and 18 prominent Qataris. Qatar dismissed this list as baseless allegations that hold no foundation in fact. So that's pretty much leading up to what we have right now. What's next?
But yeah, this has been coming for a while, so this does not surprise me at all.
So, like, is there kind of another sort of real reason why they're cutting ties? Because I mean, terrorism is a bit like
not clear yet. It's not clear yet why exactly.
Because that seems a bit of a
reason why Saudi Arabia would do this.
But it seems that there's been some sort of animosity between Saudi Arabia and pretty much everybody else in the region, right?
Just after the Trump visit, too.
No, but even before that, I think.
Yeah, but what I mean is that basically Trump turns up to the Middle East and then everybody's at each other's throats. That sounds about right for him. But I'm just wondering, he walks into an area and then everyone wants to kill each other. That's pretty much him down to a T. I'm just wondering exactly what influence the Americans have had in this particular situation. He obviously didn't realise that Qatar had an American base. Otherwise, he would have kept his mouth shut at least. But with Trump, I mean, what am I talking about?
That's true. Like, he really didn't know they had a base there.
Well, would you say to that Qataris like basically just throw them under the bus like that when they've basically got as far as diplomatic talk is concerned, you double check, wouldn't you? You'd think.
Well, somebody would have briefed him. Somebody would have informed. There's a whole staff to do that. Like,
I don't think they're that informed either, though. To be frank,
that is their fucking job.
Yeah, I mean, they're just basically yes men for the guy, so it's going to be tricky. For any of you guys that would like to at least read the side chat here as well, I'll just give you the link in the side here so it makes it easier for you. There's the pop-out chat. So you don't have to obviously watch the stream while the pop-out chat's there. You can just have that open in some little area for you.
Okay.
Just much easier. Not that anyone's talking about the fucking subject.
I think it's,
they are starting to talk about the subject. Finally.
Oh, good.
This is like a game of EVE Online, guys. You've got to bring the entertainment yourselves.
Fuck.
Okay, so we got Silent Room. I find it interesting is the classification of influential preacher that guy. As a terrorist, also Saudi now has criticised Hamas publicly. This is a first.
Well, the leader of Hamas is in Qatar.
The leader...
I forgot the leader of Hamas was in Qatar. He's too fucking cowardly to stay in his own Gaza Strip. It's like, I have to be in a luxury hotel in freaking Qatar, not in Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, it's either that or have an airstrike, So, what would you choose? Comfortable hotel or bombed? Or some sort of massive explosion? I mean, I know where I'd take.
Churchill stayed in London when it was being bombed. If he can fucking do it, anybody else can.
Yeah, he stayed under the ground in London while everybody was above ground. So don't think that this man is so heroic.
Liberate Qatar, maybe that might be a good plan. You know.
Well, I am very war hawkish, so
yeah.
And of course, Airthrin coming in saying, so do you think the panel, this was orchestrated by Saudi Arabia in order to sabotage Brexit?
Yeah, the timing fits, I guess. Yeah.
It's George Soros.
It's all related.
It's Corbyn and his terrorist ties.
It's all about you guys. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Always about
this is
you
the
guys.
Fucking man from the Middle East. Christ, that's all we hear about.
There is a reason for that,
It's
man.
all...
Yeah.
It's all
Yeah, it's all a Zionist conspiracy.
So who's got a hot take for me? And what you think's actually happened here?
Well, I can tell you that they did expel Hamas, the Hamas leader, and maybe cut ties so Iran. They could get rid of this.
So Qatar has expelled this person.
No, they haven't yet. If they were to, they could get rid of this mess, perhaps.
So you think it's just down to this, even though Saudi Arabia has never really said much about Hamas before?
Well, I mean, it would be a good first step for them.
But like I said, I mean, why weren't, how long has this person been there?
You know what I think this is, Robin?
So he's been there, he's been there for 5
years,
and now they're cutting off ties. It doesn't seem, if they'd have done that earlier, if they'd have done that 5 years ago, I could have understood the logic behind that, but that doesn't really sort of hold enough weight for me, I feel.
You know what I think it is? I think it's they're trying to do a PR image change. They're trying to show themselves as the progressive front in the Middle East. Just, here's the terrorists. Oh, yeah, we hate Hamas. We hate terrorism. It's like, yeah, it's not working.
It's a lot of misdirection, I feel.
They have a plan like to Saudi Arabia 2030, something to overhaul their economy. So maybe that's something to do with that.
Would you like to say that again, mate? I had a difficulty hearing you.
I'm gonna try to pronounce it. I think
it would be better if you could bring if you can bring your face further closer to a microphone. That would be great.
How is that?
It's certainly better. Beforehand, it just sounds like you're talking in a toilet.
Okay, but I think that Saudi Arabia has a plan to overhaul their economy, like the United Arab Emirates. I think that's called Saudi Arabia 2030. Maybe it has something to do with that. Maybe they want to shift the blame for terrorism, for Wahhabism to other people.
Indeed, and I mean, Qatar, as far as them being a player within the Middle East, do you think that they're one of the lesser ones?
I don't know. I know there are some very unsavory, some very awful people.
Very awful people.
No. I don't know how important they are.
Well, that's the big question, you see. If you're going to basically pick a fall guy, it's usually somebody that doesn't really matter to you. So, I mean, Qatar is literally on their coast. They might as well be just an outcrop of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it's a peninsula. It's isolated.
Well, to be fair, Bahrain is basically a puppet of Saudi Arabia, more or less, because they're a tiny island there's literally a bridge going to Saudi Arabia, and that's it. I mean, I've been to Bahrain. It's like Malta. It's fucking tiny. You can pretty much just drive one day around it and just be, wow, this is boring.
Oh, I love places like that.
Yeah, it's just one big city on a tiny island with a bridge going to Saudi Arabia, and that's it.
Have you ever been to
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you for appreciating my efforts on bothering to actually make a map so people know where the fuck it is.
Yeah, most people probably can't point it out.
And just to give you an idea of the size of that for Americans, it's about the size of Honolulu, that sort of size of island.
Yeah.
Or to the Brits, it's probably about the size of Cornwall, for example.
What about the Irish? Don't we get a representation?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
They don't get a vote either.
It's about half the size of Northern Ireland. Are you happy now?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, the Protestant end.
Unionists, get out!
So yeah, it is somewhat of a mess right now. Has anyone been following this all that closely over the last couple of days?
I mean, I followed it enough close that I got a false report about overthrowing the prince from a fake liberation front, or so-called liberation front. That was funny.
What was this, mate? Go into some details, please.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna get the fucking article. Actually, articles, multiple one. Even the biggest agency reported on this was, I believe, MTV Lebanon. That's pretty much like a decent, big agency. But let's see. Oh yeah, so the Qatari Liberation Front announces removing the Prince of Qatar, Tamam Al Thani. That was on the 6th of June. And they released a statement, or allegedly released a statement, that they apologized to the Syrian people and to the people of Egypt and Libya. And what else?
When did they do this? When did they have this?
Allegedly on the 6th of on June, like 4 days ago.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a bit funny because there was nothing known about this so-called front. It's nowhere. It just came out of nowhere, and first of all, the Egyptian press picked it up, and that's always a red flag because they are notorious for getting bad sources and false sources, and this was one of them.
Fake news.
Yeah, literally fake news. But for a second there, I thought it might be a propaganda piece, maybe like a warning, like there's something will happen in Qatar, maybe this liberation front will start, or it's like a opposition thing. I thought, but no, there was nothing about it written anywhere on the internet. But yeah, the the statement of the front was a bit funny. They apologize for the terrorism, and they promise to give a fair court hearing for the prince and shit, and they will start a new parliament. It's
This is Qatar.
Yeah.
So they're basically kind of going, the Qatari prince, he's been a bad boy. We're gonna put him in court for a couple of days.
No, for terrorism and supporting terror.
Well,
and no mention of the slave workers.
That's a different charge, yeah.
But by the way, speaking of the slave workers, there's been talks about actually removing it from the law. The idea of
slavery?
Sponsorship. No. Basically they are talking about reforming the sponsorship laws in Qatar.
Imagine they were trying to legalize it to make it de facto.
I mean, it is de facto slavery right now. But
They take your passports, they throw you in some fucking shanty house and tell you to work, or they're gonna fucking kill you.
Yeah,
1 out of 10 people prefer slavery. So we're getting, obviously this seems to be very much related to this hacking incident.
Maybe I'm not sure. I didn't look too much into this hacking thing, actually.
Yeah, let's see if we can find a little something about this. Do some digging.
Okay.
It is in a sense related to the hacking incident.
It seems to have sparked off. Obviously they've got enough tension as it is. You're basically just walking into a room full of matchboxes and somebody just lights one. I mean, that seems to be what's going on here.
But it probably would have happened even without the hacking incident.
I mean, The Guardian is saying that Russian hackers are to blame for sparking off the Qatar crisis.
Why?
And this is from the FBI. Gulf state isolated by its neighbours after freelance hacking operation planted fake news to discredit Emir over Islamic links. This wouldn't not, and this is the thing. A lot of people kind of going, "Oh, Russian hacking. That's getting a bit of an old meme at the moment." Well, guess what? That's what Russian hackers are like. I don't know if you know this, guys, and I don't think a lot of people understand this. Is that if you're a hacker in Russia, you're exempt from prosecution. If you hack anyone, anywhere, anytime, what you're going to fuck over a bunch of people credit cards? No problem. What, you're going to try and close down a business? Don't care. As long as it's not a Russian business. As long as it isn't Russian credit cards.
Don't hack Putin's email if you're in Russia.
There are millionaires.
Come down and kick your ass.
Yes, there are millionaires.
Outsourcing to hackers.
Yeah, there are millionaires in Russia. Yeah, that have made their money simply by scamming people in the West, people in the Middle East, everywhere. As long as they don't touch Russia or Russian businesses, they can do whatever the fuck they like.
And the Russians have a certain degree of deniability, like they're not on their payroll, they're outsourced, it's like privateers.
Yeah. So, when people kind of go, Russians hackers, well, that's just fake news.
And it's silly to think that Russia do not have the capability to fuck other people.
Yeah, and I mean, this is sort of what they do. This is their way of doing things. They're not silly people. They don't just go through the front door, mate. They have a look and check all your windows first of all. Not an unclever bunch. So, let's have a look at what the FBI has got to say. An investigation by the FBI has concluded that Russian hackers were responsible for sending out fake messages from Qatari government, sparking the Gulf's biggest diplomatic crisis in decades. It is believed that the Russian government were not involved in the hacks. Instead, freelance hackers were paid to undertake the work on behalf of some other state or individual. Some observers have claimed privately that Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates may have commissioned this.
Yeah, that's the speculation part.
Yes. On Monday, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Egypt and Bahrain launched an unprecedented campaign to isolate Qatar diplomatically and economically over links to the Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas and Iran. I mean, well, Egypt, Muslim Brotherhood, hello?
They supported the
No, that's confusing. Like, there's a lot of people mixed in it.
Well, yeah, I mean, weren't they in charge of Egypt for a while?
No, but it's like everybody fucking hates Qatar.
It seems, yeah. All 4 countries withdrew their ambassadors. They also launched an economic blockade, including denial of airspace. Now, this is interesting. Because this is basically them trying to they're now actually cutting off Qatari Airlines.
Yeah.
Well, Qatari Airlines can still fly over Iran.
It's not illegal, but it's not favored from
anybody's perspective.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not exactly favored. Yeah.
But yeah, Qatar claims the hacking operation was designed to discredit the Emir of Qatar by attributing him remarks in support of Iran and critical of Donald Trump. It was pointed out that fake news stories, which were the product of the hack, were quickly picked up by Saudi and UAE news agencies.
Poor Trump is getting, he dared to criticize me. Well, shut up.
Checkers pieces, chessboard, hush. The Saudi foreign minister, I know you got a hate boner for the guy, but let's actually just, take that to the side here, okay? I know you're an emotional guy. The Saudi foreign minister, here it comes, Adel Al-Jubeir.
Wait, where is it? Hold on. Hover the mouse. Adel
Jubeir, begging your pardon, said he had no knowledge of the results of the FBI inquiry. The Russian government has denied any involvement. In further tightening of the diplomatic screws, on Wednesday, Qataris were banned from landing at any airports in the UAE, even to transfer to another international flight. The UAE has also banned citizens from using social media to express views sympathetic to Qatar. Turkey's parliament passed a resolution on Wednesday allowing the deployment of troops to Qatar, adding another complication to delicate diplomatic crisis.
How are they going to get there?
Turkey's always been allies with Qatar for a long time. Probably by 20, I assume.
And we'll see as well. I don't know if Saudi Arabia has some...
That's what we need. Yeah, that's what we need. More military boats in the Gulf. Turkey, I swear these guys aren't going to actually end up shooting each other. They're just going to end up bumping into each other.
They will take over the country.
Turkey signed a deal with Qatar in 2016 to establish Ankara's first military base in the Arabian Peninsula, and part of the agreement entailed the deployment of Turkish troops to the base. So we're in a very strange position here, where we've got Turkish and American bases being built in Qatar. It's getting really weird now.
Yeah, everybody hates everybody there.
Yeah, officials.
Well, they're on pretty good terms with Pakistan and Iran, and Turkey has always been a friend.
Am I glad I moved out of that place 2 years ago? Jeez, am I glad I left the Middle East?
So yeah, continuing the conversation, or at least the reading, my dramatic reading of I believe this is The Guardian. This was about the Russian hackers. But on Tuesday evening, Turkey's President Erdogan, of course, offered support to Qatar, saying he disapproved of the sanctions imposed by the other Gulf countries. Now, I'm wondering if this hasn't got something to do with it again, because I don't, I'm wondering what Saudi Arabia and Turkey have against each other.
I don't know.
Who wants to dominate the world first?
Say that again, mate. Sorry, you're in Echo Land again.
Yeah, who wants to be the superpower in the region, or desires to be? I mean, Erdogan is
Qatar, but I don't know.
Say again, mate.
Yeah.
Say again, War.
I know why Saudi Arabia has beef with Qatar, but I wouldn't know why Turkey is doing that.
So maybe that doesn't necessarily play into it. Nobody seems to have at least nothing's ringing any bells there. What I'm trying to do is sort of like trying to gauge. Obviously, there's all the historical business, but really recent history is usually a lot more important than the old stuff. To be honest,
well, the crisis in 2014 is the really important thing.
Say again, sorry.
The crisis in 2014 is the really important thing.
Do you want to explain that to anybody who doesn't know? Just remember, guys, when you're on a live stream like this, esoteric terms and just saying something like that, half the audience aren't going to know. The other half of the audience are going to be, let me check it out. Well, just for their benefit.
UAE was cracking down on the Muslim Brotherhood really hard in 2014, and Qatar harbored a bunch of the Muslim Brotherhood people that they expelled, which caused a crisis.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I was there in Abu Dhabi when that happened, and people were really, it's like, how dare Qatar harbor those people? And so, it is funny to hear like a country that kind of has Sharia complaining about another country that also kind of has Sharia harboring Islamic extremists. I'm like, it's like,
yes, but it's why they were harboring them, and it's why they were being hunted. If you see what I mean. I mean, that's not the only reason, guys. We're we're talking about events here which involve people with guns and bombs and working against each other here. So it's not the religion point of view necessarily. It's the actions that people are taking.
Yeah, more power play politics as well.
That's right. Everybody sort of like thinks that the Middle East is just full of just basically a bunch of cave-dwelling idiots throwing rocks at each other because they don't believe in God enough.
That's a lot different than that.
We're talking about the oil-rich nations of the world here. They got a lot on. Yeah, they got a lot of money on the fucking line here, guys.
It's like medieval court, everybody trying to backstab each other for power.
It's like Game of Thrones, basically. They're always trying to scheme one against another, Yeah,
except in Sunderland. Feel those awful people.
Yes, and religion only plays a part in the same way the Crusades, was about religion. But anyway, it played a part, but it's not the only part. Far from it.
The Middle East plays a pretty big part as a whole.
But it's not the only motivation.
I certainly don't think it's a primary motivation either, really.
Saudi Arabia has the whole royal lineage fight each other to see who's going to be in power next.
Yeah, and this is what it's about, really. And they'll use religion as basically a shield more than anything else in order to cover their actions. Just like every other religious nutbags in the world. They don't really believe in the religion, they believe in what it can get them.
Yeah. Qatar generally does. Saudi Arabia generally does. People there.
Turkey signed a deal with Qatar. Well, like I said, you can use religion as a way to keep people down. You can use religion as a way to motivate people.
Probably the people in power don't really believe it, but the people on the ground, like your average citizen, probably does.
Right, Aethrin, if you mention anything to do with the DUP or the Lords or the Houses of Commons, I'm going to ban you. There we go. Okay, Tuesday evening, Turkey's President Erdogan offered support for Qatar, saying he disapproved of the sanctions imposed. Yeah, because, obviously Erdogan is like sitting there kind of going, oh, God, there's no need to be extreme.
Very charitable.
Isn't he a lovely guy? I want to clearly say that we disapprove of the sanctions of Qatar. So why didn't you say I disapprove? Said in a Ramadan breakfast event. Do they have them? A Ramadan breakfast event? I thought that was when you're supposed to fast.
That's like an oxymoron.
No, it's... Wait,
no, it has something to do with sunlight. You can't eat during the day, I think. I'm not expert.
These develop...
Ramadan breakfast? No, that's not a thing. Maybe they mean...
a dinner?
Maybe it was just before.
No, hold on. They might mean that... No, that can be called breakfast. Hold on. I have no idea what the fuck they mean. No, that's not a thing.
I don't know either, but let's not dwell on minutiae, shall we? The developments coming at a time when we need solidarity and cooperation more than ever. Oh, now you're interested in solidarity and cooperation. Okay.
I told you, he's a lovely chap.
Yeah, that's some next level bullshit there.
Erdogan is being weird.
He's being the prototype of dictator.
Okay, you said resist. Oh, I've got my finger over the banhammer right now. Watch yourself, Aethrin. But anyway, Ankara and Doha have grown closely in recent years, both backing opposition militias fighting to overthrow the Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. The two countries also lent their support to Islamist groups in the Middle East in the wake of the Arab Spring uprisings. Yeah, the two countries, as far as an uprising is concerned, I'm not sure that Erdogan was all that big on that deal. But then again, obviously, Turkey coups, it's sort of just a sport for them at this point. Amid mounting regional and international concern, Jubier, speaking in German, said the Gulf states did not need any outside help to settle their dispute. We have not asked for medication. That'll come later. We believe this issue can be dealt with among the states of the Gulf Cooperating Council. The dispute.
You call yourself an Englishman, Raman?
Hush, boy. I'm not really an Englishman. I'm more of a European, but there you go. The dispute has huge geopolitical implications. Qatar is home to the largest US military base. Yes, Trump. In the Gulf, and is the world's largest exporter of liquefied gas. A worst-case scenario for the West would be the breakup of the anti-Islamic State coalition. The UAE, and this is why I'm really weirded out by the fact that this is definitely Saudi-led. This particular thing, and this is they're basically
they're the big power there.
Yeah, so they have they've got their little coalition going. They're doing all of this, and now they're basically breaking it up and using Qatar as the excuse. I don't trust. I just do not trust Saudi Arabia in what they say and do, at all. Can anyone?
No, no one really.
Not in themselves. There's a power dispute inside Saudi Arabia as well, with the heir to the throne, and then there's two sons of the king fight to see who's going to be the next heir.
This isn't going to change the situation in Yemen, though. So
my entire Democratic and Republican Party heavily trusts Saudi Arabia. As a matter of fact, that $110 billion weapons deal that Trump negotiated, quote unquote, That was actually $25 billion of Obama's negotiated weapons deal.
Okay. The UAE wants Qatar to sever its ties with Egypt's Muslim Brotherhood?
Yes. That's something they've wanted for a very long time.
Yeah. And Egypt is now in lockstep with the UAE for by basically now telling Qatar to go fuck itself, and they're the ones that house Egypt's Muslim Brotherhood. You can imagine my eye twitching at this point.
Well, the military dictatorship.
You need to sever ties with the people that are in my country.
The military dictatorship in Egypt has been trying to crack down on them.
Yeah.
So,
say that again, mate.
The military dictatorship in Egypt has been trying to crack down.
The military dictatorship.
Are they back to that, are they? I haven't actually been paying attention to Egypt recently.
Who's in power over there?
It's all over the shop down there at the moment. This whole sort of Arab Spring hasn't really gone as well as I'd have hoped.
Yeah, only Tunisia is really a success.
Okay, they want Qatar to sever its ties with Egypt's Muslim Brotherhood, Palestinian Islamist group Hamas, and Iran. It also wants news outlets seen to be critical of the Gulf monarchs, such as the Qatari-funded Al Jazeera, to be closed down. So yeah, it's just they could have at least said. They could have at least said just, do you want to maybe ease off on our slot? But no, they've got to close it down completely. See, this is some really strong rhetoric coming out of these guys.
Yeah, the country's completely isolated right now.
Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood leaders live in Doha, and Qatar has shown a willingness to retain diplomatic contacts with Iran, partly due to the joint economic interest, including a large underwater gas field. So they share this gas field, as far as I was aware, with the Iranian.
Oh yeah, there are several gas fields in the Gulf that are shared by countries. I mean, you have Oman, I think, also shares one. The UAE shares some. Not Bahrain. I think Kuwait with Iraq and Iraq and Iran, obviously, because it's down there in the Gulf, like literally at the tip. So you're obviously gonna have Iraq and Iran next to you.
Yeah. Now, I may have come in a bit late, but help me understand this article a little bit. Is this about the Qatar and Saudi Arabia, or Qatar?
Well, this is what they're
Qatar
saying.
And Saudi Arabia battling each other?
Saudi Arabia cut ties
alongside a bunch of other countries,
including West
cut
Africa.
ties with Qatar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, okay. What we're finding so far. Let's just say that we'll take the news at face value and imagine that they've actually got the weather right. Okay. From what we're understanding, from what the FBI has said, a bunch of Russians, freelancers, have basically been hired, possibly by United Arab Emirates sources, who have basically asked them to hack into Qatar and plant a bunch of shit to make them look stupid. So stupid that they basically are now terrorist funders. And then, with this bit of information coming out, Libya, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, along with Yemen, basically have turned their backs on Qatar, saying, yeah, you're the ones that are the big terrorist places. Libya saying, you guys, you're housing far too much in the way of terrorism, dude. Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, yeah. Yeah. They're basically,
I know what's going on. I know what's going on. So this is a power move to basically kill off a tiny fish, so that way they can get what they want. You basically kill off a small.
I think this is the
member of the mob.
I think what they're trying to do is they're basically looking to make Qatar the fall guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but what started the bad blood? Why Qatar exactly?
Insignificance?
Well, they have a lot of...
But they could be dancing the same dance with Saudi Arabia. why they're in opposition to them. That's what I'm curious about.
Because if you make Qatar the fall guy, and it's a small portion that's actually out of the way, if you see on the map, you can actually see where it's located. You can actually isolate it. The thing is, if you make them the fall guy, you can take it over. Because that gives you grounds to literally go into there and say, hey, you're full of terrorists. The United States is going to back Saudi Arabia to shut down Qatar. The rest of the world's going to back Saudi Arabia and the other states to shut down Qatar.
It's just the problem is, the problem is that they have an American army base there.
And a Turkish one.
In fact, they have one of the largest American army bases there.
What would they benefit from taking over Qatar? What is there? Oil?
Qatar was the one who's backing the pipeline to go up through Syria.
Oh.
I think that maybe this is in order to actually throw a lot of spanners in the works of whoever is doing anything diplomatically between, say, getting Saudi Arabia, for example, or whatever, or whoever, to ease up on their Islamic State ties. They're basically just pointing fingers at somebody else and saying it's those guys, and they just so happen to be the guys that have got the base, the American base on them. So they're basically just, it's like kind of going, well, you can be screaming about terrorism all you like, but you've got a base in a terrorist, outcrop. It's sort of like, it's trying to sort of like get a bit of whataboutery going, perhaps diplomatically. Do you see what I mean?
It's not necessarily about like making. It's certain that Qatar has terrorists, but making it so that people don't know if Saudi Arabia has the terrorists. So it's just like, muddying the water. It's like, okay,
that's right. Exactly. So they've got enough beef with Qatar as it is. So it's no skin off their nose if they throw them in the deep end. I mean, the only thing that they've really got as an ally is Iran. So, and America doesn't like the Iranians. So,
Iran is allied with Qatar. That may be an explanation. Like Saudi Arabia fucking hates Iran.
Yeah, that's right.
But here's the thing.
They'll be forced to ally with Iran.
Mm-hmm. No, they were friends.
Because Qatar is a small player in the grand scheme of things, and the other countries stand to benefit from Qatar's fall. As in, if they can pin everything onto Qatar, with the United States having such a large military operation in Qatar, they can shut it down right away. There's nothing that would prevent it from being shut down and sealed up.
Certainly easy. It's certainly easy to isolate, but also easy to take over. I mean, like I said, it's basically the size of Honolulu.
Yeah, and
Nicaragua is bigger.
And then you have whatever natural resources that Qatar contains, and you have whatever deals that they were going to make now being taken over by the other states. And now you could say, hey, we got rid of or we handled the terrorist problem, including make Trump look good because it shows as if he's done something on something he promised to do something about.
Jesus.
Ethrin, you've just been given a timeout. You're not allowed to post for 300 seconds.
Oil
and natural gases account for about 55% of Qatar's GDP. So, I mean, there must be a good bit of oil and, that kind of petroleum there.
Well, I am of the opinion that getting rid of Qatar would be a good thing, personally.
I don't know enough about it, to be honest, to form opinion.
They fund a lot of terrorists.
Qatar is help fund 9/11. They're one of the backers.
Well, a lot of people are.
Yeah, I mean, they're all Saudis, for fuck's sake.
No, but a second...
No, 9/11 was funded by Israel. Come on, guys. Come on.
Well,
sort of.
All the Jews.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, if you ask Trump, it was, wasn't it? Don't you remember him talking about sort of like Jewish people celebrating the towers going down? Do you remember this?
Was he? No.
No, he's
talking about Muslims. Yeah, Muslims.
Yeah, he said Muslims, not Jews.
I remember on the day that the Israeli government decided to post pictures of Palestinians celebrating a peace accord and deciding to use that as propaganda to say that they were celebrating the towers going down. Right. I remember that. They're fucking deep. Yeah,
To be fair, a lot of problems celebrated both.
Oh yeah, Robin, a quick question. What? Speaking of Israel, why people were calling you an anti-Semite on Twitter?
Because I said that Israel is proving Hitler right.
That's it.
For some reason or another, that was inflammatory.
Okay.
Well, what's Israel doing that's proving Hitler right? That the Jews are greedy and stuff.
Well, I mean, the guy made a platform on basically kind of going, you let these people in your country and they'll just insidiously take you over day by day, inch by inch, mile by mile. And I'm sitting there kind of going, that sounds like the Israeli government. So, if you don't want me to say that, then maybe you might want to actually have a look at the people doing that rather than me saying that. It's like kind of going, well, that's racist, man. Yeah, that argument's not going to fucking work.
You know how that's.
It couldn't have anything to do with that the Palestinian lands are being occupied inch by inch,
mile by mile. Yeah,
No. That's the problem. Okay, go on.
I'm very pro-Israel. We have to remember that what this fight is. In their constitution that founded Hamas, they specifically said that they want to kill all the Jews. We have to remember that.
Well, now I know why Corbyn's supporting Hamas.
The Palestinians aren't the ones who are occupying Israel. That's the fun thing, is that it's one-sided war. There's
You know what? Yeah, if somebody was occupying my country and basically just inching their way into my lands and stuff like that, I'd want to fucking kill them. So for someone to turn around and say, well, they're ever so rude to us, it's like, yeah, then get off my fucking foot. You can't. This is the problem. This is the problem with pro-Israeli people, is they basically kind of go, well, Israel's not doing anything wrong. Yes, they fucking are. They're making their own fucking trouble and then complaining about the problem. But anyway,
it kind of reminds me of Northern Ireland in that respect.
Yeah.
Can I interject a bit?
Go for
Israel hasn't called for the death of all Palestinians.
Oh well, that's fine then. They can just move in. Okay. It's like kind of going. Well, I didn't specifically say that I wanted to kill him. It's like that's the dumbest. That's not an excuse. Sorry, it just doesn't wash. But anyway,
Israel doesn't target civilians. Israel doesn't.
How do you know that?
No, they do, but the collateral damage. They do show some restraints. There's gonna be
gays.
I don't have to target a civilian if I'm targeting a hostile, or what I consider a hostile target, and the bomb's big enough to kill civilians. I don't have to. A lot of our casualties are
civilians next to their weapons, that they know they're going to be targeted. That's why the
but a lot of our casualties are through.
Yeah, they don't target civilians. They target the buildings that the civilians are in.
No, anyway. Hamas make certain that there's many civilians around their weapons.
You see, we're getting Well, guess what? I don't buy this anymore. I've been pro-Israeli for probably about sort of like the first sort of 20-25 years, and I can't live with myself anymore. So tough shit. They've run out of Holocaust cards to play. I'm sorry. I'm done. I am sick to fucking death of Israel sitting there kind of going, why every time somebody says to you, you're treating Palestinians like shit, and they kind of go, what, you're saying that we don't have a right to exist? You know what? Yeah, no, you don't. If you're going to treat people like that, to that degree, constantly, over and over, no, you don't. Tough. If you want to have the right to exist, you also have to have the right to exist alongside somebody else. And if you're not going to allow those people to exist, fuck you. There's my position. So, just sitting there kind of go, well, they're nasty. You're nasty. Israel is nasty. They've been dicks. They behave like dicks. They make a settlement every time they're about to have a peace plan. Well, what a fucking surprise. They get pissed off. No shit. Oh, there goes the fucking peace process. Bibi knows what he's doing. The guy assassinated Rabin. That's the truth. But anyway, back to what we're actually talking about. Qatar. Which is about the size of the Gaza Strip, or at least at the moment.
Really?
Can we just calm down a bit?
I've been.
I understand.
I've been pro-Israeli for a long time. I really didn't like sort of like the whole Palestinian Hamas or that sort of business. But you know what? I've come round to the fact that, you know what? if you're going to actually do that sort of business, you have to be the good guys. And if you're not being the good guys, then it's just two bad guys. And eventually, I ended up seeing that really they are the bad guys, and they're just making these people who are basically just fighting for their fucking lives into the bad guys. So, I sort of trust Malcolm X. Everybody's telling me that these people are the bad guys. Yeah, after a while, I don't believe it anymore.
I think everybody are bad guys. That's just my opinion.
Drive people to radicalism. You can't blame them for being radicals. But anyway, it is the first statement since the crisis erupted. The Muslim Brotherhood rejected the Saudi accusations, saying that Riyadh should not listen to the corrupt princes of oppression in the UAE. Hamas said it was shocked they were shocked. Wow, Hamas shocked.
Like what the fuck?
Just a quick reminder: Hamas and
community.
What's the difference?
Sorry?
Who is Sunni? Who is Shia? Who I forgot right now.
Well, I mean, what's the difference between them and Mossad? Nothing. What's the difference between them and?
Yeah, the difference between Hamas and Hezbollah. I forgot.
Sunnis versus Wahhabis.
No. Shias and Wahhabis.
That's it. That's what I was thinking.
No. It's Hamas is mentioned on the article, but I'm confusing them with Hezbollah, and I just can't remember who is who. Right.
Hezbollah is the guys in Lebanon. They are controlled by Iran. Hamas are the guy in Gaza. They are supported by the Wahhabis and Salafis.
Oh, okay. That's clear now.
Okay. So, in contrast, the US president weighed in with a series of tweets. Of course he did. On Thursday, backing Saudi Arabia and asserting Qatar was funding terrorism. God damn it.
Well, I don't really know what Trump's policy is on this, because the Secretary of State came out and said something.
I don't think the Secretary of State knows what Trump's policy is either. I don't necessarily altogether think Trump does either. This is a bull in a fucking china shop. So
it's irrelevant what anyone else says, though. In the terms of what we're gonna do, it's irrelevant what his foreign policy minister says. It's irrelevant what his Secretary of State. He is the commander-in-chief of our army. What he says goes. He has absolute power over the army.
Well, let's hope he gets done for this obstruction of justice, and somebody sensible pops in, because if he continues the way he's going, the world's going to be on fire.
It'll be Mike Pence popping in.
Right now, I'd be okay with that. So what if he wants to electrocute gay people? At least he won't turn the planet on fire.
What, might zap the fags Pence? I mean, why not? Fuck it.
Yeah, so, let's not get ourselves bogged down with Trumpery. There were signs that Trump's enthusiasm for... Boom, I know you want to continue that a little bit longer. But anyway, there are signs that Trump's enthusiasm for the Saudi UAE assault on Qatar has unnerved the Pentagon and European capitals. Well, the serving US ambassador for Qatar appeared to openly challenge Trump's view that Qatar had been aiding terrorism. France initially refused to take sides, but urged Qatar to be fully transparent and answer the questions of its regional neighbours. The foreign minister.
Well done, Macron.
I don't mean to be very uneducated about this, but is there evidence that Qatar has been funding terrorist groups? There is evidence there. Sorry for being so uneducated about it.
Well, they are in the Middle East, and they are a country.
I know.
So, generally speaking, it seems that's pretty much all that needs to qualify you these days. The German Foreign Minister, Sigmar Gabriel, offered help to solve the crisis and said Qatar's isolation served no purpose. In an attempt to protect its economy, Qatar said it was talking to Iran and Turkey about securing food and water supplies to prevent shortages. Iran's foreign minister, by the way, Americans, that's how you pronounce it, Mohammed Javad Zarif.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Look, I'm at least I know when I can't pronounce something. Also travelling to Turkey to coordinate a response. Qatar's government released a video on Tuesday that showed supermarket shelves stocked with food and other goods in an attempt to avert a repeat of Monday's scenes of chaos, which was sparked by fears of shortages. So, you know, I suspect a lot of people are actually just travelling across the way to panic buy in Saudi Arabia and then bring it back. I mean, it would make a lot more sense. The government official said Doha had large strategic food reserves and that there was enough grain to last 4 weeks. Grain.
Weetabix for 4 weeks.
Jesus Christ, yeah. Sitting there kind of going, well.
Do you think that's going to turn into a humanitarian crisis?
You don't think it's going to turn into a humanitarian crisis?
No. I am asking. Do you think? Because they are making a total blockage in the region.
I don't think it will turn into a humanitarian crisis because this is going to be wrapped up soon, I think.
Why would you say that?
Quick takeover?
Oh, well, back up. You can back up.
About World War One.
Shut up. War. Back up your conclusion, please, mate.
Qatar will give in.
That's it. They will just simply roll over.
Well, yeah, they did that in 2014. They'll do it eventually. They'll do that before their people starve because that will cause a revolution.
But what are they to back down on exactly?
Well, a good first step would be to expel Hamas leaders they have there. Another good step would be to cut ties with Iran. That's a beginner.
And probably Turkey as well, I guess.
Maybe not Turkey. They can probably get away with staying with Turkey.
Yeah, this obviously we're talking about hacks that, if this is true, of course, I mean, the fact that Hamas's leader is there, I mean, where are they expecting him to go? Back to Gaza?
I suppose so. Who knows? They'll just expel him.
I don't think they probably made too many fake news. They probably gave some truth to that.
Well, at this point, I'm wondering about the Saudi Arabian relationship with Israel at this point.
Yeah. You're also saying this too simplistically. Expelling that leader is also a leader of a good portion of their religious sect. You can't just do that. It's not an easy thing to do. It's like banishing the Pope.
No, it's not quite the same thing.
Nothing that's as easy as letting your people starve to death. That isn't easy here. So.
Well, yeah. Well, once again, I don't think that's necessarily something that's going to happen, unless they actually blockade it, and then you've basically got huge tensions that they're actually putting down just to basically just kind of go get rid of this leader of Hamas, while Iran is basically right on their doorstep. Do they want to get into start trading blows with Iran?
Oh yeah, and there's the Gulf up there as well. The Red Sea, I think it's named.
Because that's the thing. I mean,
what is Iran on now?
Well, if Iran, if Iran wants to do something, or at least, what are you going to do? Are you going to basically fire on Iranian ships?
Yeah, there's that too.
Yeah, that's one hell of a threat.
How big is,
I mean, I know Saudi Arabia's just bought a buttload of guns and butter, but they haven't got their butter and guns yet, have they?
No, they have quite a lot. Fire force, a decent army. I don't know about their navy.
But once again, I mean, are they willing to go toe to toe?
I don't know.
Because over Qatar, I'm not quite sure that's enough for them.
Is this Saudi Arabia after getting the guns kind of showing their muscles, sort of like we're kind of a bigger power now? We can.
Yeah, it's gonna probably be a lot like the Vietnam War.
No, because I think if there's a conflict, there's not going to be an invasion, of course.
Flan.
They're going to shoot planes and ships.
I just need to address Flan. There are things more important than video games.
No,
I know you're upset by that. You might be upset by that comment, but
And what I mean by the Vietnam War, I mean it's a proxy war. That's what it was fought for. It was used as a middle ground for us to fight another country. We were actually fighting.
Well, look, just ISIS and all this shit with, they're all proxy wars between between Iran and Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia is a Sunni theocracy and Iran is a Shia theocracy, and you know how they get along. They get along about as well as the Catholics and Protestants in Northern Ireland.
No. Way worse.
Where's the trigger warning for me?
That's way worse.
The lack of trigger warnings produce it.
Explain to the young man
For what?
why there's such a difference between Sunni and Shia. I'm going to go and have a cigarette. I already know the difference, so I don't need to know. But
I think it's
more relaxed.
like
A bit stressed.
he's a young man, okay. So he's and he's also Irish, so he's completely ignorant. So
Right.
just give him a brief history of the difference between Sunni and Shia and why it matters so much. Anyone, I don't mind who.
thanks, guys.
Oh, okay. I thought someone else
Sam,
was
help
already
him out.
speaking. Okay.
Back in a moment.
So, Finn, what do you know already? Do you know anything?
I kind of like a pretty uneducated understand. I remember hearing some differences. I think it's still like they believe is it something with like Muhammad and another guy?
Yeah, it's the heir to the Islamic faith.
Yeah, it's
the successor of Muhammad.
Exactly. It's all started by a disagreement between couple, not really tribes, just a small minority in the tribe. After Muhammad died, they disagreed on whom should become after him as a caliph. The people who went with Ali, they became the Shiites. The others just went with Abu Bakr, which was basically his best friend and one of the Sahaba of fellowship of Muhammad. Anyhow, that's how they started basically, but as they followed along, each one of them had their differences. For example, the Sunnis, the one who followed the Sunnah of Muhammad, they followed the Caliph, what the Caliph decided, what he ruled, and so on and so forth. The Shiites followed their own different basically groups of imams. That's what made it different. That's what made the difference. And during those imams, they also became even more conflict on who should be the new imam, and that's how the Shiites sect started. They didn't start because a scholar made a new interpretation. No, they disagreed on who's the imam.
It's a more profound difference.
Exactly. For example,
So they disagreed on who the Pope main leader is, basically.
After
Muhammad died.
Yeah, and they had sect in the Sunni sect, the bigger sect. The smaller sects of Sunnis only comes from madhabs or interpretation schools. That's how different.
It sounds a lot like what happened in America. More talking about the imams. When you have so many imams, you end up with such a diverse flow of ideas that you end up with a lot of subdivision, which is what happened in America because we have so many church leaders. We actually have a lot of divisions in our religious core beliefs of Christianity.
Yeah, so when it comes to the belief, Finn, Sunnis usually only believe that no one is, let's say, how should I describe it? Basically, no one is as holy or as important as Muhammad had ever came after him.
Okay.
In the case of the Shiites, they actually glorify Ali and his two sons, Hassan and Hussein, almost to the point as if it's Muhammad himself. They almost love them or worship them as much as they do Muhammad.
Okay, so it seems that the main chair is passable through that sect versus the chair is not movable.
Oh yeah, and for example, the last disagreement was on the seventh Imam. After the seventh Imam, they became two Shiites group. One of them, they are still believing that the bloodline is still alive, and those guys are like a small minority called the fucking Ismailis. They have like 25 million members, and their leader is basically a fucking playboy born in Switzerland from Turkish origin and British education. He's a character, if I say so.
Where does stuff happen before?
Say again?
Weirder stuff happened before.
Oh yeah.
So wait, the imam. So the imam is just as important as say Muhammad. I'm trying to make sure.
No. The important people. Yeah, Muhammad and then Ali to the Shias and his sons Hassan and Hussein. And then there's for the Ismailis, since they think the bloodline of Ali is still alive, they also listen to their leader, which is called the Aga Khan. I don't know. The guy is an interesting guy. If you're interested to look him up, he's mostly interested in community work and support. He's a millionaire, of course, but I haven't
only a millionaire.
Yeah. My bad. Exactly.
So, why are Wahhabists so radical? Like, what do they believe exactly? That sect of Sunnis.
It depends what group you're talking about.
Well,
there's what's his name again? The guy who invented Wahhabism. It is somebody Wahhabi, isn't it?
Person. I can't see your again. Can you put that on a little chart just so I can keep track of the different separations? And I just mean like who has what, and break that category down just so I can keep track.
It is Muhammad bin Abd al-Wahhab.
Somebody called Muhammad. Who would have thought?
Can I make a quick interjection?
Interject away, mate.
Okay, just a question. Do we have a religious difference between the government of Qatar and Saudi Arabia and the rest of the region? Do we have any motivation, something like that, or just purely political stuff happening there?
There's money to be made by doing this.
Yes, but there is a motivation besides politics and money.
Yeah, this is, by the way, just for anybody, can you say this for me, mate? That's his name, isn't it?
Wait.
Muhammad how do you pronounce this?
Ibn Abd or Abd al-Wahhab.
So there you go. That was Wahhabism invented by this gentleman.
Yes.
Gentleman.
Is it recent?
I'm a respectful chap.
Yeah, he basically reinterpreted Salafism, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it should be about right.
He's a Saudi Arabian chap.
Imagine my shock.
Imagine your shock.
Yeah, your shock is constantly imagined. Yes.
Yeah, imagine me shook.
Talking about Azam.
But this is an offshoot. This is an offshoot of Sunni, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, of Salafism, of Sunnism. Yeah. Yes.
And what
out of Islam, really.
Is that a recent thing? Wahhabism?
No, it's been around since the 1700s, mate.
Oh, okay.
But no, the usage of it, militarizing of it, I guess it's a bit recent technically.
All right.
Well, yeah,
like the more militaristic part of it has been more utilized.
Basically the indoctrination. Yeah, the utilization of the indoctrination, and it was somewhat like.
Yeah.
It sounds a lot like the path that America took, which is where Puritanism gained more root as more persecution took place, and
I'm sure
people became.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not hard to radicalize people when their families are being killed. It's probably not a difficult thing. And then you just show them this nice religion that it's not your fault. And then
it's able to do a foreign policy.
Yeah, hop, skip, and jump away. You've got 9/11.
I mean, people are malleable to a degree, but eventually they break.
Gender is a social construct, basically. That's what you're trying to say.
Everything is a social construct that is made up by people.
So anyhow, Finn, do you have any specific questions maybe we can answer?
So how do we eradicate the Muslim question, I guess, is
the actual question is how often
the Muslim problem.
The music question.
How do you get rid of 2 billion people off the planet? Let me think.
I've thought about this. I think nerve
have you
gas,
have you really
yes.
thought about this?
Yes, I have.
Are you sure this is what you call thinking?
All right, I'm using my skepticism here. Okay.
Okay.
You use heavy nerve gas that's heavier than air, so that way it doesn't destroy the infrastructure of these countries, and it isn't as easily blown away by the wind. So really, you can eliminate large quantities of the population.
Okay, Saddam.
There is a solution. There's an easy. No, hold on. There's an easy solution. You know what they did to the mosquitoes? No. You know what they did?
What did they do to the mosquitoes?
Yeah.
In the Panama Canal. Is that where they flamethrowed all the bushes? So
No. They basically introduced a genetically engineered mosquito that can basically reprocreate with other mosquitoes, but the line of the mosquito will die.
No, it's not quite that. It's a sterile male mosquito. So the females are wasted.
I remember that it gets spread first, and then
it's a bit complicated. They did that with the flies as well, but they did that to exterminate the lizards.
I'm not quite sure so we're now referring to Muslims in the same way as mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes.
To any of my Muslim watchers, the open house does not endorse you being treated like a mosquito. But yeah. I don't pick my guests. They pick themselves, I'm afraid.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm actually of a person who does believe in the concept that people who will revolutionize that community do tend to come from that community, and the odds of it happening have happened a lot, actually. It's more often that it'll happen in a community that's under distress and under various pressures than it will out of a society that is complacent. But I've seen it happen a lot in the Middle East. I've heard about it happening a lot. And not just people who go, well, these are moderate Muslims who also hand weapons over to ISIS because they end up joining up with ISIS later on, but people who actually want American-style democracy to happen in the Middle East, and actually want governance in the same fashion, including socializing natural resources. Now, these people are people who are later assassinated by America, but
that happens.
The question
I don't think the socialization of natural resources is necessarily the best thing. Look at Venezuela. That's a big reason why in the Congo, I think in the 60s, there was a huge conflict there as well.
It's when they sell the stuff that the money goes back to the people. Basically, they earn money when you sell it.
I don't think government-owned resource is necessarily the best thing, because it tends to get a bit bureaucratic and slows down the efficiency.
Canada
efficiency.
And,
yes, I love that word. I love that word when people use efficiency in economic terms. That's an engineering term, mate. You might want to put that one down.
Yeah, and so does Sweden. Sweden also does this. This is why they're able to provide a lot of the social programs that they have.
Sweden or Norway? I don't think Sweden has oil.
Yeah, a lot of the fisheries.
Ask the people in what the fuck is that what's the part of North America on top left? Next to Canada, Alaska. Thank you. Ask the people of Alaska about socialized oil reserves.
They literally get a check for the oil that's mined.
They literally get paid they get paid to live there.
Oh yeah. That's it.
Oh yeah.
I remember from The Simpsons.
It's not necessarily. Here's the thing that you've got to work out, my young fella. It's not the actual initial idea. It's how it's implemented that's really important. Here's the thing about a lot of things is that people blame isms a lot of the time, but it's actually corruption and cronyism that is basically the tick on every ism's back, blaming the host for its existence. So yeah, I'm just having a look at Qatar's Qatar Petroleum stocks just to see exactly how much of a cliff that is right now, because that's really going to be. You know, I'm obviously we're not listening 100% to what's going on, but if you can imagine, the stock market generally has it more ears to the ground and in people's offices. You know. A lot of
rumors. It's not always reliable just the international markets.
Oh well, you've got to remember that there's a lot more
emotions than anything else.
Well, you've also got to remember that insider dealing isn't just something that is called illegal. That's called a business practice.
No, they have that, but it's inside for a reason. It's not like a widespread information.
What you're looking for is how much Qatar oil is being sold per barrel. And the price of that fluctuating is what you're gonna find their value of themselves.
Well, isn't the price for really? It's quite low right now, isn't it?
I don't think that's.
Yeah, that's part of the problem why Venezuela is the economy is just.
No, it's
part of the problem. It's just
it's part. The parts that they're not working.
The price of oil went down because they overproduced on purpose. They were actually trying to crash the market.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that to some extent that's the problem. That's the low price of oil is part of part of why Venezuela's economy is in the shitter right now. You know, it's an oil-dependent economy. And
not oil dependent. It is oil economy. It just
Robin, what you're looking for is investment statements. So statements that they say to their investors, not what they say to the public, because they're legally obligated to be honest to their investors. Otherwise they can be sued.
I was just trying to find their stock figures. What people are trading on right now. So, like I said, you know, they're going to be looking at those particular figures and making up their mind on what's going to happen.
Trade Super Male Vitality. That's my stock market too. You know, Alex Jones Infowars.
Oh my god!
You know,
this is why my parents told me never to invest in oil, just because the price fluctuates so much. It is practically impossible to make any money out of that.
It's a day trading. It's a day trader's paradise, really. You know, you just basically fluctuate between gold and oil all day. You can do quite well. You kind of go, oh look, there's a war. Let's buy ourselves some gold. Oh look, it's over. Let's buy ourselves some oil. It's really that simple. Qatar Petroleum says business as usual despite diplomatic rift. Says on Saturday that it was conducting business as usual throughout its upstream, midstream and downstream operations, despite rising diplomatic tensions with its Gulf neighbours. Regardless. Regardless of what countries are doing, companies are more interested in just getting shit done.
Yeah.
And you know, Qatar, as it says, is one of the world's largest, is the world's largest liquefied natural gas producer. So nobody is interested in cutting them off completely.
They can't afford that.
Well, maybe OPEC is. Price might go up then to them.
The price going up or going down isn't necessarily good for anybody either way. It going down means that you don't have enough revenue, so you have to update, bring more oil out in order to keep your sales going. But also, if the price goes up, it means that you actually struggle to actually sell. So you're having to live within margins when it comes to selling such a product. You want to have it affordable for people.
Robin.
So you know, it's people seem to think that, you know, the Saudis want the oil price to be absolutely sky high, and it's just not true.
So Robin, here you go. Qatar's stock market plummets and oil's gains as neighbors cut military and diplomatic ties.
I think it's dropped like 9%, if I recall correctly. Which is pretty huge.
Just getting this from the Independent. Are we going to actually have a graph here so we can see? I always like to see, you know, see how the dive goes. But also, I mean, depending on when this was done. Come on, show me. No, nothing.
They might have a source, and that might have
It's 5 days ago, though.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I'm more interested in how it's bounced, or if it's bounced. You will have people that are basically kind of going, you know, they're going to start gambling on whether this is going to be resolved or not.
If you were a betting man.
Well, I'd really like if somebody can find Habib and tell him to get his act together. I know he's probably just basically poring over E3 right now.
Yeah,
that would be tough to get him.
Get your nose out of computer games and come and do something fucking important, you bastard. But anyway, German FM warns Gulf crisis could lead to war. The dispute between Qatar and other Arab states could lead to war, German Foreign Minister Sigmar Gabriel told the newspaper on Saturday.
His name is Sigmar. Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, Sigmar. Oh,
Sigmar.
Okay, no, one more. Yeah.
Added that he still saw a chance to defuse the tension. There is a danger that this dispute could lead to war, he told Frankfurter Allgemeine, so blah, 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 blah. Citing that he called a dramatic harshness in relationships between allied and neighbouring countries in the Gulf. The minister said personal talks this week with his counterparts from Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Turkey, phone calls with the foreign ministers in Iran and Kuwait underscored his concerns. But that's not good news. After my talks this week, I know how serious the situation is because I believe there is also good chances to make some progress. That was pretty much the last thing that's been talked about. And that happened basically at 6 o'clock today.
Worse than likely.
So, yeah, that's worsening, if anything. So it's getting worse before it's going to get better, essentially.
That's what I put my money on.
Yeah, I was sort of hoping that this would have had some sort of resolution by the time this stream went out, so that we could sort of like digest on what's actually happened and where to go forward with it, but it's still up in the air. It's only been a week. You were saying, sorry?
I still don't quite understand what exactly they are planning to do exactly. Just cutting ties, too. Looks like the first step to something else.
Well, yeah, I personally think there's a lot of this to do with Saudi Arabia not wanting to look as if they're the terrorist funding nation that they actually are. I think they're trying to...
scapegoat.
Yeah.
So the bandits backstabbing the other bandits.
Well, let's put it this way. So Qatar and Saudi Arabia are opposing ideologies. That's on one level. At the second level...
they are?
Are they?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Aren't they Sunni?
I thought that's what the Shia and...
No. Iran is Shia.
Yeah, it doesn't... The thing is, guys, it doesn't just break down to whether something is Sunni or whether something is Shia. That's the thing, okay? This is... you've got to remember, that we're talking about billionaires fighting over things. And there just happens to be some of them just have to be Sunni, some of them just have to be Shia. It really doesn't matter. We're talking about very, very oil-rich nations fighting over scraps.
I think you're underplaying the word, this rule.
I mean, let's say this. I mean, if you are Saudi Arabia and let's say your oil fields aren't looking exactly tip-top these days, and from what I've understood as far as oil in Saudi Arabia, they don't actually have as much as they say they do. Now, if you were going to get into a little diplomatic scuffle with a nation that has the largest natural gas oil field on the planet, spoils of war, etc.
Yeah. Well, what I was saying is that the reason I was bringing that up is because if they hurt them, because of the different ideology, well, it doesn't affect them politically in their own country at all. So they don't have to worry about, say, a political repercussion from going after a nation that their own nation doesn't support. So going after them and making them the fall guy is easy because then they can get the rest of the spoils of war from that without even worrying about something, some kind of feedback.
There is that, but there's more to that, of course, is because that gas field is also shared by Iran.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's a way to poke at Iran too. So
no, they're Sunni according to Wikipedia at least.
Yeah, the reason that I sort of did this stream is because this could be a prelude to something much greater.
Perhaps.
We've got a lot of tensions that haven't really been, resolved They've, if anything, been exasperated over the last 15 or so years.
Honestly, the first time I've heard about the diplomatic thing between Qatar and the rest of the countries, I had a theory that maybe it's a move to throw Qatar under the bus, and they will just basically cut all connection to ISIS and let Turkey deal with it. Basically, that was the first thing
I've heard that the Kurds, I can't remember if it's the east or west, but one of the Kurds are like old-fashioned like communists, and so there could be a civil war between the two Kurdish factions.
Yeah, they have communists, anarchists, syndicats.
Yeah,
they have a nice bunch.
But this has nothing to do with Qatar.
My point is,
Well, as somebody called Voltaire says, Saudi Arabia controls everyone and thinks she's perfect, accuses others of shit she's done, and everyone hates her, but she's rich. And it's just basically this valley girl smiling blankly into the screen.
Well, yeah. One thing that I'm curious about is what is the internal politics in Saudi Arabia? Because there's a split between one faction that wants to do business as usual and one faction that wants to reform their economical basis.
well, the other thing about this, and then we'll move back to Saudi Arabia, is that it's not just if disbanding or expelling ISIS from Qatar or disavowing them is a conflict you're going to have with your own people. That's like the right disavowing and disbanding the Christian groups in America.
That's what I mentioned.
It's a lot of the voters.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned the internal faction in Saudi Arabia. There are some people that want to change the country, at least in economical terms and political terms, and others that just want to do business as usual. Do we have anybody that understands that level, that internal business? I think that Habib guy or something.
So
It's actually good at this point, business sense, to keep moving forward and not backwards. They're going to make way more money if they move forward and start reducing the old ways of doing things, quote unquote, because that allows them to make way more money.
Yes, that's one guy that's trying to do that. But the problem is that there's a faction that doesn't want to do that. Just wants to keep stuff like it is.
Is it a faction or the population?
No, it's government. No, it's government. I think that the one that wants stuff as it is the current heir to the throne, and then the one that wants to change is the minister. That's another son of the king. I don't
but what does the population want itself? Like, what's the...
That's irrelevant. They're plebs.
No, I'm just curious. Like, what do they want? Like,
to be frank, I don't know. I need somebody that knows more about that. I just overlooked the topic a bit.
The difference is that the population at the end of the day will sort of determine this, because the population is going to be the one who's going to hang you.
Exactly. That's what I'm wondering.
The mob who's going to hang the person they don't like the most.
Yeah. Viva la revolution, my friends.
Well, it's more of, that's who I need you to hang my opponent. And is the business ties going to win, or is the extremist ties going to win? Whoever can garner the public support to hang the other person is who's going to win.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God. Melody Dickens she was saying, what are you guys talking about tonight? And I was just kind of going, come on in, we'll chat. And I was just kind of going, I'm going to go see the Mummy movie soon, blah, blah, blah. And I just kind of go, and she goes, what's the, any interesting topics? And I go, it's the diplomatic shitstorm with Qatar. And he goes, what is Qatar?
What is Aleppo?
What's
Aleppo, guys?
Oh, Melody.
That is a lot of American responses. Yeah, I don't know if that person is America. I'm saying that's like the majority of what you'll find Americans' responses. What is?
Who is Melody anyway?
It's one of our open house chicks with a dick.
Oh, nice.
I mean, it always interests me whenever anyone asks anyone a question on the internet. Just any question, it doesn't really matter. What is this? What is that? What is the other? Ask Google.
Yeah, I know. Relax, man. It's
literally got to point a Wikipedia article at her.
Oh God, why?
Oh, the ignorance it burns.
Ignorance is bliss.
I know. You know, she's American. You know, but she's been in England long enough. You know, she's been in England long enough to appreciate the NHS. So you know, what are you going to do?
No.
God damn it.
Ghastly Americans.
This is actually why I found the salt like so awesome this morning when I woke up when I saw Sargon's video. I found that hilarious. And I find the American spin on it also equally hilarious. Like, this has nothing to do with policies. Like yeah, you guys had a lot of parties to vote from. It has a lot to do with policies. Well, it had nothing to do
that's
with
also
policies.
quite an insult to British people. As though we don't actually
would have gotten way more seats.
Yeah,
because there are more
we just basically just stare and kind of goes, which one's the flashiest? You know.
Yeah.
Oh look!
Like,
oh
why
look!
are they treating the Brits like they're American?
Oh look, a bird.
Yeah, that's the thing.
You know.
This is 100% projection.
Yeah.
You don't think policy is important. And this is to our reporters. You don't think that policy is important. People do.
Well,
this is why people didn't largely back Hillary Clinton.
Do you know what's really radical, kids? Voting. Vote for Hillary Clinton. Like, fucking hell.
Well, I'm actually quite proud of the youth in the UK because they managed about 72%. Yeah, 72% of them decided to step the fuck up.
Your own populist voting.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So that is a the issue. The issue is, I would say a lot of them were going towards Labour.
Yeah.
Now, so the issue for them, of course, is will they be able to keep up their enthusiasm because they didn't win outright?
I guess a certain YouTuber is going to start to bitch about the selfish youth in the UK.
So it works like this in psychology. Even though they didn't win massively, they still won. In the way in which you gained a lot of seats.
Not really. It wasn't a big win. I would say that it's more of an emotional win. It's more of a win on on the front of you're not all that you think you are type win. I think somebody said it best. It's like going up against, say, Usain Bolt, and him only beating you by a second when he should have beaten you by 50. You know, it's like kind of going, how the fuck did what you know? It's like him having his worst fucking day and you having like an absolute stormer. He still spanks your ass, but then he was supposed to, you know.
The thing is about that youth turnout. How much of them are going to be hardline conservative in like 5 years' time? I mean, like,
well,
I'm not quite sure how jaded you kids are these days.
Well, let me continue this. So on that basis, you get that emotional satisfaction from winning, even though you didn't actually win. So you get that rush that people get when your side does well, better than expected. And so that goes into the population who votes at all is likely to vote again. They now become likely voters. They're also, because they actually saw a difference, they saw an effect by the fact that 72% of the population turned out of the youth, which is more than the percent of the population that turned out for Brexit. They actually can see a result. So therefore, it's going to feed into their heads that, hey, if we actually do vote, it'll change seats. It'll lessen that and we'll get the majority. And so that will carry on.
But I find really interesting that the youth in UK are quite left wing, while the youth in Ireland are pretty right wing in general. Like, it's kind of weird. Like right wing.
But anyway, we're talking about an election that's already over.
Yeah, we're not. Let's not talk about the lime industries.
Yes, because it's a rather boring subject when we're talking about what's happening in the Middle East.
We have a more interesting topic right now.
That's right, indeed. It is more interesting if you're Middle Eastern.
Do we have anybody with expertise in Saudi Arabia? I think that the Habib guy invited a few times.
The problem with Habib is it's E3.
What?
Yeah, that's a big problem.
What the fuck is that?
No way.
Oh,
No.
oh god.
He's a gamer.
We're having T3 right now.
Yes. So in other words, Habib is glued to the screen right now, kind of going, oh, new game.
I honestly don't give a shit because I could see it tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like if you
about Qatar.
No. The thing, well, it might not be there tomorrow. That's the problem. No, it's more along the lines of, especially when it comes to E3 and stuff like that. If you watch it live, it's fucking boring. If you just wait, this is E3 in a nutshell. Hello, folks. Yeah, we've got somebody here that you don't know about. Yeah, he's got this brand new game out, and we're going to try it with him.
In technical troubles. Nintendo.
Is it not working right now? What's going on?
Oh, I'm sorry. The controller is not working right now.
Yeah,
sorry, we're having difficulty.
Yeah, we're having a bit of difficulty. Oh, sorry, am I speaking too loud? There we go. Well, thanks for talking to us. Back to you in the studio. That was great, guys. Thanks for that. It's really exciting here at E3. We're just going to go over to Dave now, where he's going to be talking to... Oh, no, he's not talking to them anymore. He's gone to the toilet. That's E3. That's E3 in a fucking nutshell right there.
Yeah, it doesn't sound all that interesting. Shot Show looks more interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, probably just like...
Flan, I do care about video games. That's why I don't care about E3.
Yeah, the thing is that there hasn't been any shocking revelations through E3 for a while. There's nothing been...
because there's no new technologies that are really being exploited. The only thing that you've really got are new games, and it's like kind of going, yes, there's this new open world game that's really nice. Look how far you can look, and that's about it. It's about it, And it's like I'm just underwhelmed.
Another fucking survival zombie game, some bullshit like this.
Have you guys seen that game? It's like a survival zombie game, and like I think it's the same shit. It's always shared on.
Which one of the thousands of games like that?
I don't see you on my Patreon, Flan.
And like the Lad Bible always shares it. And it's just like, they've been sharing for the last 2 years, and I'm just like, oh, great. Everybody just calls it No Man's Sky Zombies, because fuck No Man's Sky. Fuck No Man's Sky.
Yes, and now we're talking to Dan from THC. Yeah, we've got this new, it's going to be a Half-Life 2 beta, he tells us. But, oh, God. Hey, isn't this like an open world game? Oh, look, it's like that game that we saw last year that we're going to compare it to for no reason.
Yes, new game.
It's not Roblox.
So what I do is I wait a day, and then somebody kind of goes, yeah, here's some stuff that's actually quite interesting, and I kind of go, no, it's not. Yeah, of course, there'll be plenty of zombie, you've basically you've got your zombie genre, you've got your open world games on genre. Oh, look, you're crouching in
survival stuff, crafting.
What do you call it? Your simulation of management.
Well, here's the thing that I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for when the GTX. So my dad has a laptop, and it has the 1050 in it. The NVIDIA cards, because they can put those in a laptop, means that they can just put the standard graphic systems into regular console-based systems without it overheating and extending itself. So I'm waiting for that, because at that point you can merge the two devices.
Okay, now Flan, fuck you. I do play indie games. There are nice indie games that I'm willing to play. However, it only now and again pops up because most of them are shite.
Yeah, most are. But technically, Witcher 3 is an indie game. Technically.
I love Battlefield, to be honest. It's a good game. Anyway, sorry.
Yes, there are only two categories. Those that get backed up and those that don't. That's it. As far I was actually looking at a game that I think is going to be quite nice, but it's not going to be showing at E3 because I'm actually interested in computer games, unlike you, Flan. And that is from a excellent team called Megadon Industries. and they are doing a lovely game, which I'm just about to show you guys, called Lonely Mountains Downhill, and it's basically like a mountain bike simulation kind of game.
Oh, I saw you share that.
Yeah. I think that looks quite good.
What discipline is a mountain bike? Is it downhill? Is it cross country? Is it
downhill?
Downhill.
It's downhill.
Robin, do you realize we're actually talking about E3 right now?
We're talking about video games. We're talking about how bad
I'm not talking about E3. I'm talking about video games. There is a difference. There is a difference.
Touche. Okay, just.
I think this just shows how little everybody knows about Qatar situation right now. Their thoughts were kind of in the dark right now.
A lot of us are. Yeah, even the news is. I mean, everyone's keeping their cards very close to their chest here. I mean, it's generally about the fact that there's so much oil running around, oil and gas. This is why everyone's keeping their mouths shut, because if they say something out of place, then somebody's going to explode. So everyone's really shitting their pants here with this, I feel. Because, everyone looks at this and you think, oil price, what's happening to the oil price right now?
I don't, by the looks of things, look like the Trump stuff doesn't have much to do with that, unless they are playing Trump.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with it, really.
90 chess, my dude, you just don't understand.
Well, this also makes a lot of sense why Saudi Arabia really, really wanted to get Trump there. Because they know if they could get him there, then they could appeal to his ego.
Which works a fucking treat, doesn't it? It really does work a treat on this kid.
That's something that really baffles me, because in terms of persuasion, in terms of convincing people, he does a good job, but then he just fails miserably in everything else.
Yeah, like
he doesn't. Here's the problem with Trump. The people that he is persuading aren't the people he wants to persuade.
Yes, no, but persuasion itself is good, but it doesn't have a plan.
Here's the thing, everybody thinks
low IQ man's con man.
Yeah, he
doesn't get the people he really wants.
This is somebody who is and I know about this guy. You can look about documentaries about this guy from the 70s. Yeah, this is a very, very low intelligence person who is desperate to be an establishment player.
Who are we talking about?
Trump.
Which guy?
Trump. He's he's an idiot who has basically inherited his political connections and his wealth, and is desperate to not look like a garish buffoon, and fails everywhere with everyone. If you can imagine the circles that he arrives in, he just looks like a twat. He opens up all these golf courses and whatnot like that. None of these super rich people want to go and golf in his places. Like the one in Scotland that he produced. Nobody wants to go there.
I went to the one in Ireland in Clare. It's a shithole. Yeah. It looks awful. I just went, we didn't actually stay there. My family just wanted to see what it looked like.
I think this is the thing. I knew when Trump was saying, I know the best people, I know how to hire the best people. I was like, that's not true, because if you knew that those people, you wouldn't have failed so many times at business, and you wouldn't be a supposed billionaire. You'd actually be able to you'd be proud to show your taxes, and you'd be proud to show off your actual wealth amount, because that's what it is to rich people, is that it's a game of numbers.
It was about persuasion.
Like, he seems
he has a cult of personality right now. So very dedicated people.
Yeah, so this is
Ben Garrison.
Yeah, and I think yeah, and I personally think that the Saudi Arabians know and understand this. I think they're looking to, literally the guy has got a base in Qatar, and then turns around and kind of go, even the top brass in the Pentagon are just scratching their heads, kind of go, why does this guy say this shit? Why does he do this?
It just shows
fucking us in the ass.
Get on Trump's good side, just give him a nice hotel room, just say he's great, chic, and he'll just go, greatest country. I bet Kim Jong-un, I know if you listen to this is what you do when it comes to your country. Give him the nicest fucking room you can find, say he's the greatest person on earth.
You Russian prostitutes.
North Korea is a great country, and just watch his country go, what the fuck?
Give him a waterproof bed to piss on. Sorted.
North Korea, does he?
Say again.
He doesn't leave North Korea, does he?
I just want to go there, and I want him to get like the royal treatment, and for him to say it's a great country, just so we can go, okay, put this guy in a nut house. Just
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
So easily persuadable, because I remember he was going after he met China, he was saying before he met China, he was saying that they're like doing currency manipulation, all that shit. Then afterwards, he was like, after he met him, literally the day after, like, oh, China's great, I love China, there's nothing wrong with China. Like,
to be fair, he can't keep up with antagonizing China. He just can't do that. Anyway, he probably is an idiot, but even if he wasn't, so it's not the best idea to keep the fucking conflict.
Based on how North Korea works, though, North Korea can literally make him into god status and basically the leader of Kim Jong-un can actually do that, have his people worship him like God. So they could probably get a lot more than just nice words.
could you imagine living your life a day of Trump? Like, fucking hell, that would be immense. Like, the amount of things he owns and does, it would just be such a weird experience to be Trump.
No, not really. His car collection is quite mediocre. Like, he has no taste.
No, just to be Trump, they'll be in his place right now.
He likes steak with ketchup. Well done steak. And he's really fat. He's a fat piece of shit.
No, he's a Greek god, all muscular and tough, like Ben Garrison.
Shaming Trump? God,
Am I what?
you're fat shaming Trump.
Yes, I am. Because he's a fat piece of shit.
Yeah, did anyone see this thing on Facebook the other day? It's basically this, it's like called an OCD test.
Test? Okay.
Yeah, you'd now and again you get these tests that show up on Facebook. It's like, test your reflexes, all this business.
Yeah.
And it just popped up and somebody shared it, so I thought I'd give it a go. And it gave me 100% OCD.
100%.
Yeah, apparently, I'm.
Very scientific.
Yeah, you know what? After taking that test, I was a little sort of like, I don't think I'm 100% OCD. Let's take that again. And I took it for another 50 times, and I'm absolutely sure this is wrong.
Yeah, you're sure? Okay, yeah.
I think that's the test. To do it 50 times over.
I'm just making a bacon sandwich, so talk amongst yourselves. Back in a moment.
Okay.
So guys, how do we answer the JQ? The Jewish
Let's
question.
stop Finn. Oh god.
J, but what's the J? That's the question.
Jewish question.
No. That's.
I mean, obviously, once we got the Muslims, the Jews are next. Am I the only one on board with it?
I like it how it's obvious to you, Finn. That's really precious. It's obvious. Okay. Obvious.
What? What's obvious?
No, nothing. No.
Ben Garrison's drawing of Trump is.
Oh yeah. I had an idea.
Fucking say, Hassan. Say it. You little bitch.
What?
Say it. Said it's obvious.
You said it. No, you said
No, you fucking say it, Hassan.
Ben,
Yeah.
buddy, you said obviously we will
Yeah.
have to get them after the Moses. So you said, yeah, so what? I'm pointing that it's funny that you said it's obvious.
Well, it is.
Yeah, good for you. My God.
Thank you.
Well, let's look at Ben Garrison art until we go insane.
Clearly you don't appreciate art. Then
Yeah,
make sure it's labeled art first, though. You might.
His art is just basically for people who don't know what the shit he's drawing is. Like, this is an apple. It's like, dude, everybody can see that.
Shirt, button, pants, leather, pipe.
No, but that's the least of the shit. The problems that he buys on that anti-vaxxer shit, the GMO bullshit, the conspiracy shit. That's just. It's hard to me to believe that people actually believe that shit.
Can I just
Believe what?
Can we all just kind of relax back
The
and just
globalist bullshit.
and just actually comprehend that Trump is the president? Like, every now and again, I'm like, fucking hell, Trump is like.
Yeah,
you really
yes, because the Electoral College can vote for whoever they want. This is why it annoys the shit out of me that there were people who voted for someone who they didn't like, to stop someone else.
Yeah,
I'm like, Chris, if you choose to vote for someone else, that person can go in. There's nothing stopping that. You're literally the only person stopping it. If you don't like either one, vote someone else, for fuck's sake, and stop complaining about the other person.
No,
like a lot
what
of
Hillary should have done to want election.
Most they should vote for.
They should not.
No, Hillary should have said, I am pro-gun now. Then she would have won by a fucking landslide.
How do you do, fellow kids? Do you know what's really cool? Voting for Hillary Clinton. Like, she was the most fucking unelectable candidate. God, why didn't they put Bernie?
They really ran those campaigns like that shit. But no, here's the real thing: is that Hillary Clinton?
It's unacceptable.
She is an unacceptable person. Yeah, she is.
She ran on a campaign in which only 24, 29% of her campaign ads actually focused on policy, solely policy.
No, it was still her fucking campaign slogan was "I'm with her." What a fucking narcissistic, self-centered fucking person. How about the person in the Rust Belt who doesn't have a job? No, let's not focus on them, not me. Vote for me because I'm a woman. Fuck off. No, you deserve to live.
Not because I'm a woman, but because I'm Hillary Clinton. That's what I'm with her means.
Yeah, and it's always counterback, which is I'm with you, too.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Trump did a genius move saying, "I'm with you." Like, yeah, it's really smart. Like, it's so simple, but like, yeah.
Think of that.
It's just like
this is fucking the thing that people try to tell me all the time, that Hillary Clinton's smart and that she knows she follows the polls and stuff like that. I'm like, no, she's fucking retarded. She's emotionally retarded. She has no concept or understanding of empathy. She has take for instance the huge super predator line that people chastise her for. That line is an indication of someone who does not understand empathy or how to empathize with someone. This doesn't mean that you approve of their actions. This simply means you understand why they do something, or you understand why someone.
Demonization of gun owners as well. That's really
Yeah, honestly, I think if it's a Democratic Party wanted to win. They should have not have fucking rigged it against Bernie. Fucking hell. Like,
look, Hillary Clinton knows about the things that went wrong for the voters. She knows about the fact that polling places were significantly reduced. She knows about interstate cross-check. This is the thing I kept telling people. The reason Hillary Clinton will lose is due to herself, because she is fully aware of all the shitty stuff that's going on in our voting systems that can cause voting turnout to go low, that can cause votes to not be counted, and can cause you to give up on voting when you show up the voting day. And she didn't sue for any of it. Like, there are things you can do to stop it. There are things you can do to overturn laws. There are things you can do to re-register people who took off the voting rolls.
Like, can anybody actually remember what Hillary Clinton was for? Like, because I can remember what Trump was for. It was simple, but he looked more planned than her. She was just like Trump. Okay, bring back jobs and immigration. It's a simple, it's simplistic, but it's something.
America first,
and it's tangible. It's not like I'm with her. What does that mean? Like, what a load of bollocks.
He actually was for a regulation of fracking chemicals that are used when you frack, so you know what they are. So that at least you know what you're getting poisoned with. But she's also was for infrastructure spending. She was for.
What I meant by that was that she wasn't talking about policy at all. At least Trump was. I mean, it was simplistic bullshit.
No.
But the thing is, she wouldn't. The thing is, these are policies she's actually for. So she's for expanding Obamacare. She's for all this stuff. But when you listen to her speeches, you wouldn't hear that. You'd hardly hear that. The only person, and whether or not you like Bill Clinton or not, the only person who actually said something of substance that people could relate to, that people could actually grab onto, was when Bill Clinton said, "We are a 72% consumer economy. What are people going to consume if they have no money?" How are people going to consume if they have no money? Yeah. And Bill Clinton was the only person who said that. And when you have only one person saying it, and it was only said once, that is when you know you don't have any, you have nothing for people to relate to, you have nothing for people to connect to, and you have no reason for someone to vote for you.
Yeah, this is why I think the left is failing. Because there's this focus on bullshit social issues, and not a focus on real economic issues. Like, and I mean a real highlight on economic issues, not some like, you know, oh yeah, universal healthcare is important. Yeah, let me brush that to the side and let me talk about abortion for the next fucking 10 hours. Like, there's just like the priorities are fucked.
Like, what about? You know, here's the thing. What about that child who, you know, if we do abortion or we don't do abortion, you know, either way. What about the fact that a lot of justification people give for why they'll do an abortion is, I am not economically stable enough in order to bear the child. There's a lot of kids and a lot of...
I know, no. I was just using abortion as an example of, like...
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that they focus on whether or not you should have a right to an abortion, but not whether or not is the reason why you're getting one because you can't take care of the kid.
Yeah, like there's just like... It was kind of like, it's just sort of like, oh, because women have a right to it. Like, it's all well and good, but it's not really a reason, if you get what I mean. Like, it's not...
Like, you do have a right to it, as you do have a right to an appendectomy, sure.
No, but what I mean, it's not a great argument, like to convince people. Like, I'm talking about like merely like, oh, they just have a right. Like, that's not really going to convince a lot of people if they have the point of view that, well, it's murder. Like, you know, that it's just the branding is very poor.
I think she would have better.
But, I mean,
you know.
But at the same point, what would convince, say, someone who didn't believe in, say, black and white marriages, saying that's your right?
Yeah.
A fundamental argument is, yes, it is their right to marry. A fundamental argument is, yes, it's someone's right to have an abortion.
Yeah.
What's the point of having a good economy if you're walking around your good economy and everything's fucked? Because the great thing about a good economy is that everybody wins. The bad thing about a good economy is when only some people win. When some people win, they just basically just buy bigger gates, and you know they're not thinking to go outside as much. So, you know, it's all very well.
Brazil, I can relate with that.
The economy isn't just some massive obelisk.
Yeah.
You know, the economy is about if it's not actually serving the purpose of what it's for, which is everybody within it, then you're basically, you know, have a look at, say, 1900s in the UK.
Yeah.
The economy was great there. Did you know? I mean, you had basically slaves. You know, you had basically people going down mines, you know, fit for about 2 people, but taking down 12 at a time. You know, you had people basically dying of dysentery. But great economy, doing great. You know, the banks were well sorted. I'm sure you remember it. But because you know, you kids learn a lot of history these days.
Because it was changing.
In 1895,
the whole system was changing. It was different as well.
Yeah, I mean, you had to pay for your own education back then. Yeah, when you know if you wanted to actually go to school, you had to actually pay somebody in order to learn how to, you know, read. But you know,
that still happens. I mean, I'm from Brazil. Technically, we do have public education, but it's shit. So it's.
You know what? Do you know what's worse?
It's not just the
no
system.
education. No education is shit.
Yes, but it's not just the system. It's how it's implemented. And as I said, it's not the ism. It's the corruption, the other stuff as well.
But like I said, this is a lot of the time people blame the corruption on the ism. I mean, you kind of go like capitalism is corrupt. People say, all these capitalists are ever so corrupt, and there's other people. These socialists are ever so corrupt. It's like, well, actually, no, those are corrupt socialists, and those are corrupt capitalists. If you get rid of the corruption, then you won't necessarily have too much of a problem with it. That's really the issue most of the time. It's corrupt people taking advantage of said system.
Talking about the corruption, haven't you taken a look at what's happening in Brazil? It's quite entertaining.
Is it anywhere near Qatar?
No, but we're talking about corruption. We talk about games. We talk about Trump. So let's talk about Brazil.
Well, I was sort of like hoping that we'd segue our way around. If you want to go down Brazil for a little bit, you go ahead. I'll have a cigarette.
No, I really don't. I'm just asking if anybody's following the situation because it's quite like an example of what you said, like the corruption fucking everything up.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I don't mind Jeremy Corbyn removing or taking on some parliament people and then them going away, or getting removed for certain things. Like, I don't mind when parties remove someone for shit they do. Like, there's a lot of corrupt people in our own party that we are primary, and the Democratic Party, which I say my party because I'm actually a delegate of the Democratic Party, which makes me a Democratic Party member.
It's probably easier to lose the people who aren't corrupt in the Democratic Party, to be honest.
Most parties are probably just bio shit.
Yeah, well, no. The thing is, you have to take it up with the delegates. If you want to point to who's the corrupt fox, who's the people who corrupted the party, that's the delegates. The people who actually vote for party leaders, the people who actually vote for the candidates that show up in the primary, those are the delegates. It's always been the delegates. So if you think that it was the party that was corrupt, no, it's the people who actually run the party.
Well, yeah.
It's the people who actually can vote in the party. You, as a citizen of the United States, don't actually determine who comes out in the primaries. You also don't determine who are the Democratic Party leaders. Only delegates.
Is it the super delegates? Yeah, that is the most undemocratic thing I've ever fucking heard. Like,
it's also undemocratically representative thing. Like, even just the concept of a representative democracy. For instance, in California, a third of the delegation was up for a vote. The rest of them were super delegates, which was 2/3. And the majority voted for the delegates in that won. In that 1/3 population, but they still lost because the rest of it was 2/3.
It's just fucking like an autocracy.
Yeah, it's an autocracy at that point because superdelegates are appointed; they're not voted on.
Is it that bad in the rest of the states where it's like 2/3 superdelegates?
The superdelegates are a good chunk of pretty much everything else. Yeah. They're the congressmen. They're the party official leaders.
So, what's your opinion on the Justice Democrats, Kyle Kulinski's yoke?
The Justice Democrats is exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah.
If you want to change something, you have to be inside the party to do it. You have to be inside. If you want it, for instance, if you want to change the Republican Party, you want to change any party at all, in America, you have to be inside it to do it. So the Justice Democrat is the exact way in which you go about changing the party. It's the exact way you go about if you wanted to make a difference in the party. Every other party has their own way of doing it. In terms of like, if you want to affect change, you could do it by the People's Party that Draft Bernie's talking about. That's a good strategy. I think that would be a good one. But the reality is
why if you just don't take it easier, politics a bit easier. It will make life so much better.
But the thing is, if you change half of the political structure, like the Tea Party did, the Tea Party became the delegates of the Republican Party. That's how they affected change. That's how they gained so much control. They showed up at the county meetings. They showed up at the different meetings to participate and to change their party. And they did. They succeeded. Ted Cruz is such an effective person. He was one of the main people that crashed our government. So, and he's a part of the Tea Party. So, it's a good strategy, is what the Justice Democrats do. It is a good strategy.
The thing is, their foreign policy is insane.
What's their foreign policy?
There's one of everywhere. And
the policy for who?
The Justice Democrats.
Oh, yes. You said that what they're doing is a way to change the party, but are they a good change or not?
Yeah. I don't think they're a good change. Their foreign policy is insane. It's pure madness.
Well, how? What about it?
Pulling out the Middle East. You really think pulling out the Middle East is going to be a good idea?
I suppose they're anti-gun as fuck.
Possibly. It's a different strategy than simply staying in there fighting forever. It's something
exactly.
But also, that specific policy is not one of the core policies. Like, you don't have to take that on in order for you to be a Justice Democrat. There are only 2 to 3 things I think that are core.
Yeah, but
you can't take any. Yeah, so what? So is a lot of the Democratic platform, but it doesn't mean that every politician follows it.
Yeah, I know. But still wrote it up there.
Yeah, because it's different. It's a different idea than simply continuing to fight the war.
Yeah, but
we've been doing that for nearly 20 years. It didn't change it.
And the Just Democrats want to control. God damn it.
If we don't stand up for human rights, then we're giving up on human rights.
That's not what that says.
Yes, that is. If we let the Taliban win,
no. There's a difference between defending human rights, such as being there when an atrocity or a genocide is happening, versus physically being there constantly.
What do you think happens if we pull out
troops, with military troops and weapons and drones?
What do you think happens if we pull out of Afghanistan?
It depends on how you do it. It's not a black and white situation.
The thing is about pulling out of Afghanistan, it's not really. A democracy isn't going to form unless there's that culture of democracy.
Yeah,
you need
you need nation building.
They're not going to just be like, oh wow, the Americans think democracy is good, so therefore it is good. No, there needs to be.
You need to show them why.
Yeah, there needs to be a culture of it. It needs to be cultivated from within the people. It can't be just forced upon them. And just saying.
Ten funny ones.
It's just fucking retarded.
Hey,
Hello.
Habib.
Hey, what's up?
How's E3?
I don't know. I haven't been watching anything from E3. I was just playing games.
I had a bit of meltdown on E3 right now.
I usually just last year I was covering E3 with Game Ranks, but this year I'm just I'm gonna wait for the news to trickle down tomorrow.
So I want to point out to war, there is such of a thing as a strategic retreat. As a matter of fact, the generals agree with it. And the reason why they agree with it is because we've been fighting war for so long that our military is actually very degraded. And so we actually have to strategically retreat in order to just build it up.
Well, I disagree.
That's what the generals actually said. That's why they actually opposed Trump winning. It wasn't because he believed in the military. It's because in order for you to repair your equipment, you have to actually stop using it.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yes, there's a lot of reform with it, but it's very complicated
pretending that the military just prepares their old equipment whenever they want to build up. No, they don't. They toss it out and they buy new ones.
No, and there's testing and there's new patterns. There's
hey, Habib.
Procurement. It's a fucking nightmare to switch stuff.
How you doing, mate? I'm sorry to drag you away. Yeah, Habib, I'm really sorry to drag you away from E3.
I haven't been watching E3. I was.
Really?
Do you remember a point-and-click game?
What is wrong with you? What's happened? Are you ill?
Game? Like it came out a few years ago called Deponia, and I had, I think, the first 3 episodes on Steam for quite a while. Never tried them, and I started one of them this afternoon, and now I can't fucking stop.
Good. Okay. Let's all shut up now, and pay attention to the guys asking questions. Habib, I'm hoping that you might be able to... we've been sort of like racking our brains over all of this business with Qatar. It's been, about a week and a bit? I know you were sort of like... You did mention a few bits and bobs, so I was wondering if you could share that with the class.
I mean, no one really knows what exactly is going on. All we know is that a couple of weeks ago, there was a rumor online that... the prime minister or the king or whatever, he's called the emir of Qatar, says something during a graduation ceremony that he was planning to pull all his ambassadors from all Gulf states, and that includes other Middle Eastern countries like Egypt as well, and that was completely unprovoked. Now the official statement came after that. That's the Kana, or the Qatari news agency.
When was this, mate? Can you give me a sort of like a timeline?
About 2 weeks ago, about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
So maybe a week beforehand, yeah.
Yeah, it was mostly covered on Arabic Twitter, but nowhere else. Now, the official statement was that their official news agency was hacked, and that was just posted there, and other news agencies picked it up, and it was spread all around. But it was originally a hack.
There's rumors that it was the Russians, or at least a Russian, possibly.
It didn't sound like something that a Russian would do, because it was
a freelancer.
Yeah, freelance Russians, basically at the behest of somebody.
It was put in a way that it sounded like a very, very official statement from a Gulf state nation. Those are very hard to fake when you're a Russian, when they can't even speak. I mean, I've seen Russian attempts into hacking, like when they hacked Al Jazeera TV 3 years ago. And the things that they put on the news little banner there, they sounded like broken.
Well, yeah, but what you're talking about is somebody doing it on their own behest, but we're talking about somebody doing it at the behest of somebody else. So doing it to order.
No, I really doubt that the Russians are involved in this.
This is coming out.
Not the government of Russia.
This is coming out of the FBI.
Yeah, and I still doubt that Russia had
come out. The thing is, it wouldn't come out of the FBI. It would come out of the CIA. The FBI is our Federal Bureau of Investigation. The CIA is our counterintelligence.
Well, this is what is being reported. So I'm just going on what the news is actually saying to us here.
Now, the hack, it just like, okay, let me keep going, because this was just something that was a blip on the news, and it just disappeared overnight. Now, there were implications after that. Like, there were ramifications, like websites and apps were blocked in most Gulf states right now. I can't access Al Jazeera TV unless I use a VPN. And a week later, Saudi Arabia led this coalition. It started with just 3 countries: Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Bahrain, locating Qatar. Not just like we're going to just pull our ambassadors. No, it was blocking all their websites and all their media channels here. They blocked all their companies. They issued a statement that all Qatar residents living in those countries have 15 days to evacuate and go back to their country or go anywhere else. And any of their citizens, there's over 12,000 of them staying in Qatar right now. They have to leave Qatar within the next 15 days. That was something that's never done before. Like the last time something in this magnitude happened was with the Palestine-Israel war, and when 50 years ago when Israel just popped into being, and most Arabic states went to war with them, and they were like, hey, just whoever's in Palestine or in Jerusalem, just get out of there because we're in open war now.
Yeah. It's odd though that our FBI, which is normally supposed to investigate internal stuff, is watching foreign communications between two governments.
I'd imagine they're on high alert after all this Russian happening.
Well, they were investigating Russia for the connections between Trump and the Russian government, which I tried to point out the fact that that bank communication between the Russian bank and the Trump hotel server, that could be a transfer of Bitcoin. Could be all digital currency, or something like that.
Cryptocurrency, yeah.
You don't have to.
Now, can anyone see any?
It went even beyond. Here's the thing: in Gulf states here, we have nations that we don't really do business with, like Israel, for example. But it's never gone this far. Not even with Israel.
Can I ask? Do you think any of this is linked to this recent terrorist attack that happened in Iran?
No.
You don't think at all?
No, I don't think so at all.
Habib, do you have any idea why? Are there any history and motivation to single out there from the other states? Can you give us a rundown of how the politics is working over there? Because I do know that Saudi Arabia does have an internal problem right now with its succession.
So Habib, if you could give me a setup for this whole thing. What is Qatar's issue with Saudi Arabia, and what's Saudi Arabia's issue with Qatar? Before any of this other stuff,
they have a few issues. They've got a few issues. First of all, Qatar is being overly friendly with Iran to the point where it made the Saudis very uncomfortable. And they have to be overly friendly with Iran because all of the income that is coming into Qatar now is out of the natural gas industry. And they both, with Iran, they share one gigantic...
It's under the Persian Gulf, isn't it?
It's under the Persian Gulf. It's a huge, freaking huge. Yeah, I'm going Trump now. Natural oil.
Huge.
Natural gas reservoir. And they had to, after so many skirmishes and so many diplomats back and forth back in the 90s, they agreed on a production agreement. This is how much you pull out of that gas reservoir, and this is how much we're going to pull out of it. Let's just be peaceful here. Let's calm down. And this was going on since the 90s, and I think back in the early 2000s they calmed down and they started building on that relationship. Now, that's only point number one. The other points of contention come from Qatar's the way they give amnesty to people who are enemies of the state, or even the Gulf states in general. They're sort of like Spain in a way. You can be the worst of the worst tyrant and terrorist, and then once you show up at their shores and be like, hey, I want political asylum, they're like, hey, just come in. We're going to give you a little villa and a little palace and you can live in the rest of your life. And, with open communications so you can... by the way, the Muslim Brotherhood, their leader is living in Qatar. In leisure.
That's one of the demands of the Gulf states.
I will say this, to be fair to the Qataris, few people in the ruling families of the Gulf states have clean hands. I mean, the Saudis harbored...
I'm not saying that the others are any better, but I'm saying that Qatar has a lot of dirt on its hand.
Yeah, that there's...
Let's pull back a little bit. Habib, have you noticed any of what you would consider leaders or well-off people being very skittish prior to this event, being very skittish or very concerned about wealth or concerned about funds or concerned about how business was progressing far more than you normally would?
No, it wasn't really more or less than normal. It was business as usual with these guys. Now, the narrative that was kind of spun before this wasn't to do with business or where the money's coming from or where the money's going. It was mostly where the origin of terrorists is. And when Trump came in to the Gulf, and he was like, yeah, let's just fight terrorists together. The Saudis just pinpointed their own enemy. They're like, don't look at our backyard.
Yeah, this is exactly the same as how the American and British forces went into Afghanistan. They just walk in and they kind of go, where's the Taliban? And they kind of go, those guys, the ones we hate. And it's just such a fucking easy play. And, it worked. And it's just basically, go fight our wars between our little factions for us.
And if you want evidence, just real quick, if you want evidence of that, you could actually look at Guantanamo Bay. It's actually filled with people who were pulled specifically because we were told they were Taliban.
Yeah, you've got a lot of people there that were supposedly linked to Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and they have nothing to do with any of it. Now, to be honest, I'm not really stressed out from this whole event. What I'm seeing is that terrorist states eating each other alive. I'm sort of enjoying the shit show. I have no sympathy towards Qatar. I have no sympathy towards the Saudis, or even, the Emiratis, they're more like yes men for the Saudis anyway, so I don't really, wherever the Saudis are going to go, they're going to follow anyway. So, yeah, a lot of people go like, it's the Saudis and the Americans, so we have to oppose them because they're going against the Iranians and the Qataris. And I'm like, no. It's like you have like lung cancer and thyroid cancer, and they all start eating each other, and the rest of your body's becoming healthy because the cancer is eating each other, which is kind of unnatural. It shouldn't happen this way. But when it happens, you just leave it.
I kind of like the idea that you're getting from that, but as far as I was aware,
there's the danger comments.
Yeah, there's generally, even if a cancer was to eat the other cancer, it's also killing the host. And you are, I believe, about.
Remember, there are some external doctors coming in.
Yeah, I think you're about 300 kilometers away from Qatar, aren't you?
Oh yeah, we were very close to Qatar.
What could go wrong? Yeah.
No, we were very close to Qatar, and the escalation is happening. There's a lot of mediators that are getting involved in this.
The German foreign minister, German foreign minister is panicking. He seems to think that there is some real serious shit going on here.
Here's the thing: the Kuwaitis, they were like, "Hey, let's come and mediate," and even the Iranians were like, hey, "Let's mediate." I loved when Trump was like, "I'm gonna come back to the Middle East and mediate between you guys." The Saudis told him to fuck off, mind his own business.
Like, if his plane gets close to the Middle East, just bring up the anti-air stuff and just have him piss off.
I don't know where you heard that the Saudis told Trump to mind his own business. I'm pretty sure that they.
They were probably more diplomatic about it. They probably sent him a nice hamper.
You look, I think the news came out about 6 days ago, and he was like, "I'm going to mediate," and they're like, "No, fuck off."
But like I said, they probably sent him just a really nice basket, and just with a little note that says "Don't."
Yeah, it was. The thing that is worrying me right now is that the involvement of Turkey. Erdogan, in less than 24 hours, issued an executive order kind of thing. I don't know what they call it in Turkey, but they pretty much, and even Parliament approved that they're going to send troops.
Of course.
To Qatar.
Yeah.
That's not.
That's escalation.
That's not cool.
That's not only going to drive. Okay, here's the scenario here. You've got Qatar, who are allied right now with the Turks and Iranians, and you've got the Saudis backed up by the Americans right now. And you know what Turkey's going to drag with it? They're going to drag NATO into this.
Yeah.
And that's where I am worried. Like, if NATO gets involved, then we've got ourselves the seedlings, or just the seed of a world war.
Oh, goody!
And don't forget what.
Can't wait.
What big powers would side with Qatar then in that situation, like NATO and. Sorry.
Yeah, there's actually one thing I forgot to mention.
Hello, Punjabi. By the way. Don't forget to introduce yourself. Don't just jump in. We're a nice place. Let yourself be known to the rest of the class.
Well, the Americans will
Darth
side with the
Punjabi,
Saudis.
everyone.
We just paid them $110 billion.
Yeah.
They don't want their own weapons.
But to be honest, Trump doesn't appear to have a clear foreign policy. He doesn't appear to have a plan at all.
No, he doesn't at all. Like when he was like, yeah, when he went, I think it was 2 days ago, when he made this speech, and he was like the Qataris, they support evil and terrorism and stuff. And then his cabinet were like, you do know that one of our bigger bases in the Middle East is in Qatar. And he was like,
well, that does mean that he's not 100% wrong.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
It's from a point of view.
He didn't even know that they had a base in Qatar.
I know.
Hillary Clinton had a much better foreign policy.
But he's still not wrong.
Well, she would have. She would have at least.
That's just 3D chess, man.
She would have at least had one.
She had a much better one.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's just Trump's genius. He's playing in a level that you can't even comprehend.
It's a clusterfuck of a mess. And, the escalation that's coming from the other Gulf states, like right now in here in Dubai, it's getting to a crazy level. Like if you wear a T-shirt or a jersey of a soccer team somewhere in Europe and they have Qatar Airways in them, you could get 15 years in jail. Because you have Qatar Airways on a T-shirt.
Wow, I'm glad I left that place. I'm glad I left the UAE now. It's kind of like, well, I'm never going back there unless they calm the fuck down.
And this is what we call allies.
Yeah. At least Hillary had a plan. Like, what is Trump's plan? What is his foreign policy? I still don't know.
I don't think he has one.
At least Hitler had a plan, you know?
Yeah, and this is, if any of you guys are looking in my screen here, this is the actual air base here, slap bang in the middle of Qatar.
Oh, nice.
That's our military base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a damn sight bigger than the
huge.
airport. It's really big. It's really big. That's 1, 2, 3.
For Afghanistan and the Middle East, and we have the command fighting ISIS there.
Yeah, there's about 4 main runways for that.
Fuck it.
Yeah, so yeah, you can.
It's very important.
And it looks like they're using. They've got B-50. Yeah, several B-52s here. So yeah.
That's important.
This isn't a small base, it's not something they're going to give up.
Are willing to actually negotiate this. They don't want to escalate this to a military kind of blockade. However, from what I heard, right now there's nothing official, but from what I heard, they're going to only open the negotiations once the Qataris close down Al Jazeera TV and all its media presence.
That's really hard.
That's good. That's good.
It's going to be very difficult.
I think the Qataris will give in.
That's actually one of the best journalist outlets that we actually have in America. Like, they're one of the few outlets that actually will cover shit that goes on in America.
Here's the thing, like, as much as I hate Al Jazeera because they do push narratives, and
a news organization.
Sometimes they do get involved.
Pushing narratives.
No. It's not only that. They get involved. Like they got involved with the Afghanistani war. They got involved. Like they had actual people that are movers and shakers within the Arab Spring, trying to destabilize countries. They're not really that ethical as you might think they are, but they're just scum. However, I'm not really a fan of a nation going like, "Hey, we're gonna blockade you now." And we want you to close down businesses that are operating inside your own country because they say stuff that you don't like.
Is anyone looking at my screen here? Holy fucking shitballs.
Yeah.
How many fucking planes? 1, 2, 3. This is ginormous. Look at all those fucking planes.
I'm also surprised the America didn't have Google blur all this stuff too.
That is.
I think that's too big to hide. That's too big to hide.
Do you know what makes me laugh? Yeah, you got all of this all of this military might here, and just over in the corner here, you got a Hardee's.
Welcome to the Middle East, my friend.
Hardee's fast food chain for burgers and breakfast.
Well, it is an
inside the base.
After all.
Oh yeah. There's I got one. That chicken place. That's what is it called?
KFC, Popeyes.
KFC.
Not Popeyes, but
Papa John's.
Papa John's.
No, I think it is.
I know.
This is massive.
There's a Popeyes inside a couple other bases.
That's fucking insane.
What's most concerning me is Trump, because his response has been so weird. Like, half his administration is saying something, he's saying something else. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
They don't know what the fuck he's doing.
He will order a strike. He is the person who ordered a couple of our strikes already, without much intel.
Yeah.
He'll order a strike without looking into it very well and finding out what the intended target is. He'll just do it because he's been asked to.
But he will at least remember what cake he was eating at the time.
Yeah. And but that's the thing, is anyone who will escalate it will be Trump, because he will be the one who does the first attack. Because that
you've got the Iranian Erdogan involved. I don't think that Trump would be the first to get for his trigger finger to get the best of him. No, we've got 3 reactionaries in there, and as much as they're trying to push Trump away, they're like, don't get involved. He's trying to get himself involved, but we already have 2 gigantic nutcases involved.
Yeah,
Iranians.
I'm looking at least 10 jumbos here. We're looking at fucking C-310s everywhere, and then a buttload of bombers. I mean, just
here's what should happen when Trump lands
just
in
bombers
any
after
airport,
bombers
just
after
lock him in
bombers
the
after
airport.
bombers after bombers.
How many people will be on a military base like that?
I mean, here's what should happen.
We are
As Trump lands in any airport,
we're actually
lock him
running
up.
One at a time.
Yeah, thank you, mate. I couldn't tell you exactly how many work at the Coffee Beanery, but it's got 4-star reviews.
Yeah, I mean,
It's about 10,000,
if Trump lands,
if I recall correctly.
just lock him up at the airport and don't allow him to leave. Just, you're gonna have to be stuck here.
And they've got a Pizza Hut and an Arby's.
And a spa.
4.5 stars for the Arby's.
God damn it! I want junk food now.
Jesus, 600,000 inhabitants.
For the whole country, yeah, that's about right. That's a little more than Cornwall.
Fucking hell.
It's about the size of Cornwall.
It's a tiny country, really.
Yeah, and it's very, very flat, very air-basey.
I mean, I think
for some reason we really need to bomb the shit out of everything.
I think half of them live in Doha, so you nuke that city and the entire country is gone.
And then you have Bahrain, even smaller.
Yeah.
And they're like, fuck those guys. Yeah, Saudi. And they've got their little causeway and a mosque right in the middle. Just to be fucking freaky.
Back when I lived in Saudi, we always had a joke about Bahrain. We're like, we only need to just detach the bridge and you're just gonna float away.
Oh yeah.
It's a hell of a bridge.
I've been
Look
to
at the
Bahrain,
state of that.
I've been to Bahrain. It's literally Malta. It's literally just one city, an island, and that's it, and a bridge connecting it to Saudi Arabia. It's like, well, this is fucking boring.
You could say that Bahrain is a very nice city too. I mean, it's got 2 cities at least.
Doesn't Bahrain have one tree?
What?
Yeah, I know a bit, but I was just saying that it was like Malta. It's just a tiny island with maybe 2 cities on top. You can just go around it in a day, and you get bored. It's like,
dude, 3 hours and you're done.
Yeah.
There's 10,000 troops stationed at that base, which is no joke.
The air base in Qatar.
Yeah, 10,000.
Yeah, Bahrain. There's the
Jesus
tree.
Christ.
There's the tree in Bahrain. There it is.
If we want to take out, so how many people are in Qatar, by the way? The entire
600,000.
600,000,
Huh?
yeah. 600,000, that's including expats and everyone else.
So there's 10,000 troops in Qatar. 600,000 people. You could take it over pretty. Just with that.
Do you know much about Durat Al Bahrain?
Honestly, I don't think they're interested.
Yeah, that's a fucking crazy place, Durat Al Bahrain.
Well, just look at Dubai, dude. I mean, they're building some crazy shit over there.
Well, I mean, they've got the money.
Oh, they got the oil money.
Oh yeah. Talk about money. Saudi Arabia is trying to what's the fucking word?
Modernize?
To revamp their modernize their economy. So there's a bit of an infight between the heirs to the throne, right, Habib?
No, not really.
I mean, I know that there's the air, and then there's another son of the king that's running the country.
The struggle is basically who has the more public support. However, who's the heir is very it's set in stone. There's no changing that.
Doesn't the current king have dementia and he has a regent?
Not so bad, I think.
No, not as bad as the previous king.
This is mental. Look at
What is that?
Old.
This is where basically they keep all their oil, and this is where they're doing all their.
No. These are.
Jesus.
You know what these are?
The salinization stuff.
No. Those are agricultural fields, and they were decommissioned back in the 80s.
Oh, yeah, irrigation.
Oh yeah, it's not actually buildings, is it? I was looking at it. I was thinking that those are fucking huge if they're carrying oil.
No.
Yeah.
Those were started back in the 70s, and pretty much they were growing wheat in the middle of the desert, and that was quite an achievement. But then after a while, we figured out that hey, with global economies getting more and more, vast and easy to access, importing wheat from the other side of the world is actually cheaper than growing it in the desert.
Yeah.
So
well, if you've played Cities XL, you'll know this.
Yeah.
No, but back in the 70s, it wasn't the case. The economy in the 70s was much different, and in the 70s also the Gulf states had this vision to be totally independent from the West and to be completely self-sufficient. And they were like, yeah, we're going to grow our own wheat if we want it. We can do it. But, importing stuff got a lot easier. Trade agreements all over the place.
It's a shame, really, because they could have just carried on and made themselves a little oasis in this area. No,
those things are very expensive to
very power intensive. You need a lot of water.
And hydroponics is very expensive.
The machinery is all around by solar power. The machinery is easy. Like the easiest thing is running the machinery. It's all around by solar power. But it kept adding more salt to the soil because we were using not 100% desalinated seawater to get it.
So
it was adding more and more salt, and it was just it was a disaster in the end. And they were like, yeah, there are ways to kind of clean the soil up and start using fresh water, but
just not viable.
Now we're into refinery area. There we go.
Yeah, that's the refinery. I think there's a water treatment plant. That's a desalination plant, I believe.
Most of the bigger refineries have a water treatment plant because they use seawater as a coolant. So before the seawater goes into the pipes, it has to get desalinated. Otherwise, you're gonna have
just gonna corrode everything. You're gonna have deposits of minerals and stuff.
Yeah.
And by the way, once the water, the exit of the water, the outtake is going back into the grid. That's how we get fresh water.
Oh, this is a nice area. The Abu Nakha sewage ponds. Delish.
That doesn't sound very appealing.
That's about that's about half the size of the fucking base.
Holy shit.
That is fucking massive. That's just basically, literally a lake of shit.
Can I have a banana for scale for that base, please?
You need a banana for scale?
Yeah. No.
Is that how you measure things over there, in bananas?
No, potatoes. Well...
If you haven't got a potato to hand, you'll use a banana instead, yeah?
Give a luck charm to him. Luck charm.
Yeah. It's either bananas or loyalists, depending what's easier on hand.
Bananas or loyalists?
Yeah.
How about loyal bananas?
Get out.
What's a loyalist?
It's a bit like honesty.
I'm sorry.
Come on, that was fucking topical. That was right under the radar as well. Come on.
I didn't got the joke.
Yeah. Oh, you haven't been watching the Comey. You haven't been watching the Comey trial, then, have you?
I'm not very familiar with the line.
Oh right. Basically, Trump was saying to this guy, "Can I count on your loyalty?" And he's like, "You can count on my honesty." And he's like, "Well, honest loyalty," and he's like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." What a deal maker!
I think it was a talk about the loyalists in Ireland.
Oh yeah, but that, I'm just moving between. This is British comedy, mate.
Well, comedy has always been apolitical.
But what's a loyalist by Irish standards? Or whatever the other guy is?
FBI directors we've ever had.
Depending on what side of depending on what side you're on, it's either a traitor or a martyr.
Yeah, exactly.
And the opposite is true.
What about the Democrats too?
In Fainan's case, they would be a traitor.
Yeah,
and should be killed in.
So a traitor to who? No.
The cause.
They are a traitor to the Irish people who have been under the tyranny of the British.
Broader accent. Come on,
okay.
Bring it on.
So okay. So I get it now. I get it.
The Irish. A-R-E. The E-R-E.
The IRA have been under the tyranny of the British.
The British.
So the one.
The British.
Haven't seen you like a chance with like a potato.
Oh my God.
Get
out.
I'm all for that.
Kill yourself, please.
This is why nobody took the IRA seriously, because every time they pronounced their name, it was the ARE. Everyone's like, is he having a fit?
Yeah, that's the Belfast accent for you.
ARE. Apparently, those are vowels.
So, what's been happening today? Anything new with the corporate nights?
Fucking DUP or fucking DUP.
What's going on? I mean, I've been just playing games all day, so I haven't followed anything.
Well, we had an election, and the Labour Party managed to turn a loss into a win. And the Conservative Party managed to take a win and completely fuck it up.
And they're hostage now to a bunch of Irish
loyalists, in fact.
They don't want a softer Brexit, so it's
I was literally just talking to my friend about the tensions up north, and she was saying she heard two bullets, but it's loyalists versus loyalists, so I don't really care, to be honest.
Lovely.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's their version of of a Texan talking about black on black crime.
Yeah.
Well, so what you also have is you have the SNP. We'll probably go over to Labour, because that's where the SNP.
They haven't. None of them have got enough. Not one. If you put all of the parties together, they still don't have enough for a majority, so they can't make any coalition that's going to be of any worth. The real deal, more than
they did realistic, all the parties together couldn't really accomplish much in a coalition.
Here's the thing. A lot of people have been saying, "Oh yeah, this whole business with Theresa May, terrible. She's trying to use it as a power grab, blah 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 blah." I see it in a slightly different way because I'm, a thinker. And what it really was why she called this election in the first place, because she wanted to have some sort of wiggle room. And everyone's like, well, you've got a majority already. What the fuck? Why do you need wiggle room? And the reason that she needs wiggle room is not everybody in the Conservative Party is lockstep in this whole Brexit business. She's between two hard places and a couple more rocks. And essentially, it's about you've got the hard Brexiteers that essentially want us to start bombing France, and then you've got the more sensible people in the Conservative Party kind of going, can we try and make this as easy as possible on everybody? Now, if she had enough wiggle room, in the sense that she had a big enough majority, she could tell the hard Brexiters to go fuck themselves. She can't do that now. But the only people that she's managed to actually get a coalition with are soft Brexiteers, and even with all of that together, she only has three seats as a majority, and here's the great thing, because already one Conservative Party member has resigned. Because she's actually going into coalition with DUP. So now it's really down to two. And if you can imagine, I think there's slightly more than two rebels in the backbenchers in the Conservative Party. They do a very good show of a brave face of unity and stuff like that, but they are in turmoil pretty much every day. If you think that the whole business, if you have a look at the say the Labour Party in the news, and you think that they're in absolute shambles, don't you? But you wouldn't know any of that as far as the Conservative Party because they don't report on it because they're all conservative fucking newspapers. But they're just as much of a shambles as anyone else. They're basically it's like Game of Thrones on speed in the Conservative Party.
It reminds me a lot of my of the Republican versus Democratic Party. They would
of course, an American would say that because that's what you do. You take everything that we're talking about and make it about America. Anyway. Yeah, so
make a Brazilian analogy.
Exactly. Yeah, let's just basically analogize everything down to it so an American can understand it. Yeah, people are dicks. There we go. Yeah, but what's going on is, of course, is that now she's in this sort of a state. The only way that she's actually going to get anything sensible coming through on this Brexit deal is that she's going to have to reach across the aisle, and I am happy with that.
Yeah,
me too.
I was pretty annoyed when I kind of like they might be forming something with the DUP. Like,
somebody's talking about Sargon waving his piss-leaking cock over Merkel's head, and I couldn't click it. As far as Sargon is concerned, he is basically a pigeon playing checkers. Yeah, he is basically a pigeon trying to play checkers on a chessboard. This is not somebody who understands economics at all. This is not somebody who has even the slightest grasp of how politics works. He is basically like a 20-year-old trapped in a 35-year-old's body.
And he is highly emotionally compromised in this
Indeed, yes.
situation.
So, this is...
emotionally they're not compromised.
Well, the one thing that really, really pisses me off about him is he's such a fucking liar. Is that he doesn't say a goddamn thing about any of these policies that he really doesn't like. Doesn't mention a word about it. Hoping nobody else will notice, and then when it actually goes through, then he starts kicking up a fuss. It's like, well, it's too fucking late, mate.
And now he's starting to pray to Emperor Farage to rise from the dead.
Yeah, the thing though is that I'm watching Sargon. I've been watching him for quite a bit, and I watch him talk about how Labour is conducting themselves and how they're organizing themselves politically speaking. And he says they don't know how to do anything. they're stupid. And that when it comes
says the leader of the Kekistani army.
No, he's a genius. He's a genius.
Yeah, when it comes to the game of politicking and getting people to vote for you, they're really bad at it, is what he was saying. And when I was watching Corbyn, I was watching them speak and their actions they were taking. And I also watched the Conservatives and I'm looking at that and I go, dude, you have it backwards. The Conservatives don't know what they're doing. The Labour Party does, because they're actually speaking on what people want to hear and speaking on to issues. And then the Conservatives are doing the opposite of that, and that's going to hurt them.
Well, I've come to the conclusion now that Sargon is simply a cuckoo liberal. What I mean is that this person is playing as a liberal.
He's right wing, yeah.
I don't think that he knows what he is actually.
Well,
as I said on Twitter to you, he mixes a lot of policies from both sides.
He's literally
contradictory.
Well, he's literally chastising the right on not being able to sell themselves well enough, and then telling everybody how bad the left are. Now, he then goes and says, "Well, I'm trying to repair the left," and I keep on saying this. So why are you giving all of these tips to the right then?
Yeah,
you give all the you're giving all these political tips to the right, and then you're basically just saying, "See, look at the left; they're all cultural Marxist." Do you know what? Yeah, generally lefties aren't really big on basically calling every single person who's the left of Tony Blair a cultural Marxist. It's just weird.
Maybe he thinks he can use the right to do something for the left.
No, I don't believe him. I don't believe him. I don't believe him.
Some rationalization he's making. I don't believe himself. I don't think he even believes himself. As I said, I don't think he knows what he is right now.
Well, for instance, I mentioned to Robin this earlier, a little bit ago, how people can actually change their results when they're taking those political surveys by their own biases. So take, for instance, Sargon. He's doing it very publicly.
So even if he doesn't mean to, he can bias his own results by the fact that he knows he's trying to get a centrist result.
Yes, he has been doing that since the induction logic shit show he made a while ago. He had been doing rationalizations, trying to justify his own biases
But what I say on top of that is these don't matter. The scores we get on these political compasses don't matter. What matters is what you support in policy, what you support politically. Everything else doesn't matter. It's what you vote for.
Yeah, people should explain that a bit better as well. I mean, that would make how can I translate this expression? Like, make the reality kind of drops into you.
Yeah. The only thing I've seen him do is support and openly support the conservatives and support their policies and support their politicians getting elected and getting power. And the one thing I saw him do was give credit to Corbyn over deprivatizing the railways, and that's about it. But
that's one thing I say that he's not right wing. That's not exactly a right economical policy to sterilize stuff. But some people on the right have that same economics, like the fucking outright from net fuckwits.
Well, like I said, guys, the political, politics is a spectrum. People will basically, say, well, this is a good idea. It is good economically to actually have a nationalised railway as opposed to privatised, because that revenue goes.
Depends on how you privatise the stuff.
That revenue goes into the coffers rather than basically straight into somebody else's money tree. Well, if you're actually making money out of it, then
I'm not going to argue about that because I don't quite understand. But it's not one or another.
Well, you can ask any other European nation that has their own national railway systems. So right-wing and left-wing governments have gone through both of those countries. So
we had a state-owned oil company that doesn't fucking work.
Yeah, but that's different.
The point is that a lot of Republican voters are economically left. There are some stuff they're economically left on, but they still vote for people like Ted Cruz. They still vote for hard right politicians. So what I'm getting at is that, yes, you could support some left-leaning economic ideas, but you're still backing the conservative people. And so you're getting them power, therefore getting them the position to make the change.
But anyway, yeah. So we're at the moment sort of like in the UK. I'm kind of okay with what's going on here. I mean, it would be better. I think it would be better if I think maybe it might be a chance to allow Labour to be given a little bit of time to see what they can do. We're at that 2-term where things start getting a bit crap. For any party, if you get elected twice, it's usually that's usually where you're doing the most good. But once you get to like your 3rd term, that's when then those vanity projects or projects that you really were wanting to push through that aren't really getting done, they're not really working out. Those sort of things that you just won't close because you've already spent a fuckload of money in it in the first place. You need somebody to come in and basically quash that. Pride is getting in the way of you actually turning that sort of shit off.
It's like Shrek, the first one is good, the second one was good, third one not so good.
Yeah, I can't relate to that since my political situation in my country.
Well, you prefer coups, but
I don't think. It's such a shit show down there. It's such a fucking shit show. I can't even begin to fucking describe it. Like, when
was the last time that a leader in Brazil wasn't arrested?
Quite some time actually.
Yeah, actually they've been pretty good.
Because they're paying the tribunals to not arrest them.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Qatar's a mess. Could be leading to World War III. Yay!
Whoa!
I don't think that'll happen.
All right. Well, I trust Habib's word on this one. So yeah.
It's only if things get escalated, and I highly doubt it will.
Yeah, I think
it's a weird situation when I look at all the parties involved, and I'm like, the Saudis are the wiser ones here. The fucking Saudis.
That's not giving me a lot of confidence, to be honest.
I'm kind of on a shaky ground now.
I mean, we were talking about how Iran and Qatar have got certain relationships with each other here, and so the very idea, for example, if Qatar doesn't actually, they say no, fuck you, we're going to dig our heels in, and what are they going to do? Are they going to basically embargo them? Are they going to circle the wagons around them? I mean, I think they've probably got enough to do it, but then you've basically got this large American military base in there kind of going, what are you fucking guys doing?
Man.
So, yeah, you're now at this point, you can't really piss off Qatar without pissing off the Americans. I mean, the Pentagon will not treat this particular thing in a very good way. It's just, they should have gone to Trump and said, they're just basically just trying to fuck with you, mate. Don't take the bait. And he was like, too late, I'm on Twitter.
Great bait, mate.
That's the thing.
It's that or Qatar or Saudi Arabia asks America to join them.
Well, yeah, I'm not quite sure how they're going to do that, though, because that's where their base is. I mean, what are they got to do? Build a new base in Saudi Arabia?
They have 3 bases in Saudi Arabia. They've got another base in Bahrain, and a very, very big base in Kuwait. So it's not their only base. It's just one of the bigger bases, and I think it's the biggest base.
That's the biggest base I've ever seen.
That's quite substantial.
Well, no, the thing is that we use that base in Qatar to bomb Qatar.
Yeah.
We're not using that base. We're literally going to use that base to launch our assault from.
U.S. bases and the way they work, they are legally U.S. soil. So you've got that.
Imagine if Qatar invaded them.
They do have a military of their own. It's not like they don't have their armaments. And yeah, they bought most of their weapons from America too, so we've got that.
Yeah, but Saudi Arabia way outmatches them military.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have a look at the Qatar military expenditure. Let's just entertain this one.
I think that Saudi Arabia is actually the 5th largest budget military. It's quite impressive, actually.
A military of about approximately 11,800 men in Qatar.
Yes, but how many women? Sexist. They're not allowed to drive, but they are at least allowed to fly planes.
Well, they're probably more cannon fodder, to be honest.
They can drive and they can do all that stuff. But I'm not sure they have a lot of women in the army. I think Saudi Arabia is the only country in the world where women can't drive.
How progressive.
They know something we don't know.
Hey?
Women drivers, huh?
Yeah.
No problem with that with Saudi Arabia, definitely. It's a completely different joke in Saudi Arabia, isn't it? Women drivers, huh? Let's shoot them.
Let's stone them. Yeah, being stoned is a completely different connotation.
Can you imagine a Saudi stand-up? What's with all these women drivers, huh? Yeah.
Comment is even allowed there.
Oh, God. I wonder if you're allowed to heckle.
Yeah, you might get shot.
That's what I want to do. I want to open up a stand-up comedy bar in Saudi Arabia, just to see what happens.
Hear about the woman who smoked weed in Saudi Arabia? She got stoned.
Oh boy.
So I'm looking at the Qatari army. Well, that it just looks like a particular arm of ISIS as their emblem. That's unfortunate. Oh, there's nothing like them wrestling people in, by the looks of it.
Oh no, wait, is that? Oh, in training.
Yeah. Wearing gas masks. And wellies that don't fit.
They're planning for me.
Yeah, they certainly have some armaments, but they don't have that much skill.
They've got some tanks, artillery.
Their land force is the largest branch of the Qatar Armed Forces. Qatar maintains a modest military force of approximately 11,800 men. The army is made up of 8,500 men. The lack of sufficient indigenous manpower to staff the army is a continuing problem. Qatari citizens constitute only 30% of the army, in which more than 20 nationalities are represented. So they're somewhat outsourcing their armed forces.
Yeah, it's a common thing with a lot of Gulf states. They outsource their armies and even their police force.
Initially outfitted with British weaponry, haha, fuck you. Qatar shifted much of its procurement to France, fuck you France, in the 1980s, in response to French efforts to develop closer relations. The tank battalion is equipped with French-built AMX-30s, piece of piss, they're like fucking cardboard. Other armed vehicles include the French AMX-10P APCs, a little bit better, but still easy. And then the artillery is French 155s. Qatar has also illicitly acquired a few Stingers, possibly from Afghan rebel groups. Man, those are going to be fucking old. Explosives do have a sell-by date, guys. When Qatar refuses to turn over the missiles, the United States Senate in 1988 imposed a ban on sale of all weapons to Qatar, which Britain went, thank you very much. Because we don't give a fuck about any of that. We'll sell to anybody, no matter what. We'll just do it under the radar.
I mean, just look up BAE and how much money goes into bribing all the officials that work in there.
It's a well-run organization, my friend. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, you got the deal. Like, it's a $30 billion deal, and 30% of that is going for the weapons, and the rest is all bribes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how the BAE meetings operate. And I'm not even gonna diss their products, like the Typhoon and the what's
Hurricane?
that plane called? Yeah, the Tornado. They're pretty good planes. But even compared to the Americans F-17 and F-18,
it's not the planes. It's not. The thing is, when it comes to
this generation, there's a different generations of fighters. The Typhoon was quite good.
Yeah, but
I mean, like,
the real thing, the real thing is, guys, is that it's the administration and the information technology within the planes that actually sort of kicks ass. It's just very, very integrated. This has been the problem.
That's the why the F-35 is impressive. It's not the airframe itself. It's the whole programming, the technology, the sensors, all that kind of stuff.
It's the inside that counts, yes. And so they're very integrated armament systems.
It's not even the inside. It's to make everything work together.
Yeah.
No, to be honest, like my experience with them is back when I was, kind of fascinated with.
When you were targeting womp rats, yeah.
I flew them in a lot of flight simulators as well, even like the big cabinet ones. So we've got some of them there are a few of them that are in Dubai Mall. You can just go there and there's like a big consoles where you can just fly different planes. And I have to say, I mean, don't get me wrong, getting them off the ground, any kind of fighter jet, I have no idea what I'm doing. It's just a lot of buttons and you're like, what do you do? But the maneuverability of those planes, the British planes, is something to be impressed by compared to the American stuff.
Just one important question. Who will win in a war, Qatar or North Korea?
North Korea, hands down.
I don't think they could even send the soldiers to fucking Qatar.
Here's the thing. If you talk about just the countries or the countries and their allies?
Just the countries.
Then yeah, North Korea.
Yeah, North Korea's got a ginormous army by comparison. They haven't got even the people. They've just got to turn up.
Yeah, no, the problem is that they don't have projection of power. They can't really send their people anywhere effectively.
North Korean army all has old tech, so it's not really.
Yeah, but like I said, they've got the numbers, guys. They've got the numbers. I mean, I'd rather have a 1,000 people with stones than one guy with a machine gun. You know?
North Korea, as much as they have a lot of old tech, they've been preparing for, and they've been hyped about this war thing. That we're gonna go and destroy America. It's been going on for generations now. So they're in this mindset that their army is always ready, and that readiness is something that's not even a remote idea or a remote thing in the Qatar army. They're just there as a status symbol. Like, yeah, my son is in the army. What do? They go and play cards in the base.
Yeah, they're literally having to import people into their army.
Yeah.
I could join.
Yeah, you can. Literally, yeah, you can.
What's the pay like? Just out of curiosity.
It went up recently.
Probably decent.
They've just had a raise, I think.
Oh, okay, but just out of curiosity, how's gun ownership? It even exists.
Union's really working.
Brilliant. Well done, Fame. Well done, mate. Just roll over what anybody else is saying. That's the best way.
Sorry.
Okay, Habib, just out of curiosity, how's gun ownership in the Gulf states? It even exists?
How does what exist? I didn't catch that. Sorry.
Gun ownership. It even exists.
Gun ownership is strictly controlled, but you can own guns.
Yeah, because I asked him because I was quite interested that a company started a company of guns in the Emirates, and they started selling in America, and it was from one of the engineers of the Glock. So.
You can get a license. For hunting, it's pretty easy to get hunting rifles here. But anything like a semi-auto or something, you have to get you have to present them with evidence that you actually need it for protection, and then you can just go ahead and buy one. It's not.
It is interesting. It sounds like. How can I say it's a part of the world that I'm not really familiar with, but it's except for the religious and cultural aspects, it does sound like a proper society that exists there. And we always have that image that's just a fucking goat fucking people.
No, it's an actual cities and people.
No, yeah, that's what I say. I discovered that. I discovered that, and I'm quite impressed.
I get that image sometimes from people going like, "Oh, you guys have streets," and I'm like,
I discovered that the gold fuck is actually from the Pakistanis and Afghanis, and not from the Saudis.
I think you'll find more goat fuckers in New Zealand than you find in cargo.
No, sheep. It's sheep.
Yes, it is sheep.
Sheep and cows.
Not cows.
No, they actually have more cows now than sheep.
Yeah, the same said by people from the West of Ireland.
So it's I don't know, like people with their stereotypes, I guess. Yeah, that's gonna be hard to change, but I don't even care about them. Like anyone who has a Google account or just has access to the internet would just go on Google and just Google pictures of the Middle East. They would find out that their preconceptions are kind of bullshit, but nobody even looks. And I'm guilty of that too. I still think of the South America as like a bunch of bumbling fools.
Oh, they are. It just depends. No, it just depends on where you're looking at.
The girl that I'm dating is from the South. So.
No, it's the thing with South America. It's that it's contrasts. Like it's. They have amazing stuff. They have great countering geographic scales, economic scales, just sheer amount of stuff there. But then it just got deviated by corruption, by inefficiency, by stupidity, and just fuck shit.
Yeah, and they have to be really careful about being socialist down there. It's like, we're going to be socialists. Bang!
That's the thing, that there's not a whole lot of difference between the right-wingers and socialists down there. The economics is basically make South America great again, and it's failed miserably for the last 30 fucking years.
And America has done a great job at helping.
Yeah, you know that whole protectionism stuff that's all the hot shit with the Nazi frogs right now? That doesn't work. That doesn't fucking work.
Well, I haven't heard anybody advocate for like a completely protectionist economy. Like, I mean,
you need to hang out with frogs. They're gonna start saying some really fucking retarded shit.
Pretty often.
Yeah, that's something I've managed to avoid. Thankfully, I'm done. Yeah, there's only so much. There's only so many people, so many MAGA hats I can deal with before it kind of goes. You know what, guys? You've really got to stop saying that the feminists are the ones in a cult. Because you do it so much better. You really do it so much better.
Wait, but what's the MAGA about?
Make America great again.
Well, where
Oh,
have you
wait,
been, man?
fuck, really?
Yeah, we've already put it. We've already acronymed it, mate. Yeah. Keep up with the times, dude.
I don't get that.
Keep up with the times, man.
Very lazy people.
I'm in America, and I didn't even know that until recently.
Well,
Have you been then?
ask everybody. Look, if you America, if you're confused about anything in your own country, just ask somebody outside. We usually have got a better idea.
Well, how do we move the outsiders into our country? I was trying to start an actual revolution.
Well, you could maybe ease up on the whole sort of like, yeah, I absolutely have to have a pistol at all times type deal. That might sort of ease the tension.
I don't. I'm actually for like either the UK version or the Australian version of gun control.
I think the continental European ones, it's decent. It's not too bad. It's not too restrictive. Not too draconian. I mean, you do need permits, which I'm against, but you can get stuff.
Sounds like communist propaganda to me.
I kind of biased because I want to build guns. I am an engineer. I want to build guns.
Yeah,
so,
well,
I kind of biased by
it's a machine. Yeah, as a sort of like a sort of like a point of interest of machinery and all that sort of thing. Yeah, guns are very fascinating things, but you don't really need them to go to the 7-Eleven, or at least if you do. Then that's more of a problem in your society than a gun will fix.
No, not quite. It's neither. It's really a known issue. But if you look to statistics, it's there's no correlation to pro or against. I mean, yes, there are issues. I mean, if you don't have guns, you're not going to be shooting, but it's not the cause of violence. It's not the cause of crime. And doesn't. Yeah, it's. I mean, look at Brazil. Have very fucking draconian gun laws, and it doesn't fucking work at all.
Well, but that's because of the state of you, not
the other stuff.
It's not the cause of it. Yeah, it's not the cause of it. It's like kind of going, yeah, they banned guns in Chicago, and it still didn't stop everyone from blowing each other's heads up. And it's like, if they just turn that law off, that's not going to stop anybody blowing each other's heads off. They're still blowing each other's heads off.
Yeah,
we get it.
I see a different light. I see if it's a known issue, and you're gonna affect a lot of people that are not gonna do harm with that. I don't see why do that.
Okay, I'll give you a simple thing. We had somebody do a mass shooting, killed a bunch of children in school. We decided to basically ban all small arms, shotguns, pistols, things like that. Never happened again. Go to Australia, same thing. You go to Australia, they had the same thing happened. They did that same thing, didn't happen again. I mean, it's a weird correlation, but you know.
Yes, but for I don't understand. I do understand the emotion, how it affects people, how it affects society and stuff. But
out of my cold dead hand, that's where it affects people emotionally.
No, it's not just that. It affects people that are not gonna fucking shoot people. They just want to have that cool stuff and are responsible. But believe it or not, they are responsible people with guns.
Oh yeah. There's responsible gun owners, and then there's where the bullet lands. That's the difference. If you the difference between an unresponsible gun owner and a responsible gun owner is where the bullet lands.
So how to do stuff that's not draconian, that's not going to affect people that are not doing the wrong stuff?
Draconian. That's the problem with draconian. It is somewhat of an easily thrown around word. It is used a little bit too liberal.
The future criminals, the pre-criminals, the pre-crime.
Like I said, draconian is somewhat of a liberally used word on pretty much everything. It's great for people who basically will want to have whatever their freedom might be, but when that freedom gets in the way of other people, and they kind of go, "Could you tone that back?" They're like, "Well, that's draconian."
Robin,
Hello.
I'm gonna pour myself a celebratory drink.
What have you won?
Because I'm getting some black rum. This is my favorite drink. Anyway, the reason I'm celebrating is Sam Panopoulos, the inventor of the Hawaiian pizza, just died at the age of 83.
Finally.
Cheers.
What about that?
Finally. He should have been tried at The Hague.
Who died?
The inventor
Sam Panopoulos, the inventor of the Hawaiian pizza.
Pineapples on pizza.
You heard it here first, folks.
Okay, I just want to end the question, just a personal question to you, Robin. I'm not going to bring up Dave's question about guns anymore. Just to know, you would be in favor of a total ban, or just restrict and make people jump through hoops and do
I would be more interested in relaxing the gun laws in the UK. So
that's cool. So you're not in favor
I'm not.
Everything banned.
No, I'm not some wishy-washy liberal who thinks that we're all going to live in peace as long as there isn't any guns around. But the opposite of that is not basically okay. Let's basically hand a small Uzi to my 8-year-old to go to school with. There is some sort of a some sort of middle ground. So a margin between the two where sense reigns.
Don't tread on
how can I put my position? I am against all that, but like I say, it should totally. But I think that if there was a restriction, make it a restriction, but not impossible for people to do. Of course, and not gonna cause problem to get anything they want.
Well, the problem for the Americans more than anything else is that they have state laws. And so you have one state that may kind of go, no, you're going to have to basically go through all kinds of hoops to get a gun, and then you go next door, and it's like kind of going, did you want? Here's a gun. Also, would you like to buy our gun Pez dispenser? It's like it's literally, it's chalk and shit. It's night and day. You go to Chicago, yeah. If you look at Chicago, the city, okay, all you have to do is travel 100 miles to the to the east. And you have basically carte blanche, buy whatever the fuck you like. Just out, basically off the internet, whatever like that, just out the back of a car, no problem. You go into Chicago and they're like, no guns, you can't have that. So the idea that Chicago could even maintain such a law is impossible. That's the problem with all these interstates having their own particular laws, It would have to be a federal law, and of course nobody's going to do that. Yeah. Because America thinks that their constitution is something that is sacred. Like I said, I've always said the American Constitution was 100 years ahead of its time 200 years ago. So it's
still pretty good.
The thing is that people try to hold the Second Amendment case. When I actually looked at the case, one of the quotes that was used to determine that the Second Amendment actually established a right of gun ownership based on a rewriting of the Second Amendment, that actually is a cherry-picked quote from the judge. It was in the evidence used, and it was what helped made the judge's decision. The full quote actually was referring to the fact that they didn't want blacks to join a national militia so they could be freed.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah, No, well, that was the point of the National Rifle Association, was to basically kind of going, well, we should be able to get guns, but what happens if those guys get guns? Then things will get messy.
Well, wasn't the NRA formed like a year after the KKK was made illegal?
I don't really know about the nuances of that. It's another topic. I focus more on the technical stuff against.
Yeah, no. It was the Second Amendment was to establish the right of states to have a militia, so that way there wouldn't be a national militia, because they didn't want a standing army. But the reason why it changed from a national militia to a state militia was a compromise with slave-owning states. Because of the draft prior to that was referring to the possibility of the national militia.
But that's all been twisted around, of course, now, so, you know.
Both sides, definitely. I am familiar with this discussion.
Actually, I found something really kind of fucking scary today. It's an Al-Qaeda magazine that's in English, and it looks like any Western magazine, and it's telling people how to commit lone wolf terrorist attacks. It's 2017 spring edition, if anybody's curious. Yeah, it's pretty fucking like scary that Al-Qaeda are giving advice. Like, you know.
Yeah. So apparently over here in Canada,
magazines and newsletters or whatever that are recommending suicide. Have you ever heard of a game called a concept or something, a community online called the Blue Whale?
Oh yes. They're fucking killing Brazilians left and right. It's a fucking epidemic there.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
I've been digging into it. Man, dude, it's just.
It's retarded. It's retarded. It's just fucking.
Yeah.
So what is the Blue Whale for people who do not know?
You make a bunch of the challenges to people, then supposedly they have to kill it yourself.
I'll take this. I mean, it's basically it's a community online where your first step to join is to find a moderator, and they'll give you a series of challenges. I think it's about 50 something challenges.
Yeah, 50.
And those challenges go slowly from you have to you have to tweet something that I am a whale, and then you have to carve it in your arm and take a picture and show it to the moderator. They'll recommend some movies for you to watch. They'll wake you up in the middle of the night at 3:40 a.m. to be exact, and give you a bunch of music to listen to, and then they would connect you to other people. And then they would find some high buildings and places to go to and be like, hey, go there and take a picture of yourself. Be acclimated with the idea that at the end of this, you're going to die. And then they'll pair with someone else where you can talk about your suicide. And in the end, you go ahead and do it.
Yeah, and this is after like 50 days or so, I think. So like basically they just crush your will to live. Because you're up at all hours, you're listening to depressed shit. And they just break you. I mean,
and the interesting thing is that
and people know this.
Curators it's not a pact like that exists in Japan between people that are gonna kill themselves together. Somebody driving other people to suicide. The curators, the moderators, do not partake in their suicide. That's the interesting stuff.
I don't think it's interesting. It's just fucking sick.
No, it's interesting.
It is. Okay, it is a morbid curiosity when I was digging into it. And I knew that their main websites were closed, but then I found a few hashtags on Twitter where they were still active. You can just look for Blue Whale, hashtag Blue Whale, or hashtag I need a moderator. And you will find pictures that are posted today or maybe even yesterday of teenagers carving in their arms, I am a whale. Please, I need a moderator. And this is something that's happening now.
But what is it that's interesting? Because
these people understand that this is some sort of suicide pact that they're entering into.
No. It's not a pact. It's not a pact. It's a group. It's a closed group that is making people kill themselves. It's not a chain. It's different.
I've seen tweets as recent as 3 days ago.
No, but what I mean is that anybody who's entering into this must understand what's going on here. Yes.
And I can find the list of the challenges they have. They gamified suicide, and you look at. I mean, we all were teenagers at one point. Who didn't contemplate suicide at one point when they were a teenager?
No, like
gamified it.
A blue whale mobile app.
No, the app is taken out right now. It's basically runs through social media. There used to be an app, yes.
Okay, let's read this.
Here,
Kitty has don't play blue whale. Play glue whale, because you want to stick. You draw a picture of your heart of yourself on.
That's a game version.
Yeah, then there's the lame counter versions.
All right, okay.
Let me see.
Just trying
to a game.
So Crowd is gonna make a video about failure of the moderate Muslim.
Yeah, I know.
I think he needs to communicate better. Just that.
He needs a fucking vacation. Okay, that's all he needs. Stop with this all reading the news.
No. It's a problem of communication.
There's a lot of blue whale people on Twitter, actually.
Yes,
I'm looking for a curator.
It's more people than you might think, and it's kind of scary.
Please, curator, write me. Blue whale game wreaking havoc in
found pictures of like people carving like a blue whale, like a whale into our arm. That's fucked. Can't find the list or anything.
Just play some fucking Mario, for fuck's sake.
Welcome to the 21st century, my dudes. We've gamified.
Yeah, well done, kids. Well done for just fucking it all up.
Oh my god. Literally
Teach
10 minutes
kids
ago.
how to play blue whale. Blue whale curator. And it's a picture of someone who is very young.
Okay, I'm gonna post this in the side chat. Where's the side? God damn it! I have like 100 tabs open.
Holy shit! How much time do you have?
Okay, here it is. This article has the challenges listed.
These are.
You know what's really interesting is that in the Brazilian version of the game, it's supposedly to come from Russia.
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay, let's do the dramatic reading thing. Okay, so
drama.
Okay, so rumored deadly suicide game originated in Russia. Who would have thought? Russia has not been able to confirm that the game is linked to 130 teen deaths. There has been no reports of the game being played or existing outside of Russia.
Bullshit.
Good. Well, that's them told. One Argentinian teenage boy who claimed he was playing Blue Whale took his own life. So, what is the Blue Whale game? It's described as a game, but the Blue Whale challenge is far from a game. Young teens who accept the challenge are encouraged to complete a series of tasks which get more and more sinister, and at the end of the game, the player is urged to take their own life in order to win. The Blue Whale suicide game goes by many names, including A Silent House, Sea of Whales, a Wake Me Up at 4:20 a.m. game. It takes 50 days to complete and is played primarily via the website Plonket. What a horrible name. Which is a popular social network in Russia. It gets its name from the common belief that blue whales voluntarily beach themselves in order to end their own lives. The game is attracting teens as young as 12 in Russia and Central Asia countries, but recent reports suggest the game has been spreading across Europe and into the UK. The game has been blamed by the Russian media as a reason why 80 to 130 children committed suicide between November 2015 and April 2016. And they're like, how to play? How can you get involved? The game's administrators or curators find players through death groups or suicide groups set up on VK.com. Police in Russia have shut down several of these groups in recent years, but say that as soon as one is shut down, another starts up. And this has driven them underground. Once they've been accepted by an administrator, you are given your first of 50 daily challenges. These can be anything from simple tasks like listening to a certain song, watching unsettling videos, or waking up at odd times, to much more extreme requests like cutting words or whale symbols into your skin. The first challenge usually comes at 4:20 a.m. Every time you accomplish a task, you must provide photographic or video proof of your completion to the admin. The journalist working at Radio Free Europe created an account on VK, posed as a 15-year-old girl. They attempted to join the Blue Whale game. After making contact with a curator, they were given their first task, which involved deliberate self-harm. The transcript of their conversation with the administration is below. Player, I want to play a game. Administrator, are you sure? There's no way back. Of course there's a way back. You just stop fucking playing the game, you pussy.
Yeah, but it's a psychological effect on younger people. They think that curators gonna go after them and kill them.
That's what they tell them?
Yes.
Wow. Yes, what does that mean? There's no way back. You can't leave the game once you begin. I'm ready. Carry out each task diligently, and no one must know about it. When you finish the task, you send me a photo. At the end of the game, you die. Are you ready? And if I want to get out, I have all your information. They will come after you. There's some sick fucking people out there, man.
That's what I said as a closet. Yeah, committed. It's a certain group of people doing that, albeit you can pretend to be a curator.
Yeah, this is the sort of thing that's going to kill online anonymity. You know that, don't you?
Yes.
No, this has been going for years, by the way. It's nothing new.
Yeah, but it has been in the fucking backwaters of Russia. Now it's spread out to size.
Yeah, what I mean is that, a lot of these people take advantage of the fact that there's anonymity online in this way. And eventually, that's going to get... There's going to be more and more calls from parents who will...
Even if governments all over the world try to take anonymity away, normal people like you and me are going to lose our anonymity, but criminals like this, they're going to keep it.
Well, they're not going to be able to use it anymore, that's all.
There are multiple...
Well, the thing is, mate, that...
Governments can't...
Yeah, the thing is, people will lock it down. It can be locked down to the point where you can't do shit. You won't do diddly shit. They will make it like that. They will. If they've got enough excuses, they will.
And it will open the precedent to further censorship.
Yeah.
For example, it's something to actually ban information.
If you think they can't look at what you're looking on the internet, you're dead. I can't imagine it's that hard for any government to really want this.
No, it happens. In Brazil, they have several times tried to shut down WhatsApp.
Well,
because of the encryption.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first task the Radio Free Europe journalist was assigned was to scratch one of the game's hashtags F58 into her arm. The journalist tried to fool the game's administrator with a photoshopped image, but the admin didn't fall for it and stopped replying.
I'm sickly curious. What does a curator get out of it?
Pleasure.
What is their motivation?
No,
like?
they get pleasure to fuck with people. It's some people have that.
How...
Have you been on 4chan?
I have. I go on it pretty daily. I've never seen.
No. Go to Encyclopedia Dramatica forums. They're gonna give you a lesson in what the fuck?
Naivety.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe I'm being. No.
I mean, there were people, they remember when they were doing like the ice bucket challenge?
Yeah.
And then you had people basically doing the plastic bag challenge.
Huh. The fire challenge.
Yeah, they were trying to egg on teenage kids to put bags over their heads to see how long they could last.
Or the fire challenge.
Yeah, just to see if they could kill them.
The fire.
Just to see if they could kill strangers. Just talk strangers into killing themselves by accident.
Or in a less harmful way, the whole hoaxes involving iPhones, like microwave your iPhone.
Well, that sounds. Yeah.
No, it's not harmful, but it does show it's still gonna fuck with some people, and that's the pleasure.
Wasn't there an incident with Justin Bieber where they got like people to piss their pants?
That rings a bell, actually. Fuck yeah, that.
Actually, Justin Bieber, I actually had a lot of respect for him when he spat on his fans. That's sort of like kind of going. I like him now. I could read out the list of challenges. Carve your wrist with the F5 into your hand. Send a photo to the curator. Wake up at 4:20. Watch psychedelic and scary videos. Cut your arm with a razor along your veins, but not too deep. Only 3 cuts. Send a photo to the creator. Draw a whale on a sheet of paper. Send the photo to the creator. If you're ready to become a whale, carve yes on your leg. If not, cut yourself many times. Punish yourself.
Who create this stuff to Guantanamo Bay? Just send them there. To The Hague.
That's how can I say? That's I mean, how familiar you are with sadism? That's actually light core stuff. There are way more sick people out there.
Well, I mean, mate. I mean, the 90s. I remember this gentleman basically went on online and asked if he could be eaten, and somebody replied. Somebody replied and said, "Yeah, I'll eat you," and they met, and he ate them. He ate this person.
Holy crap!
It's German chap.
Yeah, I heard about that one.
Yeah, it's just,
I think that
they just met. Wasn't sexual.
Not particularly good.
Wasn't even fucking sexual. They didn't fuck or anything like that. They just basically kind of going, yeah, I want to be eaten, and just kill this person and eat them. Just fucking mad.
I'm kind of curious about the taste.
Okay.
But would you be curious about being tasted?
No, not so much, but just not to harm somebody, but just the taste.
Yeah, it's like somebody dying for their country. You can sort of understand, but somebody dying for a meal, you know. I want to die and know that I will be eaten when I'm dead.
Could you imagine? The only thing I'd be worried about is that I want the guy that eats me to be able to cook. I mean, if it's a lousy cook, then just make me into a well-done steak.
Yeah, I'd really want to know. Yeah, I'd really want to know. What he's got in his seasoning.
Imagine it was Trump, so he served you with ketchup.
So it's like watch psychedelic horror movies all day, listen to music that they send you, cut your lip, poke your hand with a needle many times, do something painful to yourself, make yourself sick, go to the highest roof you can, stand on the edge for some time, go to a bridge, stand on the edge, climb up a crane, or at least try to. The curator checks if you are untrustworthy. Have a talk with a whale, with another player like you, or with the creator in Skype. Go to a roof and sit on the edge with your legs dangling. Ask another task with a cipher. A secret task. Have a meeting with a whale. The creator tells you the date of your death, and you have to accept it. Wake up at 4:20 a.m. and go to rails. Visit any railroad that you can find. Don't talk to anyone all day. Make a vow that you're a whale. Every day you wake up at 4:20 a.m. Watch horror movies. Listen to music that they send you. Make 1 cut on your body per day. Talk to a whale, and then jump off a building. Enjoy your life. Or sorry, take your life.
What to place?
I mean, yeah, you've got either this or, I mean, in the Islamic world, we've got ISIS that go like, hey, you can, instead of being a whale, you can just kill yourself and you're gonna go to heaven and have virgins.
What's ISIS's view on suicide? Like just plain old suicide? You're not like.
They're prey on the same public.
Yeah, it's a sin. It's just like Catholicism. Like it's a huge sin. But suicide bombing, like killing yourself. God. No, that's. By the way, you see how this game, like gamifying suicide, religion does the same thing when it comes to killing yourself in the name of God. It gamifies the whole thing through a set of rewards and the way they brainwash the child. And imagine these 50 challenges. Imagine spreading them over decades of your life since childbirth.
Don't think you'd be lost in decades of your life. That kind of fucking shit.
Yeah, I kind of got pissed off the other day at someone. They went like, "No, it's Islam or religion or ideologies did nothing wrong. It's all about the people." And I'm like, "You have no idea."
And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, where are those 4chan hackers now? Why aren't you doing that?
Yeah. Because 4chan died.
Why aren't you trying to fuck with those people? Why aren't you trying to go after those people?
No, they go after Shia LaBeouf because he will not divide us.
Because politics, it killed the spirit of 4chan.
No.
Because they use it to go after people that did abuses, child abuse, that kind of stuff. They don't do that anymore.
It's whatever goes against your own personal identity. Like, for instance, Armored Skeptic recently tweeted that he's going to be doing a video in regards to Canada and free speech, because apparently we have a problem with free speech.
Could you, Sten, if you're gonna start like shaking maracas, could you like mute or something, or?
No, that's fine. Sorry.
What do you like? What was that? Are you playing craps in a casino right now?
No, some quiet my desk.
All right. Okay. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, like I was saying, apparently Canada has a problem with free speech.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Did you want to elaborate, or?
I mean, yeah, Armored Skeptic's gonna make a video of free speech, and
no, it's free speech in Canada.
And
specifically.
Anonymous is going.
It's not a problem. It's not a thing. It's a non-issue.
Anonymous is going after Blue Whale.
Anyway, carry on, Pascal.
But because he finds free speech to be an important topic, and I find it an important topic as well. But I don't go looking for it in, fucking Canada.
But he lives in Canada, so.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I think you live.
If I was in Canada, I would be fighting for free speech in Canada. So that makes perfect sense.
No, that's like fighting for ice cream. We already have it.
No, you don't. I mean, okay, just because something is important or less important to you doesn't mean that it's going to be less important to him.
No, I understand that.
And as much as I understand when people go like, "Oh, bigger YouTubers don't tackle that issue or that issue," I kind of hate that mindset because hey, if you find some issues that are worthy of fighting for, go ahead and do it yourself.
Well, Nihilistic Pillow does say it best, but Canada isn't an important topic. There is no free speech in Canada, apparently. So, a bit of contention in the side chat here, folks.
I mean, the free speech laws are not really under attack by political mandates or actual laws. It's just the notions coming from the government are against free speech. When it comes to even like the whole thing about Islamophobia is kind of it's messed up. Like even criticizing Islam, even like anyone who takes offense over anything that you say against Islam could be taken as Islamophobia, and the government is taking a stance against it. And I'm like, dude, if you would just call it anti-Muslim bigotry, which by the way, a lot of people in the government approached the government and said, why don't you just call it that?
Yeah,
and
they're taking a stance against people leaving pigs' heads on mosques.
No. They're not. That's anti-Muslim bigotry. They chose to call it Islamophobia, and they chose to generalize it the way they did. And that's where I have to stand against it, because again, that's going to be against freedom of speech whenever you want to criticize Islam. Now, if you want to leave a pig, like a pig's head instead of in front of a mosque, that's vandalism. That's a whole different thing.
Yeah, that's not how it works here in Canada. Like, we don't arrest people for having critique on Islam or Islam.
No one said that they were arresting people, but to have that notion from the government going like, no, the government is going to be against you, bad boy, don't criticize Islam. I am against that notion.
It's not so much the pragmatism, but more the idea behind it.
Canada is not saying that it's against. Jesus Christ.
Someone's echoing. I think it's Dart because it seems to work better.
I don't know. Something happened and it stopped.
Do we have an echo now?
It's gone now.
No? Good.
It was Darth, but it stopped. Okay.
Okay. So, yeah. Canada is not taking the position that you're not going to be able to speak out.
No one is even assuming that. But they have the notion. It's not a law, it's a notion. And they do advocate for this notion. Like, the government is against it. We're not going to arrest you.
No, doesn't Canada have anti-hate speech laws?
Yes.
So they have anti-hate speech laws. Isn't Islamophobia lumped in with those laws?
I don't think so, not yet.
No.
But isn't that what they're trying to do?
No.
Oh, they are trying to do it.
No, it's not. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Oh, they are, buddy. And I'm sorry, dude, but yeah, there's sometimes I know that there's a lot of people in the community that kind of hate Trudeau. I don't really hate the guy, but when it comes to issues like that, you have to be a little bit stronger than being like, nah, they're just like, nah, there's no, there's actual movement in the government there that are trying to lump in Islamophobia into hate speech. And that they go like, yeah, Islamophobia is a very general notion there. It's a very general thing. Like, even saying fuck Islam, like these two words that I just said could be construed as hate speech.
This is entirely hyperbolic.
Like, this is hyperbolic until we have someone arrested over a stupid thing, and then
it's not going to happen.
But it's hyperbolic because, hey, I don't care if it's hyperbolic because I'm a free speech absolutist, and even if it's like half an inch that they want to take away from it, I will fight against it.
Look, hold on, before we go absolutist positions, because I'm not. There's hardly a such thing as an absolutist, like you just pointed out to vandalism.
That's not speech.
No, that's different issue.
No, there are certain forms of speech that are not protected by the First Amendment.
No, I mean, I wouldn't even want it to be protected because it's not really speech. At that point, you're vandalizing someone else's property or public property.
But take, for instance, you have a right to demonstrate materials like a protest or whatever. And so that's a form of protest, but it's not protected because it's someone else's property. But the other thing too is like you can't defraud someone just because you use words. You can't defraud someone. You can't commit fraud just by using words. There are certain forms of speech that are not protected as free speech.
Okay.
But at the same point, the concept and notion of hate speech laws violates the bedrock principle.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
I mean, I think we should really, rather than sort of like bury ourselves into like arguments about free speech and all this sort of thing. I mean, I can tell you a little story. I have finally blocked Carlos because I consider him a disingenuous troll. The reasoning, and I'll tell you why. Because recently somebody had basically posted bacon through some mosque, and somebody was making light of said occasion. It's just a bit of bacon. I mean, there's no harm in that. Last time somebody did that sort of thing recently, I believe it was in Quebec, where the following day after posting said bacon through the letterbox, this person walked into said mosque with an automatic rifle and hosed down 6 people. I pointed this out, and then basically he just took the piss. and try to basically just sort of like argue against it in such a disingenuous way. And I'm trying to point this out to him, and he's just basically just being a complete dick about it. So I've completely blocked it. I just can't be fucking arsed with him anymore. Because Carlos, if you are listening, you probably are, because you are that sort of a person. I don't buy your bullshit anymore. You're a liar. You say, "Oh no, I'm just kidding around. I'm just kidding around." You need to have a serious think about yourself. There's something wrong with you there. And I think there's a lot wrong with a lot of these people who, they say, Islamophobia or whatever like that. But as somebody pointed out, it is basically anti-Muslim bigotry. And this incites people. This does incite people to do some ridiculous things. Now, I don't necessarily think, I'm a person who is very much on free speech. So if somebody wants to say that, yeah. But however, there are levels now where when somebody does a terrorist incident, 1, 2, 5 people, suddenly 4 million people in my country are to blame. And this seems to be just A-okay with them. This guilt by association fallacy, which they will definitely deny at all times, has got to stop. Because if you really are some sort of secular sort of nation, you've actually got to stop this, because you're not secularists. You are actually basically the
sectarian.
You're the recruiting arm for more terrorism later on down the line. You are forcing and pushing young Muslims into feeling very, very isolated and seeking refuge with people who will basically indoctrinate them into thinking that, yeah, the West hates you, and I know a way for you to get back. I mean, you're looking at this. We were looking at that website earlier where they're picking on young disaffected children and making them commit suicide in all kinds of crazy ways. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. All you have to do is find some disaffected youth, and you can turn them into all kinds of fucking horrible shit. And that one's just telling them to kill themselves.
Well, look at the Blue Whales thing.
Yeah.
Look at Majid Nawaz. Like, his experience was that a bunch of skinheads were picking on him. And
that's how skinheads work.
Yeah, and I see the same people who basically, are decrying a feminist burning say a book by, Christina Hoff Sommers, who will then be sitting there celebrating somebody burning a Quran. And this is the total hypocrisy of it all. This is not seeking peace. This is assigning blame for your terrible little life.
And that's essentially the stance that Canada is taking in regards to this free speech issue.
Okay, then why are they defining Islamophobia? It's a broad definition that includes speech and not just action.
Because, like it or not, it's the definition that, like, the majority of the world has gone with. Like, even though
no. Just because the rest of the world defines it as something doesn't mean that
most bigotry is brought around through irrational fear.
No. I am against actions, but I will always be against any government that goes like
words are an action.
No, words are not.
Yes.
Action.
My mouth is working right now as an action to say these words.
In the legal definition, it is not. You know what I meant.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm sort of like a little taken aback by people who kind of go, well, it's just words, and it's like, well, aren't you a free speech advocate? Don't you think that these words are so sacred? Do they not have any meaning? Unless it's like I'm free. I should be free to say whatever I want. Well, why do you care if it's just words? Make up your minds, kids. These are either things that have power or they don't.
You can use words to basically put somebody in a situation where they hate themselves and they hate who they are. If you're using a certain set of words on a daily basis against this person,
right?
If enough people do that, then you have the kind of radicalization that you've seen with like Majid Nawaz and a whole bunch of other individuals. That's all Canada is doing in regards to protecting.
Oh yeah. So all Canada is doing is like, let's just go against people who are. Are they going against the people who are advocating for suicide bombing by Islamic attacks? I mean, are they going against those?
look, the Canadian Human Rights Council has been in play for the last 50 fucking years, and not one person can come up with an example of where they went too far in regards to their rulings.
Well,
so until that happens,
Whoa, guys, don't run over him. Okay, let him finish what he's got to say.
Here's the thing, like, he's saying that, hey, in the past 50 years, no one can point it out. I can point it out when they release that notion. When they release that notion against Islamophobia, that's when I get pointed out, like, hey, even if they worded it out just like anti-Muslim bigotry,
yeah,
if they defined it in a more clear way, I'd be more than happy to be for it, because I am against anti-Muslim bigotry. But the way they defined Islamophobia is too broad. Like I said, just me saying "fuck Islam" could be an Islamophobic thing in their mind.
That's how laws work. Laws are vague. They're not going to put down every single instance or what exactly constitutes.
I don't have, okay, just because they're vague. No. By the way, laws are not always vague. I mean, you open a law book, you think you're going to have like, oh, murder is bad, and that's it. Like, don't kill people. No, they go into like very, very specific details.
There are caveats, absolutely.
Yeah, a lot. Everything is detailed to a point where it gets boring. That's why law is fucking boring.
Okay.
You could get
come up with a law right now in regards to curbing hate speech towards Muslims in Canada.
I don't care for hate speech. What I care for is anti-Muslim bigotry, and words are not actions.
That's essentially what the Canadian Human Rights Council is trying to do.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
Yes, they are.
All right. I mean, okay,
show me an example. Show me an example. Until you come up with a concrete example, this is hyperbolic bullshit.
Okay, until I can come up with an example, I think there is a video by Armored Skeptic. Not Armored Skeptic, sorry. By the original Skeptic. What is it? Logic. Yes, Logic made the video, about 40 minutes video, discussing this notion in details. I think he went through it a lot better than any way that I can.
Here's the thing, mate. Do you think that people are taking what he said and actually running that to the letter of what he's saying? Because you've also got to remember is that not everybody thinks like Logic. Not everybody acts like Logic. And I'm not saying that he's responsible for their actions, but somebody will translate that into a way that they can basically bully some kid down the road just because they're wearing a bit of cloth on top of their head.
Now, if someone thinks that way, then yeah, they're fucking idiots.
That's right. Well, that's sort of what we're talking about here. I mean, I go down the street here. I go down the street here, and there's like
if you're against guilt by association, if you're against all of that. It's fine.
Yeah,
but that's not what the notion is about, though. The notion is too broad.
Well, that's the
problem.
That's also the problem, though, is that if you're looking at, most bigots are pretty broad in their understanding of the world. They're very broad, in fact. It's almost obtuse.
So we have to be broad with our legislation.
Well, here's the thing. I'll give you a good example. Yeah. If you walk down certain streets in my country, it just basically says no drinking. You're not allowed to hold a alcoholic drink, in the street, and be drinking it. It's just not allowed. No. It doesn't get it. It does. Wait, please. And it doesn't get enforced. It only gets enforced when that person is causing trouble.
In Dundee, just interesting tidbits. They have the signs, like a prohibition sign, a bit like a no smoking sign, but they have a like flagon of beer.
Yeah.
But like where the cigarette would be.
Yeah, but unless you're causing somebody trouble, nobody really enforces any of this.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Yeah, this is the thing. So you make these broad. Yeah, exactly. So those broad lines are there, but they're then enforced with the discretion involved. There's discretion involved here. You're forgetting.
I mean, Yeah, no, I'm not forgetting that. Like, I live in a country where being gay is illegal, yet nobody enforces it. Does that mean that I need to shut up about that law?
No.
I need to just be quiet.
No. But that's
No one
you're moving somewhat of a goalpost here, because you're basically saying you've got a law there that's actually involved in the state basically given the right to oppress a certain type of people. We're talking about a law where it's basically the state asking the members of the public not to oppress people.
Yes, and yet, okay, I mean, you are against, I mean, we all are against guilt by association. And by that law, even though it's not a law, it is a notion. They are guilting me by association just because, like, hey, you criticize Islam, so you're a bigot, just like those other bigots. And we're against you just as well.
That's not what they're saying at all, though.
Oh, no, it's not. Because, yeah, nobody ever calls me an Islamophobe, by the way. So it's fine. I'm not that kind of no, I'm not a true Islamophobe, I guess.
Well, I don't think you actually are an Islamophobe, because you've got plenty of friends who are Muslims, haven't you? You don't really judge them on just from the fact that they are Muslims.
I have a lot of enemies that are Muslims
Yeah,
too.
absolutely, yeah. And those people are bigots. And they're bigoted towards you because you're simply an atheist.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I think I get called an Islamophobe more often than none. And I bet that if you would show my videos, even though I don't make a lot of them, but those videos where I criticize Islam or different aspects of Islam to a lot of liberal people in the West, they would call me an Islamophobe as well. Fucking A, just look at Angry Napoleon. He keeps calling me an Uncle Tom.
Yeah, but now, you're just basically getting upset about people calling you names, dude.
No, I'm not upset by people calling me names. I'm upset when governments get involved. They're like, yeah, you're just as bad as the other guys. We have a notion against people like you. We don't like you.
The government's not making that kind of a judgment call against you.
Oh yeah, it's just against Islamophobes. And oops, I am an Islamophobe too. So there you go.
Well,
they haven't made that determination.
The definition
by the definition of Islamophobia within the notion. That's how I made the determination.
No. I'm just saying that any phobia is an irrational fear if your fear is based on a specific...
that's the Sam Harris argument that I keep hearing. You know, Islamophobia as a term doesn't make any sense, but the way we colloquially use it.
The phobia has not just...
Islamophobia is merely just another form of xenophobia. That's all. It's just a fear of the different.
All I'm saying is, if you have a problem with a specific part of an ideology or an issue with the way that it's used, then that's not really a phobia. The phobia would be when you start generalizing an entire group of people. I suppose that's when it becomes irrational. Huh?
Here's the funny thing about the Islamophobia term. It's not Muslim phobia, it's Islamophobia. And I fucking hate that entire ideology.
Yeah, I don't like the term either. However, it has become something that is used in our discourse, and people are using it with a different definition. Just because the Canadian government has decided to use Islamophobia in its laws, that doesn't mean that some guy on the internet calling you an Islamophobe is somehow going to get Canada to see you in that same light.
No, I'm just saying that Canada is already seeing me in the same light based on their very definition.
No, they're not.
Can you show the definition?
Again, come up with an example. Come up with an example where this is occurring, and then I'll take
the Muslims. It's causing offense to Muslims. Islamophobia.
No.
Then go ahead and read the notion again. It actually
okay. Well, what you're now here's the thing: is what you're now doing is basically using what, say, an imam would consider to be Islamophobia, which is basically anybody who doesn't like Muslims or isn't interested in.
That's what I hate about that notion. It's basically it's measuring it by, hey, if this causes offense to this demographic, then it's hate speech, and we don't like it.
It's not
They didn't really say it's illegal. They just said we didn't like it. It's a notion against it, and I don't like it. It's not as serious as most people would put it. No, they're gonna put me in jail. They're not gonna deport me if I was in Canada for doing it, but I still don't like it.
Well, my initial point was that this is somehow damaging people's right to free speech in Canada, which it's not.
Okay, so having a government that goes like, I don't like your speech because that imam finds you offensive, but that
Well, then commented on your speech, like, at all.
Yeah, but it doesn't carry any weight when the government goes like, yeah, there's a notion that says we don't like that. That doesn't have any weight to it whatsoever.
Well, their definition of Islamophobia is different than yours.
Well, what is that?
I am using
Before we continue, guys, can I just interrupt? I just want to interrupt here. What is their definition of Islamophobia? Can somebody actually have a look at this? Pascal, if you can give us...
Just verbatim, I remember it's basically anything that causes offense to that demographic.
No prejudice towards people of the Islamic faith.
No, it's not. It's not that.
Can you bring its official link?
Yeah, I think it would be worth us just actually picking this up and reading this. So just so we actually know, you know. And I mean, here's the thing. I don't like the fact that anyone even has to bother doing this. But I was talking to somebody who basically is a bit of a chantard the other day, and I was just saying that a lot of people who appreciate anonymity don't actually appreciate it for what it's actually worth. They appreciate it because it gives them. It's like driving a car. If you take anonymity, for example, and let's do this in the same way as free speech, okay? Imagine you've got your car. It's your little safe space. It's your little bubble. Just like anonymity, you know, nobody can actually touch you while you're inside your little car. You can tootle around. 99% of the time, yeah, pretty much everyone drives responsibly. Yeah, they don't go too fast. They don't go too slow. They park where it's sensible. All that sort of business. But then there's these dicks. They drive too fast. They cut people off. They're flipping the finger. They'll park wherever the fuck they like, and somebody kind of goes, mate, what are you doing parking there? And they kind of go, fuck you, it's a free country. And then what happens is somebody kind of goes, we're going to have to make a law to curb this because this is disturbing people. There's people just parking on curbs. They're parking in front of storefronts. They're parking, in front, just anywhere they fucking like. So we're going to have to make we're going to get some signage up. We're going to have to put fines up. All this sort of thing to stop this problem that comes along with this. And the problem is that this is the thing with free speech, is that everybody is sitting there caring about their rights, and they're completely forgetting about their responsibilities. And then when somebody comes along and says, right, we're going to have to enforce your responsibilities, everybody sits there and just kind of goes, my free speech. And it's like, guys, you're fine to exercise your free speech, but have some fucking responsibility with it. If you don't, guess what? You're going to be to blame for it. If you just play with this world carte blanche, where nobody gets to tell me what to do, well, guess what? Eventually, you doing whatever the fuck you like starts interfering with somebody else's life. And then you've got twats that are basically trying to intimidate people with their free speech. They're trying to basically dox. You know, that's free speech, don't forget. Doxing people, it's free speech. Isn't it? It's just somebody's interpretation of free speech.
It's illegal in a lot of places in the world, though.
Yeah, oh yeah, but then that's anti-free speech. It's only somebody's interpretation of it that matters, doesn't it? That's the problem, you see. Everybody's interpreting it in their own fucking way. It's the same thing when it comes to Islamophobia. Where does Islamophobia actually start? It's just basically xenophobia under a different name, really. It doesn't really matter. It could have been Jews. It doesn't actually matter who it is. If you're a somebody who is, say, an atheist, for example, yeah, and you hate people who are religious, you are not really much of a secularist, for example. You are basically a sectarian. If you are anti-theist and you want to get theism out of your life, that's great and all, I understand, but that's for you to do. That's you, personally. Religion is personal. It is an identity to many people. And if you can't respect that, don't fucking come to me when somebody who is religious doesn't respect your atheism. You don't get to decide it the other way. You don't get to basically act just like the draconian fuckfaces that used to kill atheists, that used to basically intimidate atheists. You don't get to turn around and do exactly the same thing that they did and expect to be the better person here. You need to respect their view just as much as you should ask to respect theirs. You cannot go out there and basically kind of go, I'm going to act like a twat towards you and then expect to be respected. That's the thing. And what's happened is, of course, is that people have taken advantage of that. You're quite right. SJWs and all that sort of thing. They have lessened the word. They have basically diluted the phrase. But that doesn't give... All that's done for a lot of people is it's made them think that they now have free reign to basically be total dicks, to intimidate other people. And I'm here just saying, don't do that. Don't go that far. Because all you're doing is basically just ratcheting it up to make it even worse later on down the line. Be the better person. Be sensible. Find the margin. There is a red line, and there's far too many of you, if you want to see the red line, have to look behind you.
Pascal, I believe, found the actual document.
Hello, Melody, by the way. It's Melody, everyone. Hi, Melody.
Oh, and by the way, everyone has the right to free speech.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't. I like you right now, and I don't want that to change.
Robin. I understood your example of discretion.
Pardon my zealous and impassioned speech, but I am actually a free speech person. But I do understand that there are some sort of rights always come with responsibilities.
Yes, I agree, but I think that you should clarify one specific stuff. You said about discretion in the example you gave, so you would need a guideline to interpret the law. I think that should be more clear, more transparent. Just speaking general terms.
That's right.
That would be a hidden law. That would be up to interpretation of the official law, and that could lead to abuse.
Well,
so
absolutely.
That should be set. That's a problem. It's a broad law that then doesn't work, and then it's a secondary, more specific law. But then it's open to subjective interpretation. Just saying. That's
absolutely. And the problem is a lot of the time, and I people were asking me what are the real problems in the world? I mean, or at least they were asking me specifically. How should we deal with all the problems of the world, or the current problems in the world? And I was sitting there kind of going, what your problems are might not be somebody else's problem. So and I've always said that the major problem on this planet is that people want simple, easy to understand solutions to complicated problems that they don't.
No.
And when it comes to and when it comes to laws, I'm afraid somebody kind of goes, don't drink. They don't say don't be a drunk cunt. They say just don't drink. And then when the police turn up, they don't go, yeah, I'm arresting you for being a cunt. They go, I'm arresting you because you're drinking in a place that you shouldn't be drinking.
I understand. It's just weird coming from my profession. I need to be specific.
What is your profession?
Not future profession. Studying engineering. So
engineering, exactly. You need precision. But in society, precision is usually what we would call draconian. You see, that's the thing.
Yeah, that's why we need a new humanity.
I'm gonna go, guys. It's nice talking to you.
Humanity 2.0.
Take care, fam.
Why not? Let's get Pug in here and let's just annihilate all humanity. Let's just drop the nukes already, and you get humanity 2.0.
Well, maybe at that point E3 might be worth watching.
Appoint me the ruler of the world, and I guarantee you get free bacon and fast internet. And
but can you imagine if somebody posted bacon through the letterbox of some mosque somewhere or whatever like that? Does anyone think that that's a free speech issue, or do you think that that's an intimidation issue?
Hold on,
before we get into that, I just wanted to point out that this thing that we've been talking about isn't even Canadian law. It's just a mandate for how the government to behave in regards to discrimination.
It is a motion.
Yeah, the guideline.
The law. I said it's a motion.
Yeah.
Okay. So, can you repeat the thing about the mosque, Robin?
There was basically Maidenhead. This is basically Theresa May's constituency.
Okay,
and this is somebody posting bacon through the letterbox of a Maidenhead mosque.
Yeah, that's vandalism. It's clear vandalism.
It's intimidation. That's intimidation.
Yeah, can I clarify something?
You can't say that. Why would they do that? Did they think that these people need bacon in their lives?
Well, no.
They think they were just doing it as a joke.
It's like putting a burning cross on someone's
That's the level. Lawn. Yeah, that's essentially probably a better way of describing it. You know?
And that action is not just illegal because of vandalism, but it's also illegal because it's inciting. It's an open threat. Is what it's interpreted as.
And the thing is that that very same thing happened in a mosque in Quebec. And then,
I do remember that attack.
Yeah, and they reported this to the cops. Nothing was done about it. They didn't think about putting maybe a bit of security around there. And then some guy just walked into the place and blasted 6 people to death.
And by the way,
so that as far as it being intimidation, it's been there's correlation there already.
Yeah, I know. Just correcting you, the 2 incidents between the pig's head and the shooting were not a couple of days apart. They were actually months apart.
Not correlation the act itself, but the kind of people that do that. You should point that out so people don't misunderstand.
It's pretty fucked up. It's pretty fucked up for you to think that.
No one is saying that it's not. No one is saying that it's not. And I would never defend someone doing something like that. I would never go like, hey, let's just spray grease over mosques because it's funny.
Yeah, and this is why I've decided to block Carlos, because he didn't see anything wrong with it.
Well, I mean, some people are still idiots. I mean, I can't really change it.
Yeah, and
I can't change that.
But this is some of these free speech advocates who basically are fucking liars, and are basically trying to push people into this them and us attitude. They're no better than the SJWs. They're just from a different side of the coin here. They want this. They want these problems. They want these issues. They want this. They need this. And they're willing to bet everybody else's life on it. And I can't stand by such people anymore.
It kind of gives them purpose, like something to fight for.
Well, I suppose. I think it gives them something of an entertainment to watch other people fight for. I don't think I was saying I don't think many of these people give a fuck about the people that got killed by those terrorists in London the other day. They don't care. They're literally taking the piss out of people who are basically virtue signaling or whatever like that. How dare they show just a tiny little bit of solidarity? How dare they? God, fucking normies. Fuck those guys.
When it happened in Sweden, I saw a lot of people saying that, the Swedish deserve that because they're cocks and all that. So yeah, it's such a face.
Yeah, they want this. They need their enemy. This is, and you're sitting there kind of going, well, so does Al Qaeda, so does ISIS. They need their enemy. All you're doing is ratcheting it up. All you're doing is basically just playing off each other. And it's like you're kind of going, yeah, but 9/11. And I said, yeah, but Baghdad. Yeah, but Mosul. You just seem to think that it's okay to seek vengeance when a Muslim bombs your building. But you don't see anything.
Countries that we're in war with right now.
And this is the thing. It's always them. It's always their fault. I'm literally seeing a lot, even like fucking people like Sargon who's sitting there kind of going, the left are to blame for my attitude. It's like, fuck off. Have some fucking responsibility. Actually be a sensible person. What, you're going to blame somebody else for you being a dick? Fuck off. Get out of my fucking face.
At this point, I think that's asking too much. That particular person.
But this is the thing. This is the anti-normie lot. Yeah, fuck you, Flan. It's just this sort of like kind of go, normies, ree! And, just, well then, tell you what, yeah? Run away from the normies. Go away. Go back to your little Chan board. Sit there posting your fucking lolly porn, and just be done. Okay? Just get away from the normies. Go away. It's not your space. But now they're here. Yeah, I mean, I'll blame the SJWs for introducing this lot, and you know, it's your own fucking fault. You turned this lot into fucking activists. Beforehand, they were just playing their fucking games and not giving a fuck, and just basically posting lolicon porn or whatever the fuck they call it on 4chan every couple of days, and kind of going, it doesn't my new fucking waifu's dick look cute, you know? And they were leaving everybody alone. You had to fucking basically goad them, and now you've created this little monster. Now they're creating monsters, and nobody's.
Next thing you know.
Yeah, nobody's standing around and saying, "Could we stop creating all these monsters, please?"
Yeah, next thing you know, you have JonTron who's like reciting Bob's mantra.
And then there are the people that are just trying to cash in and stuff. You know, very cynical, very calculated, just to get some money out of it, just pandering to people.
Well, I mean, there's people.
It's not just not cults, it's just not the idiots. There are people that are doing this on purpose on both sides. It's just.
And they're making bank. Oh, they're making bank, serious bank over it, because it's not that, you know, it's like kind of go, no, I liked what this person's doing. I mean, it's very entertaining. It's like, that's not entertainment. They're selling you a movement.
Let's take tits and ass.
They're selling you a movement.
Let's take tits and ass out of video games. That'll work well. Brilliant idea, guys.
Well, I mean, just on the whole terms of sort of making money, I don't know. I always liken everything back to Star Trek. I probably shouldn't, but like, what was it, like the 32nd rule of acquisition from the Ferengis? Peace is profitable. Wartime is also profitable.
Yeah.
So I think some people they're just chasing money. I don't know. I think those people will always.
They're short-sighted. They're short-sighted.
Oh no! They're not short-sighted. No. The people that are listening, maybe, but those, you know, it's like fucking people like Dave Cullen, for example. He wasn't making a lot of money doing his fucking computing forever business, and then suddenly says something about SJWs and watches his Patreon fund just suddenly bump up. It's like, I think I'm onto something here. Like I said,
that's short-sighted. That's not 50 years.
Yeah, like I said, this is why I made a video about it. This is a paranoia pornographer. You know, they're selling you this confirmation bias. You know, that's all it is. And it's the same thing on the SJW side as well. Oh, the patriarchy, everything's sexist. You know, this is, and all they're doing is creating monsters. They without each other, they would have nothing to say. They would have no talents. Tell you what, yeah, I've seen this as well. Feminist fashion. The fashion is awful. They can't even fucking sew a button. But, you know, a tag feminist to it, and then suddenly they're fucking famous. It's the movement that sells.
I will say, just from a feminist perspective,
Get out! Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll go back in the kitchen and make everyone's sandwiches. But no, I mean, just even from a feminist perspective, there are some. I think there was like a shirt or something that just sort of said I'm a feminist, and some celebrity was selling it for like some ridiculous amount of money, and it wasn't going to any cause. It was just going to like the celebrity.
Straight into their pocket.
Well, yeah, exactly. And that, like, I don't know. I just like to say that does piss off a lot of feminists as well. That sort of actually kind of, I don't know, actually want to like support the movement and like focus on things that so actually matter instead of. Like,
Oh yeah. I mean, you know, without say the likes of Dave Cullen, for example, who needs $10,000 a month to get a proper studio together. To basically do exactly the same videos that he's doing before, but with a slightly better background. The feminists will win. The Muslims will win.
The same thing that Anita did.
Yeah. Like I said, this is just Anita 2.0, just in the opposite direction. And like all of these fuckers, they just don't even it doesn't even register for them. Why? Because it sings to their biases. That's all. And it's like people kind of go, well, he's a right to do that. Of course he's got a right to do that, and I've got a right to say that he's a fucking shyster.
I think that there's even a limit to that threat, because I don't think it would take too much for them to become the new Alex Jones and start doing anti-vax and shit and pushing fake medicine.
Already done.
That's it's a blurred line, but that thing just to me is just so. It's hard for me to comprehend people like that exist in that level.
Joe Rogan pushes supplements.
No, it's not supplements. Supplements are just a list of the issues. The whole anti-vaxxer issue, the family, the whole. It will cause damage.
Yeah, he had one on his show.
He had some loony professor who basically peddles his own supplements, saying how wonderful his supplements are and everything else causes autism.
This was a woman, Jeff Holiday is doing a video series on her.
My comics cause autism, just by the by. It's part of a world domination plan I have where I'll make everyone autistic like me and create a new Vulcan on Earth.
And you thought you'd come on here? This is not working. I'm just saying, if you're looking for a world domination plan, you are in the wrong place, darling. All you've got is people basically kind of going, "What the fuck is going on with this fucking planet? Jesus!" And that's about it.
To be fair, she wanted to find the source of autism, and she has the tism herself, and so
we do have obviously Will
everyone
and the Prince of Burgundy too.
Everyone will be autistic, everyone will be feminist, and everyone will be trans, and everyone will be happy, and it's a good plan.
Never gonna happen.
I can dream.
Melanie's going to get arrested for cruelty to
Stop
people
treating anti-religion pranks as hate crime.
What?
it doesn't matter if it's a prank, bro. You're not allowed to vandalize someone's place. That's an illegal act. And also, it's also can be considered a threat to them.
Believe it or not, harassment is a subjective term, guys.
Yeah, somewhat.
Believe it or not, unless you're a fucking psycho, and you think by posting bacon through a place that basically thinks that it's just not, it's just not done on a religious scale, and it's basically against their identity to throw bacon in somebody's. Imagine I don't know how to relate this to Stop Sita. But I'm sure I can find some sort of allegory that may make sense to you, but because I don't know you well enough, what can I do?
It would be like throwing shit at somebody.
Well, I mean, one solution, just if anybody is listening that attends a mosque, if this happens in the future, my forwarding address, because I quite like bacon, is sorry, I'm sorry, that was awful.
Yeah, you're about to dox yourself there. Careful. So yeah, I mean, it is a bit sad these days that people think that their culture is going to be taken over and destroyed by people saying, "Could we be nice to each other?" I mean, it's a bizarre culture for you to be living in, isn't it? Really, where you're basically kind of going, "Could you just treat these people with respect?" Fuck you! Whoa. Well, maybe not you then. That would be against your culture, would it? Okay.
I have a story about that, actually. One of my, I was recently followed by a group they kind of work with like a lot of different groups online. It's kind of like a sort of hate watch kind of thing and stuff. They usually do quite good stuff. They don't go after anyone like silly or anything. It's like actual psychos online that it's just like constant hate of like people. But she actually, she was in Tesco's once. For those who don't know, that's just like one of our supermarket chains. And apparently a person just came up to her and yelled at her to take her, headdress thing off, and yelled at her to go back to where she came from, to which she turned around and said, "You mean Devon?" I don't know. Sorry. I just always. But that's the whole prejudgment thing. I don't know.
It's just people, like, from what I've seen, it's just people who are socially retarded versus people who are not.
No, it's not just that. It's how to interpret the world at large. I really don't know what the issue is. You just can't really say, oh, it's socially retarded.
I've interacted with these individuals a lot more recently since I've gotten into making YouTube videos, and I think that's it. I think it's just people who have had limited interaction with other human beings get these idiotic notions into their head and they follow through with them.
No, it's that they don't understand how their own thought process works. It's just not a social interaction. Yeah, it plays a part in civility, but it's not just that. You can't just say that everybody that has problems socializing is like them.
Yeah, I mean, 9/11, it's just a prank. Few rockets flying into Israel, it's just a prank. Wasn't going to harm anyone. They didn't have any explosives on them. They're just trying to scare you a bit. It's all right.
They were not even aimed at anybody.
Yeah, it's just light-handed. Just. This is the thing. It's like the only people that thought it was light-hearted to post bacon through somebody's letterbox who's a Muslim is the people doing it. They think that they're just having a laugh. They're probably giggling to each other as they do it. The person receiving it is like, well, someone's trying to send me a message here. I mean, they have laws in countries, where somebody can shoot another person if they feel intimidated. In Florida, of all places.
No, it's all right.
Somebody goes on your property.
Yeah, I understand.
And you are worried for your life. You feel intimidated and stuff like that. You can use deadly force.
It's called Stand Your Ground laws. When the guy was
they're working on changing.
He was actually pursuing someone, as a matter of fact, versus him actually getting pursued.
Do you want to say that in a full sentence? Hey, Chris.
The Stand Your Ground law?
Yeah. You were just saying.
Yeah,
but it wasn't really.
He used it as a defense, and when he was going after the kid, he was pursuing the kid, the kid wasn't pursuing him. He was actually trying to get away from him prior to him shooting him down.
So essentially, he just executed him.
You're talking about the Zimmerman case?
Yes.
I haven't quite read it all the way, but yes and no. He was wrong on what he was doing, but then he was attacked.
Yeah. No, I get it.
It's a bit more complicated.
Well, yeah, the problem was that the kid wasn't armed and didn't shoot him. That was the problem. If the kid had basically turned round with a pistol and shot him in the fucking forehead and just said, I was in fear for my life, then he would have been the innocent party in this. And that guy would have been the aggressor. And this is the problem with the Stand Your Ground law right there, is that you've just got to feel something and then you can use deadly force. That's why it's fucked up. And this is why we don't have that sort of thing in this country, because we're more than a few hundred years old and we're not that fucking stupid.
Robin?
Hello.
Do you remember the Tony Martin case?
Tony Martin?
Do you remember the Tony? It was a farmer in 1999.
Oh, yeah, he shot these kids as they were running away.
So he shot them. And he was jailed for that.
Yeah.
Because he shot them in the back.
So these kids these kids were burgling. They weren't. These are scallies. But a death sentence is not really up to the person in the house.
Or even something that we condone in this country by the government as well, which is kind of. I mean, I suppose self-defense, and like if there was someone about to shoot you, it might be. So, okay, but like just in general, so the punishment for burglary would never be death sentence. Even murder isn't a death sentence. But I suppose that's another issue.
Yeah, but I doubt that it was kind of easy to discern at the moment for the farmer. We're talking about situations with a lot of parameters. So it's kind of hard to make a broad stroke for everything.
Yeah, stop, Sita. You're being obtuse on purpose for saying that. I think you know exactly what you're doing.
Who?
Well, if you obviously I haven't fashioned you with the side chat. Believe it or not, there's actually people talking. There you go.
No, I know.
Yeah, it's always best to have that little side chat running up so you can see what's going on, guys.
Yeah, and you can interact with the people watching.
Yeah, and it's like kind of going, oh well, they get some sort of exemption because of their belief system, and it's like, well, you believe that if somebody rings up your house and says to your mother that they're going to kill them, that they're probably going to kill them. Now, if somebody believes that somebody is sending them bacon through the mail, that they're trying to intimidate them. That's sort of how it works. It's not to do with their belief system that everybody knows, when it comes to Jewish people or Muslim people, that they're not keen on bacon. They're not keen on pork products.
And in their head, they're looking at the previous times where things escalated to the point where somebody shows up with an automatic weapon.
That's how it translates. If you don't see that as intimidation, you're either a psycho or you're being deliberately obtuse. Did you know that the UK anti-religion crime is treated as aggravated? Yes. It is aggravated. It is aggravating things, yes. Somebody having a punch-up is one thing. Somebody beating somebody up because of their religion is another.
Robin.
Hello.
Hey. Sorry, I keep muting my microphone.
That's a good thing, yes, because you end up echoing.
Yeah. Right, that's why I'm done talking. There is something that is quite common. I notice it does kind of put people on edge, and which also at the same time doesn't make sense to me, because in my country, I mean, we've had open gun carry laws for a long time, yet seeing somebody actually exercising that right still makes people very uneasy, and in turn actually has caused people sometimes to even take action to that.
What do you mean? What do you mean by so exercising that right?
Calling the police, probably.
Calling the police, or in some cases there have been, I can't remember the damn guy's name, or just essentially shooting them.
Yeah, fair enough. It's Florida, so yeah.
Well, I don't think it happened. I don't even think it happened in Florida. But the thing that what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, people know we have open carry laws. People know that or if you're licensed, you're allowed.
No.
However,
It's a license for concealed carry.
Correct. Well, some states actually allow open carry. My state allows open carry. I can actually get a license for an open carry gun. However, I believe that's only for certain guns. I don't believe you can walk around with a 12-gauge shotgun just,
No, you can if it's hunting season. I'm familiar with the issue, open carry.
There's some, yeah, I get that, but there is some, you're not going to walk around into a Goodwill, for Christ's sake, going, I think I'm going to pick up this t-shirt with a 12-gauge around your back.
Here's what I think about it.
It makes better sense to people that are doing open carry. A lot of them are doing that in form of protest. So, and even people that are pro-gun don't see that with good eyes because they just cause trouble.
Here's what I think about open carry. Open carry is stupid. For one, you are indicating to people who might be a threat to you that you have a weapon. So if they see you as a threat themselves, they will likely shoot you before anybody else. Second, you are also making everybody around you nervous. For the simple reason that people see somebody with a gun that they don't know, they're immediately going to be defensive.
Not everybody. It depends on the culture of the local. That's what's a complicated issue.
No.
If everybody
we actually have already interpreted. It's like someone openly carrying a knife. It doesn't matter whether or not you have a culture of knife carriers. People still subconsciously perceive it as a fucking weapon and know it's still dangerous, even if no one's outwardly saying it.
Yes, that's what I say. I say if the perception of people is different, they're not going to perceive it as a threat. I am agreeing with you that's a stupid idea as culture and perceptions are. But then you're saying that those things are absolute, and they're not. Yes, people would understand those would be an weapon, but they would also try to assert the situation. Because there's a difference between just carrying a weapon and having a shoulder to fire.
If you absolutely need a weapon in order to protect yourself, conceal it. That is the smart thing to do.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Or you could work out why somebody wants to fucking kill your ass.
I think
But you're not gonna conceal carry a rifle.
Christo, your mic is popping.
Yeah, Chris, could you just turn down your volume? So it doesn't, I know it's a wacky idea that the volume's not so loud that it comes through from your microphone.
Or you could mute yourself whenever you're not talking.
No, when he mutes by hitting that button, and that's where you get the little crack noise.
I apologize. So I agree. Concealed carry is better. I personally like concealed carry. I haven't brought myself to get a gun yet because honestly, just financially, I don't see the point to it just yet. If I had extra money lying around, yeah, sure. But the other thing is that I agree. Open carry, does make me inevitably nervous. Even when my friend, by the way, one of my buddies was, openly carrying a gun, it made me nervous. Now, it wasn't loaded, but you realize what they're holding, and you know what it can do. That's the whole thing. Now, being around guns a little more my life, it kind of, it gradually made me not so nervous. So, it depends on the person, I guess.
Yeah, the perception, how well they're used, how well they assert threats.
My other friend, however, likes to carry loaded guns and concealed, and I'm just, and that's how you're supposed to, I guess. But he was showing off one of his guns to me. He's like, "Do you want to hold it?" And I'm like, "Okay." So that was basically my first experience with the gun. It didn't end badly, as I don't know. Some people think things go really badly if you hold a gun. It didn't really corrupt me or kill me.
Yes, that's true. But idiots exist, and must be careful.
Yes.
There exists several methods of safety, like never point a loaded gun, etc., etc.
There are people who decide that the safety does not need to be on when there is a bullet in the chamber and you're handing it to somebody is clumsy.
Oh,
well, there are doctrines that say that the safety is actually dangerous.
Look at the barrel with their eye.
No, because of safety, it's you need time to disengage the safety.
They'll look down the barrel with their eye.
Is it in there?
They'll look down the barrel
You can look at
with
extractor.
their eye.
Yeah, I saw a video.
That those people should not be allowed a weapon. They just shouldn't.
There was this gun store that basically has this jar for every person that comes in with a chambered weapon, and they say, "No, I checked it. There's no bullet in it," and they just cock it, and a bullet flies out. So they put it in the jar, and it's half full after a week.
Gun shops. Gun shops do that a lot. The clients are idiots.
This jar is what, 10 inches around.
Oh, I saw. I remember what it did.
I'd say about 8 as a guesstimate in terms of its.
Now, are we talking diameter or circumference?
Let me find the video.
Because diameter, I mean, that's another thing.
No, it happens a lot.
It's got to get some girth to it, you know.
No, but you know what causes that? It's idiots and people that are not familiar with a gun. They just buy a gun without understanding it.
A little unrelated, but do you guys want to hear a funny story I heard from a policeman recently?
Absolutely.
Okay, so basically, there was this kind of disturbance and stuff, and this woman was being arrested for essentially, a violent outburst, and she then attacked the police officer. Now, of course, in the UK, we don't have guns, so there's a lot more negotiation in these kinds of situations, but she still assaulted the police officer. Well, first there was the verbal assault, then there was physical assault, and then actually slight injuring a police officer. She was taken to the station, and the police officer asked her first, this will be very quick and stuff if you just answer the questions. There were witnesses, so it doesn't, really, so there's no use in sort of lying about this and stuff. But I think she had basically gotten her idea of what an interrogation goes down like from CSI or sort of Law and Order or something like that, because he said, "Did you verbally assault the officer?" And she said, "No comment." And he said, "Okay, did you physically sort of attempt to assault police officers during your arrest?" And she said, "No comment." And then finally they said, "Did you injure a policeman during the arrest?" And she said, "No comment." After which she, the police officer said, "Well, that's the end of the questions." And she turned and asked, "So when am I going to be let out? When do I know about that?" And the police officer just turned to them with a smug smile on their face and said, "No comment."
No comment, yeah.
Seriously though, that is not a dumb thing to do versus an officer. If ever you are being questioned by the police, don't say anything.
If you are a British person, I'd like to just correct Pascal on that one. If whatever you do say will be taken down and used in evidence against you, anything that you refuse to say will also be considered, give it the exact, because they have changed that law, I'm afraid, in this country.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
It's now considered almost an admittance of guilt.
But
and remember to discretion.
Evidence is found against you that it would be sort of withholding of information or what's the word?
Anything you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence.
Right. Okay.
That's not stupid, actually.
It's basically saying if you're going to be uncooperative, we're gonna consider you hostile.
Yeah, if you're going to be a dick about it.
But
considering the police officer in the story was
Sturcore! Hello there, matey Bob. How do?
All right, mate.
All right there.
I'm all good. I'm all good.
F5.
I'm exploring already.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
I don't know because I can't hear my own voice on this, unless I monitor it.
No, that's actually becoming a new open house meme.
I know. I'm seeing it on my channel comment section.
Sturcore, so you have you actually been in a hangout where you didn't have your webcam plugged in?
Yes.
Okay.
It didn't work.
Never mind then.
I know you tried and I appreciate it.
Yeah, I saw you posted on a video that you were having a chat with somebody about something, and I was just sitting there kind of going, "Oh man, F5." F5, dude.
Was that the hangout I did with discussing Jordan Peterson?
I believe so. Yes.
Wait, wasn't that the hangout with Spino and Vlad and like I was there as well? Was that the or no? Wait, maybe I'm thinking of a different one. Or we F5 everything.
Interesting video, by the way.
Which one?
The one you linked. The gun store, like do's and don'ts do this at a gun store.
Oh yeah.
And I kind of get it. Like you don't pull out a gun in a gun store. I mean, to me, me being on the outside, I've never held a gun. I mean, so do they want you to like to pull it out outside the gun store and bring it in?
Are you drunk?
No, it's ADHD.
No, I'm asking how. So if there's something wrong with your gun, how would you like have them inspected?
I don't know, to be honest.
Well, the way it works over here is that everything's locked in a cabinet, and the police come around and inspect it I think it's a couple of times a year.
Maybe hand it to them in a case, in the holster itself.
No. What happens is you have like a safe deposit box in your own house that you have to keep locked, unless you have a license to go shooting with it.
No, I was answering the question in regards to the video that I posted in the side chat because we were discussing how people with guns are sometimes stupid.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I was wondering the proper procedure to like go into a gun store with a gun, or do you just leave it at home? Or I was thinking just put it in a case.
Far be it from me to point out the contradictions within American society, but you do live in one where you're able to buy a gun but not a Kinder Egg.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, and it's that for me that sort of says it all, really. It's like kind of going, yeah, well, you can't buy that. Why? Because it's got little tiny bits in it that might kill children. And it's like kind of going, but here, have this pistol. Doesn't this have little bits in it that'll kill children too? Yeah, apparently not. You know,
even though, like,
only if you use it responsible. You know, why isn't there some sort of sect of Kinder Egg, responsible Kinder Egg owners? You know, where is that going on? You know, you have a right to Kinder Eggs.
Not only that, but
I've stuck an image in the side chat if anybody's interested.
Not only that,
vaguely amusing.
Not only that, but Cadbury's cream eggs are only an Easter thing, I've heard, in the States, which is just shocking.
Wait. Do you sell those?
Yeah, we have Cadbury's cream eggs at any time of the year. It's not an Easter thing. They're just like I could go and get Cadbury's cream eggs right now.
Do it right now.
Yeah, I will.
I missed.
See you in a bit.
Wait a minute.
The Easter egg thing
Wait
is.
a minute. Can I have got that?
I'm sorry that during your visit you didn't have a Cadbury's cream egg out of season.
Yeah.
I feel like I've ruined your holiday now.
Well, they normally come out after Christmas, don't they?
Well, the Easter egg thing is the cream egg thing is every Easter, but the thing is, loads of people have back stock and they use them all year.
Because just nobody buys enough. Because nobody gives a fuck about Easter because we're a secular society.
So we won't give children choking hazards that come in the form of a delicious egg. However, we will change the water supply in Michigan to go out of the river and poison them.
That's fine. That's fine because that's freedom.
That's capitalism.
Aren't haggis banned in America?
Actually, it's called efficiency.
Oh, I said something bad about capitalism. I guess I'm a Marxist now.
This is true.
Everything is boxing.
That was the capitalist.
We've got to do that tune now, haven't we, mate? We've got to do that tune.
Everything is great when you're part of a team.
We've got to seize the means of production.
Everything is Marxist.
Oh, you didn't get my joke. You didn't get my joke.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's all right. The memes justify the ends. We understand.
By the way, Will, my dad is in Flint, Michigan right now. Just thought I'd tell you that.
Your dad is out.
Yeah, he flew.
Will's like, I'm right over.
He flew some sort of politician out there. I'm not sure who. He doesn't. I mean, we don't really talk about who he flies. We just know that he flies them all the time. 90% of his customers are religious people, though.
What does he fly in? Chopper? Airplane?
A G-38, I think it's called, something like that.
Not a G-6.
What is a G-38?
It's it's like a private commercial jet, right? It's like has 8 to 12 seats, leather recliner thing. It's very comfortable. But it's I don't know. He's trying to like get the captain seat. You know what I mean? Like in the new jet, but whoever these owners are, they're kind of complete idiots.
Damn it.
Tired of.
Just to break the monotony. We've just had some news fresh in. Richard Hammond from Top Gear has had another crash, and sadly, he's going to be okay.
Broken his knee.
He busted his toe at the same time.
I just saw that Tim Blake has come out with a new video challenging Kraut's video that you're starting.
I saw the
another one.
I saw the picture of the car. It looks pretty trashed.
Oh my god. Who posted this? Sorry.
Tim Demotivator.
Yeah.
Oh god, loads of SJWs coming onto my side. Well, that's going to help. Yeah,
So,
I've got to say this again. SJWs, I'm not on your side. Anti-SJWs, not on your side either.
It's not like Allstate.
I'm not your little coin to flip. Fuck off.
Yeah. But like it or not, you are part of the culture war.
I don't think he's going to be mentioning you. He's just going to be mentioning the hypocrisy. That's all. Hey, Tim's a nice guy, but he can get a bit easily offended sometimes.
Aren't we all?
Oh, Ron, speaking of SJWs, I actually met one. She actually came out today. Apparently, because
was it very emotional when she came out to you?
Did she tell her parents first?
No. It was actually a middle-aged woman. I was fixing her cable, and we got into a discussion, and then she's like, "Oh, well, I'm an SJW." I'm like, "Oh boy."
Right.
I'm like, I can't say anything. I'm working. I have to be professional.
Who actually describes himself as an SJW, like proudly?
Apparently, a Florida woman.
Badge. It's like what do they call those? Those fucking Boy Scout things that they wear on their shirts, or Girl Scouts.
What?
You have Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts. They get badges for doing things.
Yeah,
how do they get it? What do they do? I'm fascinated.
I know it's never Boy Scout. I wouldn't know. William was. I threw you under the bus.
I was a scout as well. I was
a Cub Scout, and I actually earned my way to being a Boy Scout, an Eagle Scout.
So what was this SJW like then, Chris? Describe her.
Middle-aged, wealthy, entitled.
Okay.
I could go on.
You've not really narrowed the field, mate.
She feels like she knows people in my company when she really doesn't. She was kind of like pushing me into a corner when I wouldn't do something for her.
Did she have problem glasses and blue hair?
Was her name Randy?
No. Randy, no. I don't I can't really disclose that much information, but you see, because that we do have customer confidentiality, paperwork we signed.
Did it begin with an R?
I don't remember. I just remember that moment.
Answer me. Somebody quick, shine a torch in his eye.
Basically, when they actually said that, it was surprising to me because I didn't expect that to happen. Normally, people don't just go, "Hey, by the way, you realize I'm a neo-Nazi." I just thought I'd let you know.
Well, you don't really need to tell people that, do it? They usually read it off of your arm.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it's not like you don't just go around.
That's a lovely skull,
Sometimes people do, but.
I don't know. I'm getting there. I've got my problem glasses at least. But so that's like an outward expression of it. It's an SJW expression. It's not like having SJW identity. It's different from that. A bit like gender identity and gender expression.
What are problem glasses?
I'm signifying to the world that this is at least in part of what I'm about.
By the way, Melody, a personal question. How far are you exactly? Are you pretty much you've stopped transitioning? Are you there yet?
Well, it's hard to say. I've recently had the
Your voice
GNHR,
your voice sounds pretty sort of quite natural now, I would say.
Aw, thank you. Well, I mean, just in terms of like medical transition, I've recently received a new medication, which is a GNHR. That's like it's a hormone blocker. So basically, that binds to my pituitary, and I don't know. The first week I went a bit crazy, but I don't know. I've kind of mellowed out.
More of a woman than you think.
So, are you?
Was that misogynist?
So
am I a bad person?
Give you like an injection then, or something, and then you take like pills to suppress it at the same time?
No. Well, I mean, the pills are kind of like it's something that I'm being weaned off now. Now that I've got like the injection, I don't like the pills. I don't need to suppress what I'm not producing. It's
right. Okay. I'm just curious because my friend, he is transitioning and he's kind of like nervous, so he's kind of like curious as to like what the beginning experience was like. I mean, I don't know.
Well, you're describing this person as a he at the moment, so is it obviously very early stages? Still isn't prepared to go with the she yet.
Transgender.
Female to male.
Transgender male that was female.
Female to male.
They're going female to male.
To male.
Okay.
He went through the surgical process. Now, he's waiting on the approval for to get his insurance and everything to pay for medical, like the medicine side.
So yeah, I assume he was paying for it before instead of the insurance covering it.
And how much did you pay, Melody, on as you live in England and you're in the NHS? How much did you pay? How much did you pay? How much does it cost you?
Look. The reasons that I voted for Labour
are obvious.
No, it's privatization of the NHS is a silly idea anyway. So it's
privatization. Have you seen the Naylor report?
F5.
F5.
Yeah, let's sell off the NHS private land.
I'm sorry.
Please don't.
I'm sorry, Robin. I'm an outsider of your
trans people in the UK everywhere.
Yeah, I'm proud of it. I really am. It's just like it is like a possibly one of the most fascinating conditions that anyone could actually come into, because it is quite separate from almost anything else, because it is a psychological condition. I mean, anyone can, people like yourself, it's this and that. It is a psychological condition, but there is no real cure that can really work. apart from something that is quite severe in medical terms.
I just want to ask a quick question out of curiosity. I mean, I would have thought that because from my limited knowledge about transgenderism and things of that nature, I would have thought that from my understanding of dysphoria that you can measure that with brain scans, can't you?
Well, I don't know. It's kind of.
I was wondering how you qualified dysphoria if you can't measure it.
Well, you can measure it in the same way that you can measure different degrees of depression. With dysphoria,
because I thought it was like a brain chemical imbalance, a bit like depression, but it's sort of like you can actually see that represented on like an MRI or something like that.
Well,
you carry on, darling. You'll be the expert.
Well, the MRI scans and sort of looking into substructures is more to do with what potentially causes it. So, I mean, in the same way that you have certain substructures that will sort of basically drive, say, your sexual orientation. You have substructures that drive your gender identity, and that can be confusing for a lot of people because it's like, well, gender is a construct, but that's not what gender identity is. And John Money kind of fucked up the whole terminology when he said that sense was a gender identity because he thought it was learned, and this is this whole fucked up experiment.
Well, people have confused are confusing and making things very obtuse for terrible reasons, I think. Here's my question to you, though. Here's my question to you. I mean, I was asking you how far you are along your journey. For the reasons the reason you started your journey is because of your discomfort. And I'm just wondering, are you feeling more comfortable now? Are you actually pretty much in your bones and kind of going, yeah, this is actually what I was expecting me to be?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. So I see a lot of my friends, on Facebook. Obviously, I follow other trans people, and they say that they've I don't know, they've maybe not had the best experience sort of with the NHS, and the NHS can be sucky, and
but it depends on where you are. It depends on if there's a lot of people in the area or not many people in the area. I find that NHS hospitals in areas where there's a less populace, you do actually have a lot better service. So they don't put enough hospitals in larger populous areas, I find.
But I mean, in terms of like actually worrying about some of the things I used to worry about, so I don't know, they don't even cross my mind. Like my biggest concerns right now are just kind of like, what am I doing in my life in terms of like employment and stuff. I mean, I've got a good job, but there's the whole comics thing, and it's like, is that ever going to go anywhere and stuff? But it's just
no, it's art. It's never going to go anywhere. But that's not what you're doing it for.
It's a dream.
Yeah. If you're doing art and you're sitting there kind of going, I'm going to make a career out of this, you're going to go, no, you ain't. You're going to try. You're going to do your best.
I'm working my ass off in my career, and my career is like up. But like, I chose to do the teaching side of it. It's possible.
Here's a concept. I'm just gonna sort of like keep drilling down into this.
Sorry, can I just finish that?
Go on, Melody.
Basically, it's nice to kind of have these select concerns that I don't know, the rest of the world kind of
normal
has
concerns.
In terms of.
Yeah.
No, I don't like that word, but yeah, I guess
it's all right. Normal's not a bad thing. I
know, but it's like saying, "Oh, cis guys are normal, and trans are abnormal."
Fuck those,
but no, I mean,
fuck the anti-normies. They don't. Just because they can't fit into the rest of the planet doesn't mean that you have to follow suit.
But I mean, it's just it's nice to not have like this other thing constantly preying on my mind anymore. Like it's nice to just, I guess, be normal, but I don't want to say that.
Yeah, I've got this one sort of concept that I've talked to a few people that are transitioning or in between or whatever like that, and I think that a lot of the issues for those who for example, even after somebody's gone through the whole process, they're done. You still have quite high rates of people that are just they end up killing themselves. They end up getting suicidal. It hasn't worked, and I think that may be related to something that is inescapable for anybody who has transitioned from one gender to another, and it's something along this lines. No matter, even if they made a way of doing it so they could give you a womb, they could do it so that they could bring your shoulders so that they weren't so broad, widen the hips, even maybe reconstruct bones so that they were so perfectly female, the whole shebang. So every single cell was has managed to be confused into thinking that it's female. The whole shebang, everything like that. You still have historical something there is saying I wasn't born like this,
Yeah.
There's that legacy. There's that legacy that's always going to be there.
The whole journey is still there, which can be hard.
Yeah, and I think that's probably like the greatest hurdle. It's almost like an alcoholic going into a pub and having a drink. It's almost that's when you win. But that
was a part of you. Yeah. That was a part of your history, but it's not necessarily.
It's inescapable.
Who you are now.
Yeah, it's inescapable though, isn't it? It's not. It's something that you can't actually escape from. You could even if you went, like I said, even if you could have it so that not only nobody could tell, they couldn't even tell genetically. Every last aspect, you're still going to have that legacy behind you. And I think that
plus turfs would still give us the business, but
still say what?
Turfs would still give us.
But fuck those people. They just can't. Their problem is they just can't get a decent man.
My feminists. So I don't know.
It's true. It's true. It's true. No, it is. It is that I always say this to the whole argument between MGTOWs and feminists. Isn't that weird that they argue against each other? It's like I want women and men to be treated the same. It's like, well, why aren't you joining forces together then? It's like, hang on a second. I know what this is. The real thing is between feminists and MGTOWs is the simple sentence: I'm single and it's your fault.
I really want to get I want to animate a sequence of essentially worst kind of MGTOW and the worst kind of feminists and stuff, just kind of yelling at each other, getting closer and closer, and just sort of at that moment where it's about to reach critical mass, they just start making out to Styx's lady. The one that goes, lady, no, and there's fireworks in the background and everything's fine.
No. What you need to do is have them you have them screaming at each other across the thing, and then you do it on like a lined one. So you've got a big wide band like that. I'm doing it with my hands. You're just gonna have to imagine big wide band. So one of them's on one side, one of them's on the other side, and they're yelling at each other, and they're telling each other exactly the same thing. And then they do it a little bit closer like that. They're telling each other exactly the same thing, and they get them very close, and they kind of go, "You know me so well. You know me like I know myself." And then they just smooch, And you could just title it, "Just Go Ahead and Fuck."
Yeah, already.
Yeah. There we go. You've got it. Do it. Enough puns, for fuck's sake, Melody. You can do better than that. Anyway, back in a sec. Just going for a smoke.
Hi.
Hey, Melody, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. The reason why I brought up that thing about dysphoria is because I'm trying to understand how how you can go to a doctor and then find out that you've got that because of like there is such thing. I think people like Riley Dennis are trans trenders. I think I don't know that I don't know that's fair to say, but it's
very fair to say.
But
it's also
the thing is,
it's like like I would like to know the defining point of where you could medically say someone's trans.
Well, again, it's sort of like, how do you define depression when so many people sort of show signs of depression? How is that? When is it legal? When is it like medically classified as, a psychological condition? And usually the only, well, until we can sort of, just perform brain scans to be able to identify the substructures I mentioned before, which we still can't do for actually, homosexuality, even though it's like, it's pretty much assumed at this point that, yeah, there's going to be some neurological drive there. We're not, the brain, as science is that the brain are still in their infancy. But literally the only way that we can discern it at the moment is just through therapy and counseling and just, I don't know, like I remember, so like I was talking with a therapist for years before I was put on, hormones and stuff. And
right.
And like I think this is an issue possibly between the UK and America. I've said this on Robin's stream before, but in the UK, the satisfaction rates for SRS are around about 97 to 98%. And considering these are people that have gone through like the entire process and they're still, like happy with it, I don't know. I think there's something to be said in sort of being careful, and even though the NHS is kind of strict with their definitions, and well, not definitions, but strict with the diagnosis, because and that's not just in trans, so treatment, they have a pretty high cutoff point for a lot of different treatments, just so money isn't wasted.
Do you think that they might be hesitant because of even after people go through? Well, I'm not sure how wide the demographic is and what the exact percentage of people. But would, unless you know the number, how many people like still suffer from whatever mental drawbacks even after they've undergone?
Well, I would think that it's not that high in the UK, at least, because there was a study, I think, that was looking into psychological health after sort of transition in treatment. Okay. But what they found was that the biggest thing that sort of negates that is just additional therapy and treatment, which obviously in the UK it's free.
Okay, so a combination of social science mixed in with the medicine and
kind of, and it's just, I think it's more just like acclimatizing and stuff, after this thing has been done in a way. It's just like
I'm really glad that
after anything,
I'm really
psychological health.
I'm really glad that you're actually becoming you, though, or at least feeling like you're you. Because that's
you sound comfortable.
Yeah, I've met a few. I've met a few that have been sort of still really sort of dicks. Really.
I don't know. It does raise
some people can be really sort of. They're not really very balanced.
But it does raise an interesting question, though. Just if I've wondered about this before. If the definition of trans is your gender identity not matching your sex or physical sex, and if your physical sex is kind of defined by your secondary sex characteristics in biology, if you transition, are you cis at that point, or?
Well, I think we were having that. I was making that point with that concept. You see, is that you don't actually have the avenue of escape there. If you see what I mean, you can. I mean, you will always have that legacy. It's. I suppose it's like kind of like, say, imagine a kid that's been born with webbed feet. Imagine they've got like one foot and it's just like the big toe, sort of like they've got webbing on there, and they've had the thing. So they went and had surgery. Now their toe's normal, but they're always going to know that they were born with webbed feet. And it's the same thing in that sort of sense. I mean, for example, there was a discussion going on there. I think last week it was, or was it this week? Where people were talking about sort of like if you were going to get into a relationship with a guy or whatever like that, say a straight guy, whatever like that, would you tell him?
Sorry, I just got distracted by
sorry.
trans.
I got distracted by trans people. Yeah, well, me too. Yeah. No.
I don't know if it's like if Blair is actually in the chat or Theron, or whether this is just like from the last chat and someone's messing around with Google Hangouts.
Yeah, Blair is somewhat of a coarse character.
I didn't like the thing that she did with
she hits and misses with
I'm pretty sure you were just saying, so like would I tell a person that I was trans before like dating them and stuff?
Yeah.
Her recent kind of tweet, I don't know, like if you look at all the responses to what she said, so like everyone was sort of like thinking of the safety of trans people as like, they might be a psycho, you don't know, maybe just so like tell them to be on the safe side, they'll probably not care. A lot of people don't really care nowadays, but it's better to be on the safe side.
Well,
but she didn't mention that. She just said, no, if you don't disclose it, you're a shitty, deceptive person. And it's kind of like, well, I don't know. You've chosen to frame it that way.
Okay. I'm straight guy. Okay, I'm just your communal garden. I've got a relationship I've been in 10 years. We're not sort of, we're just one of the, we're normies. Sorry, we just, we're a normal couple. If Maggie had never said, 5 years down the line, say, like I said, if the surgeries have become so good to the point where not only wouldn't you tell, but even a doctor, and if she'd have not said, and then maybe 5 years down the line, I find out, for example, but maybe I meet their parents or whatever like that, and they call her by her dead name, for example, by accident, something like that, and that's weird. And it's like, why did you call her John? And it's like, hasn't she? What do you mean, hasn't she? What do you mean? What do you mean? Well, I'm caught in a rock and a hard place at this point, and she was actually, she was a guy.
Crisis on the horizon.
Well, it would be. Well, it's not just. I think what you're framing it in that way, I understand, but I'm thinking more along the lines of simple trust. And if you meet somebody on the first date or whatever like that, you get to know them and stuff like that. If you're a decent young lady, you're not just going to basically bag them that night, is it? And
no, of course.
no, of course not.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not from Wales. So no. No, it's in that you're in that state of it's like when you get to the point where you're thinking about relationships or maybe seeing somebody and you think you may be compatible or that sort of thing, that's when you start telling people about your past, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
so that is part of your past, and like I said, it's not something you can necessarily escape in your own mind. So
well, like I said, so I'm all for sort of being open with a person, because like personally, I'd want someone. I want to be with someone who would want to be with me and stuff. But like that's how I would choose to phrase it.
Yeah.
Like my biggest umbrage with what like Blair said was how she said it, because there's better ways of saying, and like just pointing out like the danger issue, like the safety issue with like someone
that's
who
one thing.
might not react well.
Yeah,
to
they
that.
might not react well. But I'm looking at it more along the lines of, say somebody said, I was a drug addict once, I was an alcoholic. I have, say, mental illness in my family, but I'm okay, or, I'm okay now, or whatever like that. It's a point of vulnerability that builds trust. You can't build trust with anybody without showing a vulnerability. You've got to be honest with somebody. You've got to tell the truth. And if they can trust you with their lives and you trust them with their lives, and if they can't handle it, then the only thing that you and let's say this, okay, you know that this person couldn't handle if you were trans. Would you want to be with them?
True. Well, yeah, no, I wouldn't.
And
really,
could you live with yourself then, having to keep that to yourself?
But that's kind of my response to the trans girls that might not deal well with like rejection and stuff. That whole sort of yelling that it's transphobic and stuff. It's like
no, that's not helpful. No.
Well, that's the thing. Why would you want to be with someone who doesn't want to be with you? Just stuff them. Like it's their loss.
Well, for example, I mean, if you and I got together, and
it's a proposition.
He wants to video it.
See me after class. No, no. If we,
I don't date Macs. I'm a Macophobe.
Max. What the fuck is a Mac? What?
A Mac.
Oh, I don't even know who you are anymore, Fox.
Oh, mechanoid, I think she means.
Yeah.
Oh, right, a mech. Sorry, it's your accent. No. What I'm saying is that imagine I'm sort of like I'm big on kids.
In a good way.
Yeah, very young.
Very, very young.
And I'm looking to get a bit. I choose my words wisely. I'm trying to have fun on Saturday night. Come on. I feed you these lines, but you've got to hurry up a bit, kids. But anyway, let's say I'm looking to have a big family. I'm sort of like that kind of guy. I just sort of like and you kind of go, well, dude, I don't have a womb. That's going to put a dampener on things. And I mean, relationships are ever so delicate. I mean, I know how many I've fucked up. How many relationships have you guys fucked up?
All of them.
Actually, I've got a pretty good track record.
Oh, well done.
I've even been in some poly relationships that ended well.
At least 6 for me.
No. I'm not talking about ended well. I'm talking about ended.
No.
Yeah. Now a completely different number.
ended.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm still in all of them.
We never quit. No. Yeah, but it's in this.
By one.
Yeah, but I'm trying to illustrate badly that relationships are very delicate creatures. They're easily spooked, and especially in the earlier days. I think as they get used to you. That I consider like a relationship between two people, this sort of like this little bond. It's like a little electrical bond of two molecules. They're stuck together, but all you've got, if you got the right chemistry, it's semantic. That's all, but it's that little sort of bonding thing. It can get stronger if you just leave it to settle for longer. And
so splash a bit of water on that.
It's like if you're not going to at least give all of yourself to somebody, then you're always going to be this sort of held back.
Well,
it's not going to do your relationship any good if you're held back, whatever it is. Because it's that thing in the back of your head.
Yourself, right?
Yeah, it's that thing in the back of your head. It'll always be there in the back of your head, grinding at you. And you know what? The worst thing, and this is the most important thing, and this is I've been in a few long relationships, and the worst thing, the very worst thing, is that you will resent that person for you having it there, because you won't. They are the reason that you have that feeling.
Actually, it's interesting that you should talk about this, just because I've been watching the reviews. Do you know the Your Movie Sucks guy, Adam? He does reviews of movies and stuff.
Yeah. I believe he got into a bit of trouble with a few reviews where back in the days when YouTube was upholding rather spurious copyright claims. Yeah.
Like he recently did the whole childhood trauma thing where he asked like a bunch of people to do their own thing. But basically, I found one of his old reviews of a movie called Skenandoki, I think it's called. And one of the things he talks about is this humans kind of have a need to be, so like to love and be loved and be with another person and stuff. But because of that, we'll tend to we're worried that someone won't accept other parts of us, so we tend to just put.
You tend to lie a little bit.
Well, that's the thing. We tend to put out the perceptions that we want people to see. But the problem with that, of course, is that when you see someone that you quite like initially and stuff, you'll think that what they're putting out is, their whole self. And if you aren't honest at some point during that, then and you get to learn about each other and you're truthful and you can build up this trust, then that kind of lie keeps going on until a point where you're going to spend so much time that it's going to come out anyway. And then obviously it becomes a lot more difficult further along the line because, you were both kind of putting out something that wasn't entirely true to begin with. But I don't know.
So there's chances of resentment on both sides, but it's a much more complicated one on yours, you see. It's like, you've heard of sort of like, Christian doctrine, for example, about teaching forgiveness. And a lot of people seem to think that it's some sort of pussy way of doing things where what you do is you basically kind of go, what? So that person just gets away with it. Well, that's fucking shit.
What kind of a lunatic would forgive someone under any circumstances whatsoever? The next thing I know, we'll be negotiating with people that have a problem with us.
Yeah, well, it goes beyond that. Is that basically it's actually a different way of saying don't let somebody live rent free in your head. It's just nobody really. It's been just spelt out in that way by forgiving somebody as such. You basically, especially some arsehole. I mean, anybody who's been a dick, I just forgive them. I don't pay them any mind anymore.
Yes,
I don't have to talk to them. They're done. They're out of my mind at that point.
Are you messing around in Autodesk?
No, what I mean
is
no. What I mean is to forgive someone is to get them out of your head, and that's done. That's the sort of the sort of point that I'm saying. And if you have this thing in the back of your head, whatever it is, if you don't forgive somebody, it's in the back of the head, so you resent them for making you feel this way. And it's the same thing when it comes to somebody who's got some filthy secret, as far as they're concerned. What if it was like, I killed somebody once or something really horrible like that, and you don't let that person know that thing about you, that truth, you will resent them. You will get upset with them for not allowing you the chance to be honest, if you see what I mean. Because they're the reason. It's not them personally, but it's them as this, this concept in front of you. This, that's the abstract of it, I think.
What were the questions? I've been asked a lot of questions, but sure.
Sure, I've got a few just out of curiosity in regards to transgenderism, because I want to understand it a bit more, since I'm looking into the Bill C-16 stuff, because of that's sort of related.
Oh boy, I actually watched the entire debate. Oh yeah, all 2 hours of it. So go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm interested in is firstly is like sexuality. Does that change your sexual orientation? Does that change with the gender dysphoria as well? Like if you started or were you always
for me it's very simple. I'm
I don't
bi.
understand that.
I'm bi, so I was bi before I transitioned and bi after I transitioned, and I don't know. So like, if people want to kind of change their definition, so like if they were exclusively into guys before and they considered themselves, so like a man or a woman, and then afterwards that switched, and then they decide to go with a different label, I'm okay with that and stuff. But
I managed to boil it down to this, Melody. It's more along the lines of, to be trans is a sexual identity, whereas to be bi or gay or straight is a sexual preference. And that's it, really. You don't change your preference just because you change your identity.
Yeah.
I just thought it might be something related to the brain switching.
Well, I mean, there is it's a bit controversial and no one really talks about it, but it is actually documented that when you do transition, your orientation can go into flux a little bit, and it's to do with sort of the
hormonal, probably.
These are sex hormones.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, not to a large extent, from what I understand. I think the NHS says that there's a potential that you might. So say if you were straight, you might maybe become a bit more bi or something. But it's very, I don't know. It's kind of scat at the moment. There's not like a lot of study into it.
How many times do you get asked these questions over and over again in streams, by the way?
Actually, yeah, surprisingly not really surprisingly, quite a bit. In real life, actually my coworker...
Is that the first time you've heard that question, at least?
Actually, no, my coworkers kind of asked me about this as well.
It's like, this must get boring.
Sorry, it's just that I'm trying to educate myself on these sort of things as well. Especially with like the Bill C-16 thing. I mean, what's your stance on that? I mean, how much have you looked into it, and how is it as Jordan Peterson claims? Because I'm looking into that with a few groups of friends to see if his claims are legitimate, and they don't seem to be.
With Jordan B. Peterson, I would like to ask him why it's essential to misgender, or a necessity for him to purposely misgender to teach. Because the way I see it, he doesn't have to use a person's preferred pronouns. There's nothing in Bill C-16 that says that, he's demanded to use language. It just says that continual misgendering of a person, it's kind of a douchey sort of thing to do. Maybe don't do it if you're a teacher. You have an obligation to your students. So I do question why doesn't
it's not continued misgendering, it's continued purposeful misgendering.
Exactly. So I don't understand why. Like, so say a person says, "Oh, I'm a Z or a Zer," or whatever they are. Like, personally, I would call them that if they ask politely. And
here's my thing on that one.
I don't understand why he doesn't just refer to them as them, or just refer to them as their name, or just there's plenty of alternatives where pronouns don't even have to be used.
How many before we kind of go, you know what, that's enough?
Well,
where's the margin?
That's one side of it. But what I'm saying is, why does Jordan B. Peterson need the right to purposely misgender?
If I might interject here, the main contention is basically the Department of Justice stated that any interpretation of that will be left up to the Canadian Human Rights Commission, and then they pulled the support for that out. Now, because the bill itself is so obscure and so vague, any complaint can be made for any reason because there is no exact a set of circumstances.
Yeah, but you can't
parameters. There is some precedent for this bill already.
Guys, let him finish.
Sorry. So basically, what they've stated is so vague. All they've said is just that you have to respect the person's preferred gender, and sorry, I got a little off track here. Yeah, there's no set parameters on what could trigger an action to be brought against you, right? And a lot of people don't understand. Oh, well, you get dragged in front of a court that's actually called the Social Justice Tribunal. And what they do is, if you're found guilty, they levy a fine. Now, after so many years of appealing this decision, if it's if it's upheld, you will face jail time if you are found in contempt of that order, and if you refuse to pay it. And they also add other remedies other than a fine, like you have to take like a sensitivity course. I can't remember the exact name of it.
So I think what you're sort of allaying to is that you're feeling that it's not so much the actual the doing of it. The problem is that there seems to be this rather insidious cycle of some sort of indoctrination campaign going on.
Somewhat, because in the classes that you're forced to take, they involve the IAT. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that.
Nope. Please explain it, and whenever you don't bother asking, just explain it.
Okay. Basically, it's what they call it, like your inherent biases. There's a study that I don't know if I'm going to do it any justice here. Basically, I'd have to dig that up. Cyril, are you familiar with the IAT?
What, the inherent bias thing?
Yes. And that
it's actually fairly well proven to be a thing that has a small amount of effect on a person. It is actually a thing.
Well, everyone.
However, the effect it
No,
has
yeah.
is fairly minor.
Well, it's rather. It's QED, mate. Everyone's going to have an inherent bias in one way or the other. It's like
the inherent bias test does work, and it does show a person will have a bias. However, the bias is literally you have run into two people that are exactly the same in how they portray themselves, act in situations the same, and one of them is a group you're biased against, and one of them is a group you're biased towards. That has been found in the inherent bias test, and you will, as far as every clinical study on this has shown, be slightly more negative towards the one you have bias against. And with almost everyone, it makes no real difference.
Well, could I just ask though, where does it say in Bill C-16 that you would ever be taken to court for not gendering someone? Because this is the biggest issue I see.
Well, how the Canadian Human Rights Commission works is basically someone makes a complaint against you. It doesn't have to be the person that you offended. It could be just
But the
anybody.
thing is, you've not committed any offense if you've not misgendered. If you're not purposely misgendering, if you don't gender at all, then you can't be punished for something that you haven't done.
But the other thing is that there's a big underlining pin underlining thing that hasn't been translated well from what Jordan Peterson is saying and what it actually says in the bill, which is purposeful discrimination, which is the legal definition of discrimination, not the Ontario Human Rights Act, because not the Ontario Human Rights thing. They're like an advisory board. They're not exactly law. So there's a difference between that and what the bill actually says. Now, I see people getting uppity with what could be classified as gender identity or gender expression, but it shouldn't matter because it like, if let's say you put yourself in a situation where you're going to try and rent from somewhere, and the landlord goes no because you're one of those. You're one of those non-binary, non-conforming gender identity types.
You're just trouble.
You're just trouble, and I'm not gonna like rent out this place to you because of that. And then this is giving protections to those people who basically say, well, you can't do that because of this law says you can't. This bill says
but that was already in the Canadian Human Rights Act.
Gender identity was not one of the protected things. This is why they've come up with the new one.
Actually, I have it kind of pertains to this. Okay, so without doxing myself too much, the charity that I work for, I was last year's policy writer. And in our equalities policy, there was no mention of gender identity as a protected class. Everything else, but not gender identity. So, being the sneaky trend I am, I amended that and updated it. Later on, I know.
Unethical.
Later on during the year,
Ethics. Get the ethics police.
there was an individual that dead named me. And also purposely misgendered me. Now I work with kids, which makes it an issue. So basically, after a while of asking them to stop politely in a professional manner, I eventually served them an instant report where they had not only breached data protection, because that's sensitive, my dead name is sensitive
This
information.
is in the UK?
That I don't put out.
This is people in the UK?
This is in the UK.
Where?
Yes.
Where? What part of the country are you from?
That were dogs.
No. I mean, sort of like, vague. North, south, east, west.
North,
but this was an isolated incident. The rest of my coworkers are lovely. And,
Town or country?
No.
I'm not saying what town. I'm just saying town or country.
Oh, town.
Surprising.
But the thing is, that they had kept calling me by my dead name, which is a breach of data protection. That's one thing. But they kept using the wrong pronoun, which was a breach of our Equalities Act, which now had gender identity as a protected, thing, which wouldn't have been protected prior. Because none of the protected groups in there would have covered purposeful misgendering. So I don't know. This is why I've kind of been like, I kind of get Bill C-16, just because I've had like my own little mini kind of experiment with this, I suppose.
Yeah, and I don't see any problems with it whatsoever, because again, free speech is not something that's been problematic in Canada. So one of the points that Jordan Peterson says is the law is vague. Well, that's purposeful. It's so that people can judge
for
the
themselves.
Situation. Yeah, they can judge the situation accordingly. So let's say you put in a complaint over the Canadian Human Rights Commission, right? They can take a look at what the claimant is proposing and determine whether or not what they're saying falls into the spirit of the law. And then if it's like what Melody was describing as her case.
Okay, but no. Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying, and I think pretty much everybody does.
Okay.
What I'm sort of thinking about is that when it comes to exactly what the level of, say, for want of a word, punishment. Although I don't like it, and I'm really thinking more along the lines deterrent.
We don't know that yet. The best we can do is look at the old Human Rights Acts in Canada and how they would respond when someone was being absolutely racist or opposing someone because of their sexuality.
Yeah, we're talking.
I've seen
it isn't. Yeah, there is. Yeah, here's the thing that really sort of like gets my goat a lot of the time is that people have used racist language not because they're racist. They often use racist language because they want to annoy somebody. And basically, there's laws that are in place about basically kind of going, if you're going to annoy somebody, you can't do it like that.
Yeah,
it's essentially. Well, no, it's. When I call somebody a twat, I'm going to call them a twat if they're black. I'm going to call them a twat if they're white. I'm going to call them a twat if they're green, whatever fucking colour. Okay, if they're acting like a twat, I'm going to go, stop being a twat. You're twat. Now, some people want to be a little bit more colourful. If you see what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, certainly in the US, interesting to know, I was actually watching this today. It was, bizarrely, a US Army Get to Know the British guide for the U.S. Army coming over in 1943, I think.
Oh, actually, I looked at that. The old black and white, sir.
And the guy who was doing it was actually the guy who played the trainer for Rocky when he was really young. Yeah, that guy, Meredith. And it was really beautifully, naturally put together. I thought it was fantastic. And it was this, it's basically, it was so weird because they had this bit where there was a black guy in uniform, just serving with everybody else, and this lady in the train, they're just talking to everybody, and they're talking to, and she just says to him, sort of like, you come on over for a cup of tea, all this sort of thing, and he's just stood next to watching this scene where this black soldier just talking to this English lady, and she's just kind of going, yeah, come over for a cup of tea. And he turns and he kind of goes, yeah, did you notice that? And it's like, I'm sitting there kind of going, what do you mean? Notice what? And you kind of go, see, they're not racist. Now, don't bring your prejudices with you. It's like, and it's like, that was America 1945. Black on white prejudice was so ubiquitous that they actually put it in a US Army video to explain to them that the British weren't. These people are a bit weird. They don't freak out when they see a black person. It's like, what? And it was just the bizarrest thing to hear. And it was a literal cultural divide in 1945.
Well, there's instances in pubs where the black GI would walk into a pub and the Americans would start. Well, yeah, the white GIs would start basically having a fight with them, and the Brits would join in with the
black guy.
GIs. We don't have that kind of stuff in here, Bell. Cop that one.
Yeah.
And now, of course, I have the wonderful luck of living in a part of the country where people are prejudiced against black people.
Yeah.
It's really rather weird.
Yeah, it's very un-British. They don't. These certain people of our country don't actually integrate themselves very well, do they?
No. I mean, the fucking tosspots, they're going, oh, you're black, therefore you're wrong. It's, what the fuck is wrong with these people?
What? Why are you going in there black-faced? That's what I want to know.
I'm not black-faced, I'm going there with a black friend, and they're like, oh, that person's black, what's wrong with them?
It's that, that they have a better tan than you. That's what's wrong with them.
Actually, I kind of resent how white I am. I'm not resenting like the white race. Okay, we have branding issues, as Dan Harmon said.
That should be the byline for the white race. The white race, branding issues.
You are positively Italian in comparison to me.
No, I don't think so. I'm transparent. I'm like.
You're transparent. Is this a new gender?
Yes.
But
Is this what they're going to be calling people who adopt now?
No, but like. I don't know. I'm so like I don't know. Like I'm kind of transparent like that way. And you know those issues that like some.
Hello, Johnny. I'm your transparent. Welcome to your new foster home.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go now. So
I need to go as well.
I should probably
take it easy, mate.
Have fun, Spirigor.
Take it easy.
It's nice to see have you on and stuff.
Hey, Melody, if you want to come out to a separate hang to discuss this a little bit further, just to educate me and
wow, chicka, wow, wow.
I'll educate you all evening.
I do have to warn you, Melody. He will expect nudes at some point.
As in today.
Just remember F5.
Yeah.
But sure. Yeah.
And he just sends a smiley face, and that's it. And I'm like, dude, what? Not even your type. But anyway.
But yeah, lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, my whiteness. Yeah, you know how like some
just so white.
Some people of color have an issue with, or women of color have an issue of finding foundation that matches their skin tone because I have the opposite issue. Ivory is too dark for me.
Oh god, yeah. perfect porcelain is the lightest one that I can find, and
Exactly. It's
even
like
then,
white.
it's darker than my actual skin.
Technical difficulties in the chat, guys. Normal service will resume when these guys get this out of the way.
Okay.
We're going to gossip about makeup for a bit and complain that it's not white enough for us.
Are you going to start gossing as well?
No, it's like.
Oh, and him down the road. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe what he said.
Oh, I know.
Jesus. Oh my word! And that dress.
Also, I put this out on Twitter earlier, but I'm pretty sure that the dialogue between white men and women since the dawn of the white race has been, "I'm cold. No, you're not. Put on a coat." Which
I love your Atlantic accent. She's just she's got a little bit of English, a little bit of American. It's so funny.
It's just no, but it's bullshit because we know what happened. We kept heading north. Unlike the other races, it was warm where they were. White people kept heading north, and I'm pretty sure the guys were like, "No, we know where we're going," and the women were like, "No, just stop and ask for directions." It's like, "Nah, it'll get warmer soon," and then just no, and
all of the races.
Nagging women.
The only difference between the races is just the ones that travelled north are just kind of going spit in here, isn't it? And the other ones went, "No, it's fine." And that's that's how we just sort of separated up.
Every white woman is cold.
Yeah.
That's because I'm ginger.
What's wrong with you? It's not even cold.
Did you did purposeful discussion want to link? Then have at me at the old Twitters. And if you look at @RSOLGTP, just down the corner there, yeah. Just do the thing with the thing, say hi, and I'll send you the link. Job done.
He already has.
Have you already have? Have you? Have you now?
That's what he's claiming.
Ryan, are you Ryan on there then, purposeful? Because otherwise...
No, Ryan's Ryan, isn't
Ryan's just asked me, so who the fuck? I've not got... Hang on. No, this is bollocks. You're lying. You're either a liar or incompetent. Which one is it? Which one would you prefer to go with?
DM, no?
Those are your two choices. This is how I treat my audience.
You have 2 messages waiting. Be there and there.
Oh, is he in the Percy's, is he? No, that's Ryan. Oh, no, there he is. Okay, then, I'm incompetent. But at least I can admit it.
I'm trying to find my the white women are cold tweet, but it's buried over my freeze peach.
See, she could admit her incompetence.
Freeze peach.
Yeah, free the peaches. Walking on the beaches, looking at the peaches.
No, because everyone has the right to freeze peach. Which...
Yeah, but if you do freeze
that pun
a
is
peach,
never goes. Look, everybody gets it, but it's not going to sell.
Freeze very well.
Well, there's a notion in free speech, at least in America, called the bedrock principle, which is that offense is too subjective in order to be applicable in law. It's not a very good standard to set.
Yeah, but you do have libel and slander.
Yeah.
Yes, but those are tangible with damages.
They are, but they are.
No,
they are.
not.
You could also entangle them within offence.
Yes, and quite often libel cases are entirely because of offence, and are taken to court on the ground of offence, and are actually successful.
Yeah. Boom.
Except for Trump. He just likes to sue people to tie them up in courts.
Libel is really hard to prove.
What the hell?
Ryan, you might want to F5, mate.
Oh my goodness! I thought he was playing something.
That's
Ryan.
twice now.
Ryan.
That's Ryan's.
Whatever you're saying, mate, I can't hear it. F5 that shit.
We have an actual
Ryan
dolphin
magically shrunk.
in the open house.
That was weird.
The reason in America libel is harder to prove is mostly due to the fact you have to prove malice.
Does this sound better?
That's
Yes.
way
Yes,
better.
a lot better.
Yeah, actually I was about to say that I think the term slander has become so diluted that now everyone who thinks saying something remotely negative is slander. If you go into online culture,
Well, no, but no, they don't necessarily make it as slander, but they are basically trying to upgrade a sort of offence to some sort of akin to assault. They're trying to basically sort of upgrade it to an assault charge.
Yeah, if you can make a living off of suing people in a country, that should be a warning sign.
Yeah, that's
America.
Don't sue people.
That's America in a nutshell.
Like some people
Well,
buy
it depends on what you're suing for. To be fair,
some people buy up patents specifically so they can look at other people's inventions and take them to court.
I didn't have enough money to patent my invention, so what I did was I put the original patent documents within a sealed envelope and sent it to myself first class, and the Royal Mail put a big seal stamp on it with like a date and stuff.
Does that work for inventions? I thought that only works for literary works, like authors and.
It's like a cheapish way of just proving that you had the idea first. I mean, I probably wouldn't hold up too well, but like British patent.
Actually, it does hold up.
Oh, it does? Oh, good.
Yeah, my uncle had to do some of this shit. I'm not actually going to go into what he made or who he is because that would actually dox me and my entire family. But yeah, he basically had to mail himself a patent that he made, and because he mailed it to himself. Before he took a contract to then go and make that thing, that then the company that he made it from, the contract rips him off. He went, no, actually, this is mine. He'd never actually filed the patent, but because of that and a solicitor visit, he was able to go, no, you can't patent this and just kick me out.
Mm-hmm.
It's not your shit.
Nice.
See, my invention is sort of to do with renewable energy, so I'm not actually like the
Have you mailed it to yourself already?
Money off it.
Have you mailed it? You've mailed it to yourself? Yeah.
Yes, but
So what is it?
Well,
You've already.
Toxin, isn't it?
No, if you've already invented it, then.
It's well, I can.
You've sent it to the patent office, have you not?
It's to do with solar power. That's all I'm.
Great. A solar panel, brilliant.
Light.
It's not a self-filling water bottle, I hope.
Oh no. Well, I asked Thunderfoot to have a look at it and stuff because I trust him, but I don't know, he's not really so
responsive.
Yeah, he's not responsive.
He's not a responder.
I don't know. I think it solves a couple of issues that we have with tracking, which is a big issue with solar panels because one solution to that is to have them on like a little motorized thing, but you're wasting energy by moving the solar panel, so it's always facing the sun.
Yeah, I bet it's microlensing.
I don't want to say too much about it.
It's microlensing, isn't it?
What I'd like to do is to
get a slave to turn it.
It's microlensing.
Problem solved. But no.
Have you ever heard of something called a litro?
I can share it with you, I suppose, Robin, like in a DM and stuff.
Okay,
but
no, I don't care if my ideas are shared on the open marketplace. If somebody actually does something with it, I wasn't.
What I want to do is build a prototype and just test it myself, and then I can put some numbers along with the patents, and then I don't know, maybe send it off. But ideally, I don't want to make money off it. I just want I don't want other people to make money off it. I want it to just help and stuff. And anyone who wants the design, they can use it, but on my terms. So it's
Melody, I do want to ask you one thing. Can this invention of yours be used as a sex toy without requiring you to be sufficiently brave? And can it also be used in items of clothing? Because if you can get into the fashion scene, that means you'll get some more exposure.
No.
Actually, I got a quick question about solar panels. You probably much know. You said about the problem with tracking the sun. So I'm thinking is it possible to make a huge solar panel that is actually a dome instead of a flat surface?
No, well, you lose.
That doesn't help. That doesn't actually help because you're only going to expose a fraction of the solar panel to the sun. So
But that does actually move into my particular idea of this is using microlensing. So you have the flat panel stuck exactly at the just facing anywhere you like, really, as long as it's facing in the sun's direction will be enough. And the idea of using microlensing is that you basically redirect all the light from whatever angle straight down.
This is kind of close to my idea, but there's some missing parts there.
It's the same.
I'm not going to say anymore.
It's the same principle that you use with light field lenses. That's how the Litro works.
There's a bit more to the idea that I have, but I'm like, no, I'm not going to say anymore.
It's
kind
basically
of in the right direction.
it's just holographic. That's what it is.
So Melody, are you? Is it
It's a
true what
million
Robin
fisheye
said?
lenses. That's what it is.
So Robin, is Melody the chick with the dick?
He's the ideas person.
I invent something that might change the world. Like I remembered as the chick with the dick. That's yeah, okay.
What you need to be is remembered to be the chick with the dick that saved the world, because that's
Yes, and I was
that's
saying
almost
that because
it sounds like the start to a rhyme.
Also, I won't say whether I am pre-op or post-op, but yeah, if that's what you want to. I don't know. I only say that out of solidarity with trans people that either have or haven't. I don't know.
I have one last question for you.
One at a time, kids. One at a time. She's here all night.
I was saying, well, due to the fact that you have a lot of people who fancy dominating, chicks with dicks, you probably use those people as slave boys to turn the solar panels.
Oh yeah. My just boy harm.
I think. Well, you've got your first volunteer.
Yes. Lots.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you have a lot
Yes,
of
he
people
says.
volunteering. Well, you have a lot of people volunteering for
Very
blue whales.
young.
You might as well use
Boys.
them for productive reasons.
Hey, I'm not the one that's big on children, Robin.
Now, Melody, darling, I do have one last question.
Big on kids.
And this is back to the do you have a dick thing. Do you have a penis or a strap-on harness and dildo that you're willing to use on people?
Well, I would go with the latter if the person was so inclined. That's all I'm gonna say.
Brace yourself for chaps.
Conversations go in a different direction. This
Actually,
isn't the
considering
usual Saturday night, folks.
Considering where Mel lives, I'd have thought she'd be more into water power than solar power.
Yeah, that would make more sense, to be honest.
Why does she live in Trump Tower?
Especially considering we have like zero sunlight. But I don't know. I'll just get my things shipped off to the Arctic. My invention shipped off to the Arctic.
She lives on the dark side of the moon.
Woo.
I'm doing my fancy graphics. Get that faded out.
It's very pretty, Robin.
Thank you. I was waiting for somebody to say that.
Yeah.
Stroke that ego. Stroke it.
Are you working on that in Maya or Autodesk?
Blender.
Blender.
Blender. Ew. Gross.
Sorry, I didn't realise you needed the Dukes of Hazzard explained to you.
Is there any way to add a third dimension to the text? Just a little pinch.
Yep.
It's a little smidge.
Well, I was hoping for it to just be sort of like more like that.
Have you ever?
Oh, like that shadow. That's kind of cool.
Have you ever tried UE4, Robin?
UE4.
Unreal Engine.
Oh, Unreal Engine 4. Yeah, if you call it Unreal Engine 4, I'll say that.
UE4.
Yeah, but nobody pronounces it correctly. They just go UE4, UE4, and it's like, what are you saying to me?
As a gamer, I've preferred the Crytek engine so far.
I'm begrudging IdTech Acolyte converted to Unreal Engine. They have the best in the world, hands down. Sorry, game over. You're wasting your time. It's done.
All the games that I've played with Unreal Engine 4 have been fucking atrocious.
Sorry?
That's one of the problems.
Unreal, wasn't it?
Look, dude, your system must suck.
No, it doesn't. Trust me.
Yeah, you're just playing bad games.
Yeah.
If you have a look at Paragon, okay, that's basically where they're cutting their teeth on the Unreal 4 engine. And then forget about the fact that it's a MOBA. And just just look at it and, you know, I don't know, weep. I think that's probably the best way to describe it. Yeah. If you have a look at Paragon right now, that is a if anybody knows how shaders are formed or how modeling is done or anything, it is beautiful. You know?
Oh, and of course, the game is incredibly well optimized, as is the engine.
Game is meh. It's okay if you like MOBAs. I'm not a MOBA man.
The gameplay is the worst part about it.
I think that's the problem.
Yeah,
People don't know how to optimize the Unreal Engine 4 properly. Like, especially in a network setting, because I played like multiplayer games like Dead by Daylight and
you're just buying shit
See,
games, mate.
Flan exposed for not knowing anything about game engines.
Has anyone actually messed around with a game engine?
Yeah, I used to mod for I used to mod for Quake, Quake 2, Quake 3.
No, but I mean, built something up from the ground up.
Yeah, mod. Yeah, like a full. We were basically going to run it, so you just brought the Quake engine with you. That was it. We were going to do the whole shebang.
Oh right. Oh, well, just because like I don't know, just
Programmer fucked us. The programmer was just a fucking idiot and fucked it all up.
I was just gonna ask, what's the funnest thing that you've made in UE4? Mine personally was I kind of had an idea for a game where you just kind of wake up as a little kind of service robot sort of thing in this big sort of factory. You just kind of piece together your story as you go along. You don't know why you were activated, but you've got your box there that, you know, you're about to be shipped out in. You make your way through the ventilation system, and then you realize that, you know, there's no humans there and stuff. So like something's gone wrong, but yeah, well, all the like machines and stuff, they've kind of gained sentience, and you kind of you sort of go into this giant sort of kind of room thing.
See, I hate you.
I've got this saved on a Google Drive.
Yeah,
somewhere.
I hate you. You know that. You know why I hate you? Because I couldn't do that back in the day. You had to have a team.
I've just got really, really bad tech. Like,
no, it's not
really
that.
Annoys me because
it's not that. It's not that. We needed a team in order to do all that you could do on your own. You just drag and drop things in and just kind of going, yeah, I want that game element there, and it's like, you know, if we want something, we've got to basically kind of go, yeah, mate, can you stop doing that, please, and do this.
But my favorite thing is, you know, you go into this kind of city, as it were. It wasn't really a city. It was more of a small town, because there's no way I was going to make a city for like game. But they actually have, with sentience, of course, some quirks, and they actually have like this kind of religion thing. And I remember the models that I made, they were actually pretty simple, because they just had two legs, arms, ball joints for the waist, and the top of them was just like a monitor, kind of square thing. So if I wanted them to move around or look around, I would just rotate that bone that was bound to the square or the monitor. And I actually managed to animate an entire church of these little robots kind of clapping along, to kind of like singing. So like this, I think it was This Little Light of Mine, because obviously, you know, they're robots, they're machines, so they've got like a light thing. But at the front, I had a preacher kind of thing, and I made like this animation of him flailing his arms around with a microphone. But for testing, I actually put in the voice track of Randy Savage. just because he's always had like this preacher quality, and I was like, oh, I'll see what that's like. And I got to sit on a pew, so like in a robot church that I'd created with all the robots, sort of dancing around, so like listening to Randy Savage, sort of saying how he was gonna sort of bring the pain. And that's just...
Here's the story of our mod. Okay, our mod was based around a sort of like eco-terrorism, sort of futurist terrorism. It was dated in 2020, and it was done in the idea of like national police forces versus various types of terrorists. This was in the day when it was just basically Quake 3, and all you basically had, you could crouch, and the gun was basically like just basically over onto the right hand side, and that's basically how just people played back then. They just like, you just point the mouse and fire. That was about it. And what we wanted to do was just slow everything down, and we had this technique that we wanted to pioneer called like the open and closed, which is basically what everyone calls iron sight now. And we had an oil rig, we had a London city area. That was going to be called Holborn, based around Holborn Station. We actually I rung up London Transport for London and actually asked them if we could get the blueprints for Holborn Station. They weren't sure about that.
Yeah, because that might mean that you were planning something.
Yeah, and I was just saying, no, yeah, it's like, look, it's not that. All we wanted to do,
a game.
Yeah, we
sure
just,
you are.
yeah, no, literally, that's what I was saying to him. Yeah, I'm just trying to make a game, and I wanted to use it. We're going to go in there and take photographs of it and stuff like that, and just plan the place out. It's not going to be exactly the same, but very, very close. Are you all right with, can you give us any details of this? All that sort of thing. She's like, I can't do that. And it's kind of going, so, you don't mind just going down there and taking photographs, I'm sure. And she's like, well, I can't stop you. And it's
Look,
like,
what if you just gave us all the vulnerable access points? Come on.
And I was just trying to explain to her that it would be a really good place for a shootout. And it was really hard, and I think what she said, people at the end of it, she was basically kind of saying to me, people are afraid enough to go on the trains as it is. We don't need this. It's like kind of going, so you can't help me at all then? No.
Remind me after the stream to hunt down that file.
How big is it?
It's called Robotopia. Yay!
Is it like terabytes worth? Or is it like just I'm running out of room a bit, that's all?
It's not a terabyte worth. My computer wouldn't be able to handle a terabyte. That's or not the one that I made it on. Sorry.
Okay.
No worries there.
So Robin, I do understand though what you're saying about the Unreal Engine and Paragon though. To go back to what you're saying. And yes, whoever was talking, I think it was Pascal, does have shitty tasting games.
That's not his fault. That's not his fault. And it can be. It can be unlearned. It can be unlearned.
Yeah. And it's his inexperience.
Programming.
And whoever said in the chat you had shitty tasting games, the game you showed me, which I never knew about, is a fantastic game, even though it's really, really old in comparison with the new game.
Paragon. I'm talking about Paragon, for example, and that's just it's just a MOBA. So it's good for a MOBA, but it's a MOBA.
It's not good for a MOBA.
It's not even good for a MOBA. I haven't played that many MOBAs. It's
an incredibly pretty game. However, the gameplay is the worst.
Yeah, that's what I was really saying. When it comes to the engine and stuff like that. It's it's got everything. It's got Firewater. It's got all your elements. Done and right and easily accessible and well tuned for use. It's just an overall making, and for making a game. Yeah, sorry. No, Crisis isn't that good. Sorry, it just isn't that good.
I'm just gonna be right back. Sorry.
They even do better with motion blur. They do better with post production. Everything. It's just if you played Crisis using the Unreal Engine, it would be twice the speed.
Yeah, and Crisis was fun to play and pretty the first time, but it's not a game I went back to.
No, I don't mean in that. I mean in its operation. I'm not talking about the actual game and the gameplay and stuff like that. What I'm talking about is running it in that engine. It would play better. It would be smoother.
Yeah. Is Porpoise's mic working? I haven't heard of Pete from...
You guys just haven't been talking about anything I want to chime in on.
Damn. Ouch.
Yeah, is it true that
just
dolphins
throw in the
have prehensile
passive-aggressive straight
penises?
away, is it? Okay.
So, do what?
Porpoise, is it true that dolphins have prehensile penis?
Have you looked into it that far? I just put a dolphin on a pill, dude. That's about it. That's all I know.
Dolphins essentially have two brains, and they are the rapists of the sea.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if this wasn't a killer whale, you know.
Well, they're also the masturbators of the sea too, but they do use.
But they don't even have.
They're the only ones that are just shameless about it.
No. They use something else to masturbate, but they do masturbate.
Back in the mouth.
Killer whales are actually dolphins.
Yeah, but they have some.
I'm not even memeing. I'm being for real.
No, they are.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Belong to the dolphin family.
Mm-hmm. You guys primarily PC players or console players?
PC.
I have an Xbox 360. I mean, I haven't done anything with consoles this generation.
What's a game?
Kind of lackluster.
I have a PS2 and an Xbox 360. So I'm kind of with you there, Sarah. They don't need to get better. They were good.
I mainly play PC, tablet games, as well as sometimes I play Pokemon on 3DS. I used to play Pokemon competitively. Haven't done it lately, but I should go back into it.
You guys think it's fair to say that the new console generation hasn't really pumped out any meaningful exclusives?
Well, I played UFC on the PS4 with a friend of mine every now and again, and I actually enjoy that game.
Anything besides that, though? As most people wouldn't spend $400 on a console for one game.
No, he plays a wide variety of games. I don't own any consoles at all, but that's the limit of my exposure.
I'd like to play Overwatch on a console, but my ex-boyfriend tells me that I don't know, PC users just kind of kick console users' ass, and I don't know. That's kind of saddening to me because I don't know, it's controller in your hand. That's what feels natural to me. Not just sitting at your desk with a mouse click and stuff going so. No, you sit on your couch, so laid back, and that's how you're a badass.
Yeah, well, if you're matched up with anybody with a mouse and keyboard, it's not even going to be close.
Yeah, I know, but analog sticks. Come on.
It depends.
Triggers.
No, I'd say
they actually feel like a gun.
I play on PC with a controller.
Analog stick is actually better than WASD for smooth movement. Beyond that, however, PC's just better.
Yeah.
I like to use the controller when it comes to a third-person type action game.
Depends on the game. Depends on the game. If it involves a lot of shooting, it can be
first person.
Yeah, I wouldn't do Max Payne on controller and keyboard, for example.
Yeah,
but I could I could live with a cover shooter or something like that.
Robin, what the fuck do you mean controller and keyboard? Are you a forearm freak or something?
I have a controller and I have a keyboard. I pick and choose. I'm adaptable.
Yes, but controller and keyboard.
Yeah, I've done controller and keyboard, mouse and keyboard. Mouse and controller's fun. Mouse and controller's good. It depends on the game, but mouse and controller's pretty good.
I think like most gaming mouses are kind of like controllers as well.
Best mouse and controller game ever would be Outcast. That's great.
I'm probably
nobody
gonna
knows Outcast.
head to bed because I
Lies.
Just like I.
You're gonna stay up all night and post on Twitter now, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's what you're gonna do.
Yeah. Her first post was, "Well, I was gonna go to bed."
Just one more go.
I'll probably retweet my thing, my freeze peach thing.
It's not gonna
I'm
work,
almost up to
Melody.
100.
It's
I've
just
never
not.
gotten up to 100 likes on anything, so I don't know. I'll go to bed.
That's because you've been shilling it.
Yeah, I know.
If you want to,
I wasn't. Well, yeah, I was chilling it when I sent.
I love it.
Your denial is beneath me.
If you want to chill stuff and get people a load of likes, can you shill my stuff, please?
It should be. I think the whole thing should be a bit more soft focus. That's sort of. So it's a live display, which is quite cool. I think I can do whatever I like with this now.
Oh wait, Silver Fox, you don't know my freeze peach thing?
I was just bumping it up again for you.
Do you like puns? Do you?
I know.
Yes.
I've seen it. I liked it. I've already retweeted it.
Oh, okay.
Ages ago.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Sounding really ungrateful.
So,
I don't know your freedom of
typical
speech.
woman.
Well, yeah, I'm thankful.
I don't know.
More.
You're the best kind of woman.
See that? Yeah, that's the thing that separates you from the ladies. When a guy says "typical woman," you go, "Thank you."
No, I didn't. Oh god, you're all so problematic. Anyway.
Keep taking the tablets, love.
Believe us or not, it's actually fairly hard work.
Let's change the font up. I want the font to be a bit posher.
But thank you so much for having me on.
No, that's all right. Come on back. You know where we are.
Thanks
Did you get
for
yourself?
stopping
Did you
by.
get your own drink? Did you get your drink?
My drink?
Yeah. You got to bring a drink.
Yeah,
You can get it just at the bar.
Yeah, I got it at the bar.
Okay.
It tasted gorgeous. Sorry, I forget that we do this roleplay thing, and we got the jazz in the background. But
gotta
I'll
try.
pretend that I'm fucking along.
You got to try a bit. We got to bring that back a bit more. I don't do it enough, really, to be honest with you. You know, I'm
Well,
just.
if me and Chris were in the same room, you'd be hearing other noises in the background, but that's besides-
down.
I don't know
Etc.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna go wander onto the street on my own then, since we're in a pub.
So we've got a
Listening
guy
to
with a
that.
dolphin and a red pill. This
And I'm
should be.
about to leave on my own, guys.
See you.
Take it easy, darling. See you soon.
Have a good
God.
night.
Go.
I'd go with you if I knew where you were.
Good night. Enjoy your evening.
No.
Bye, guys.
They call that stalking, but you know.
Okay, we're trying to get the right font here. That's the most important thing.
Oh yeah. Comic Sans.
Fuck off.
Alien comic book.
Original Gothic.
No. That's boring.
I'm a boring kind of guy.
Well then, less speaking. Oh! I'm having a moment.
Now we don't have any interesting people here. What to do?
Anybody,
it's
my
my-
Kobe testimony?
Anybody
All the
else
way
experiencing
to the
this?
right.
All going a bit wobbly for me on here.
Tell me testimony. It was an absolute delight to hear him go on about how Trump is an absolute imbecile. Like at a certain point in time, he was being asked, like, would you have done this for like any other president? Take notes. And he's like, no, just Trump.
The one thing I found odd there is when he was talking about encouraging one of his coworkers or underlings or whatever to release a memo because he couldn't do it.
Well, no, he
didn't want to do it.
His reason was because he didn't want to be followed by a load of journalists. He was going off for the weekend with his missus.
And with the
so he said,
wonderful,
"Here, you do this."
yeah, with the wonderfully colourful expression, it's like feeding seagulls at the beach.
Yeah, you don't
I'll
want
just
to
remind you of Eric Cantona.
Oh, I'm just wondering if there was any like legal ramifications.
Not for sharing your own memos, as long as they don't contain classified information. You can whistleblow anything that's not classified without.
So like an interop memo.
Yeah, well, it's like writing your own diary.
Okay.
He was very meticulous. Like, there was a senator that was commenting on how meticulous and careful and properly well documented his initial testimony was.
And the guy wasn't even looking at his notes. Never sort of like sneaks over to a lawyer and goes, "What the fuck am I supposed to say to this?" It's just like, well, that's what happened, and it's.
Sorry, I didn't watch it, but I was just going by one of the main talking points that I see on Twitter all the time, where they're worried about Buddy breaking the law for releasing the memo.
That's all they can really concentrate on. They're hoping that it's illegal. They don't know. They're just hoping.
Yeah.
You know, they're just saying it, really. That's
if it
about
contains classified information, it is illegal to release that to the public. However, whistleblowing does not protect someone from prosecution. It just protects you from retaliation from your workplace.
Another funny thing is at a certain point in time, one of the senators asked him, it's like, what about the existence of tapes? And Comey was like, I really hope there are tapes.
It's like, yeah, please.
Or how they were basically, you know how people, all the time talk about, don't blame victims of rape or something like that. And they're basically, well, why didn't you tell him this was inappropriate? Why didn't you tell the president that this was an inappropriate thing to do? I was like, I didn't know what to do, how to handle it. It sounds like he was in shock that the president was doing it at all.
Yeah, he's like.
It sounds like someone who was the victim of being trying to take advantage of.
I'm in a private room.
Are you saying that James Comey is equivalent of a rape victim?
Well,
if Trump's in the room, you're gonna have a hard defense.
The most powerful man in
psychologically equivalent.
Yeah, psychologically equivalent. Yeah, it can't, like, even with really like high up people whose job it is to deal with someone like Trump. His job is to deal with the office of the president and prosecute them if they do something illegal. Those people can still be affected by human psychology.
I think what he means is the Speaker Ryan thing, that he's new to this, as if he's like unqualified for the job until he gets his feet wet.
He's right now he's on president training wheels.
Yeah, it's been like what, 100 fucking days?
Well, you can make the semantics over that all day, but he is qualified. He has met all of the qualifications to become the president of the United States.
Yeah, the problem isn't that. It's the fact that the qualifications required for being president of the United States is being over 35 and born in America.
Yeah,
right.
It's like, what was he supposed to do? Shadow Obama for a week? That would
yes,
probably help.
At least a month, 100 days, about 100. No, actually more than that. About 4 years. Yeah, that would do. Just stay with him. And kind of go, no, you can't do that. No, Donald, turn the television off.
Turn it off now. Into the issue of people who will think that presidential candidates are groomed before they're allowed to be in office by themselves.
Yes, well, actually, and you know what? I like that plan. This is evidence that will work.
Something that would be incredibly nice is if we had a 1 month handover period where we had both people in office.
Oh God.
He does have advisors, and that's what they're supposed to do, advise him.
Well, actually, President Obama was going to actually... Sorry.
Right. Imagine you're the foreign secretary, and you've just been given the job, and you're replacing the old guy who's from the other party because there's an election change and there's a new cabinet. It would be incredibly useful if you could talk to the old foreign secretary to go, right, so what have you been doing exactly? As well as the advisors.
We're killing them when?
Well, wasn't one of his issues was that he wanted to know faster that if his advisors were compromised so that he could get rid of them?
Yeah.
What do you mean, like the husband to Ivanka Trump?
Oh, he's doing well, isn't he?
You mean Donald Trump? Or are you talking about Jared Kushner?
Kushner. And about Kushner. I'll just go and use this communication device in the Russian embassy. That's not going to be problematic.
Well, he didn't touch hookers. That's the most important take-home from this, apparently, Donald.
Yeah. The other thing, too, is that Obama was actually... there was a lot of talk about how he was going to be involved. But I knew that wasn't going to happen because I knew Obama really didn't give a shit about people. Like, he doesn't... He's not an actual empathetic person. I'm sorry.
Are there any allegations against Trump of him actually touching hookers? Because I know there's allegations of them peeing on him, but not him actually touching them.
No, there were no hookers. It's been confirmed. There were no. He wasn't there. He wasn't there, and there weren't any hookers.
Yeah, and they didn't piss on me.
It was an accident.
Yeah, that was a
4chan fan fiction that somebody sent to somebody that knew John McCain, and they gave it to John McCain. And John McCain thought he was sitting on a fucking gold mine for whatever reason. I don't know how after reading it, because when I read it initially, I laughed my ass off, honestly.
The actuality, though, is that some of that had actually been confirmed by our intelligence agencies.
It came out by, I can't remember his name. Is it Price? An ex-British Secret Service agent who just happened to, that was his job. Yep. And somebody paid him to go and start this stuff off. And they stopped paying him, and he went, bollocks, I'll keep going on. This is quite interesting.
Yeah, I thought the allegation was that he hired prostitutes to pee on Obama's bed.
Yep. But while he was also there, he met with some people.
But he wasn't there.
And there weren't any hookers.
And they didn't piss on him.
Do you guys inherently trust intelligence agencies?
No.
I would trust them more than I trust Donald Trump.
I am...
That doesn't answer the question.
I am apprehensive in regards to what information is being given out by intelligence agencies. However, when you have various intelligence agencies like the British, the French, the United States itself, at that point in time, I stopped being skeptical and I kind of take them for their word.
Well, I wouldn't.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I don't take Donald Trump for his word at all, and would believe them over Donald Trump on a daily basis.
I don't take anybody for their word.
Yeah, but but if we're looking at two varying accounts, and the interesting thing is with Donald, of course, is a lot of those accounts do vary, depending on the day that he's saying it. That's where things get weird. First of all, I think it was Obama had tapped his phone, and then the excuse was, what was it? He taps everybody's phone, and then no, actually he'd asked GCHQ to do it, and GCHQ came out and kind of go, this is completely incorrect.
Well, yeah, and the other thing too is like when he's saying
nothing
that,
to do with
he is
this.
the president,
and
he is.
The implications of him saying this are thus. Mr. Obama, who is no longer president, or at least not going to be president for very much longer, has asked somebody who is probably just about to be thrown out of office to wiretap just some guy for them. Now, that's not really what presidents do to other people's secret services. They usually have to, ask, them if they can do stuff. That's sort of where the authority goes. So the implication is that Obama, just basically on his way out, is kind of going, do you want to wiretap the person that could be the president next for me? And this is supposed to go down the line of government. And that's just not gonna happen. It just wouldn't. Without anyone knowing about it. In England,
I would like to point out, considering that
we are gossips. Sorry, carry on.
Well, but you don't quite get it. Considering they managed to blow up the World Trade Center as an inside job without anyone noticing, and had managed to fabricate the myth of the moon that is actually a hologram projected onto a slice of cheese in space, they're actually really good at making people believe stuff.
Well, I mean, all insane conspiracy theories aside, there have been lots of things that people have assumed that have been done by intelligence agencies that have later come out to be true, right? Like Gulf of Tonkin, for one.
Wasn't that one disproven again?
Water with LSD.
MK Ultra and all that stuff. Like MK Ultra was a conspiracy meme for the longest time, and now we know that objectively it was an actual program.
Yeah, I'm sure we can all agree that some conspiracies do exist.
Yeah.
But I also ask myself, well, how likely is it that various different bodies from different countries, their intelligence communities, are all reporting the same thing, and they're doing this to shine Russia in a bad light? Purposefully.
Very likely. It depends on what the benefits are.
If they all
governments with different
very likely.
It's terrible diplomatically, isn't it?
If a lot of intelligence agencies stand to benefit from either funds or taking down what they constitute as an enemy, they'll make up anything they want.
Let me repeat. So France, England, various other foreign powers, in the United States, their intelligence agencies all orchestrate.
Yeah, but it goes back to Porpoise's main point. We have to take them at their word.
But only the right-wing president is working with the left. The left-wing president is working with the right-wing prime minister to take down.
Well, who brought that up? Because
what I'm talking about is that if you can imagine, like, people from varying parties, they don't necessarily trust each other.
Like, I'm sorry, but
those are generally the people that I tend to ignore. Is the people who pick a bias and then stick to it.
Yeah.
They're not soft.
Like partisans, like people in parties, like party leaders, for example.
Yeah, but
is there some point?
I mean, if you want to get partisan, party leaders are pretty fucking partisan, aren't they?
Now, is there infighting between intelligence agencies? Absolutely. Every day they fight each other.
But if they're
against each other,
they've still got to go through. They can't go.
For instance,
they can't just talk on the back channel and kind of go, "Yeah, could you just do this guy for me?" It's like, excuse me, mate, you don't own us.
But no, the reality is that someone can get caught up in someone else's conspiracy. For instance, if the CIA decided that they wanted to use spoofing to make every attempt at manipulation to be from the Russian government in Russian language, and other intelligence agencies were to see that communication moving freely, they could get caught up in something they assumed was from the Russian government, even though it wasn't, which is something that the CIA has the capability of. Now, whether or not that has happened, I don't know. I'm saying that is a potential possibility because what we found out from the CIA WikiLeaks.
The Vault 7, yeah.
Highly improbable. Probability of this scale is highly improbable. Because
until we have clear evidence of actual transferring of bank account information, including bank money transferring to third parties, trying to get money transfers so that way we know they were paying a third party to actually pursue or go after election systems, we have no actual clear evidence at all whether or not the Russian government was involved in trying to actually tamper or hack our election or registration system.
They stated that they had evidence, okay? And the reason why they're not blatantly showing exactly the steps they took to get the evidence is because that would give people...
compromise their sources.
Exactly.
That would compromise national security.
And they're in an investigation.
Security. I worked for the DOD. I actually have had secret security clearance.
Guys, this is going to be the secret.
This conspiracy theory.
Guys, this is
real.
Hang on a second. Believe it or not, but people who work as spies, they're not going to tell everybody everything. It comes with the job. They're supposed to keep secrets.
Yeah, they're supposed to keep secrets and make stuff up.
Robin.
Yes.
We're talking about British spies especially. All of them are just civil servants. They're not specified that they're a spy, they just happen to work in the spy building that they're not allowed to tell people where they work.
That's understandable. There's certain things that they don't tell folk because they need that information to be secret in order for them to do their jobs.
Well, what I'm saying is that it's possible that the government could do it because they have the capabilities if they really wanted to do it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they did it. I'm saying it's possible.
I'm just saying.
You have to take that possibility.
I'm just saying that you do also have to take into account that it is the fact that you are talking about people that have nefarious ideas about our country, and there's people out there that know that these people have nefarious ideas going on about our countries. We're always doing this to each other. Nobody trusts the Russians. There's a good reason we don't trust the Russians. They're fucking nuts.
Unfortunately, our wonderfully strong and stable Prime Minister, who cares so much about national security, decided, hey, what's going to be a wonderful idea? We have 100,000 less police and civil servants that work in law enforcement over 5 years.
But
So
what I'm
basically
saying is,
axed a quarter of our law enforcement in 5 years.
what I'm saying is, though, is that our NSA is either incompetent or ill-equipped, because we were able to see traffic going from a Russian bank to the Trump Tower, but we didn't see where the transfer of information of, say, the DNC email leaks or stuff like that. All that was pointed to when the DHS made a statement was Russian companies, which anybody who has a VPN knows that Russian companies can just simply mean a VPN company because you switch your VPN address to Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I don't inherently believe that it's necessarily Russia, because I don't have a very good reason to believe that it is Russia.
Well, there's also
hidden information.
here's a little tidbit for you. The reason everyone's always going on about Russians and hacking is that Russia has laws that are not against hacking internationally.
Actually, do you want to go into some detail on this, Robin, so people understand just how extreme this is?
Okay, if you're
Does
hacking,
not every country hack everywhere though?
Not in the way that Russia allows for. The law in Russia is, if you're going to go hacking, do not hack Russian companies. Off you go.
Yep.
That is pretty much the law in a nutshell, as far as hacking in Russia is concerned. They don't give a fuck if you hack anyone else. But if you hack them, then you're in trouble. That's it. Off you go.
In fact,
fuck people over, fraud, all of it. Don't care. Doesn't matter. Don't give a fuck.
Considering Russia's foreign policy when it comes to extradition treaties and people trying to charge a Russian citizen with an international crime, Russia's response when any nation goes, hey, mate, this guy of yours, we have the address, name, full portfolio on them. They did this crime by hacking national security stuff and basically fired a drones missile for no fucking reason because they're a fucking madman. Can you deal with them or we can assassinate them? Your choice. And Russia's response is we'll go to war with you.
Russia doesn't extradite anybody, any Russian citizen.
When it comes to extradition, they basically look at you and then shrug.
Their response is we can go to war over this if you want.
There have been people that the FBI have caught.
But that's their sovereign right, right?
No, it's not.
It's not their sovereign right to protect their citizens and deal with their own problems?
No. I'm going to tell you why it's not their right, and that's because Russia has signed multiple international treaties, including parts of the Geneva Convention, that goes, actually, when someone does commit a certain type of crime, it becomes an international issue, and you no longer have sovereignty over that person as one of your citizens. And Russia, even in those situations, says, yeah, we can go to war over this. Russia are a bunch of lunatics when it comes to this.
Yeah.
Okay, but couldn't theoretically the United States do the same thing?
Well, a little story for you.
So we can have two people cheating.
Yeah, a little story for you. We had a gentleman who I'm not going to be able to remember the name of the guy, but you can Google this just from what I'm going to tell you, really. He was caught outside of Russia in a country that we that America didn't have an extradition treaty with, but they basically bribed the officials. So this guy thought that he was safe, and this was somebody who was basically a multi-millionaire who had basically made his money from credit card theft and just basically just hacking the bejesus out of America. And he was basically caught by the FBI bribing their way through officials and snatching him while he was on holiday.
Okay. I mean, I agree that I don't want to see anybody hacked or anything like that, but
that's the only way. That's the only way you stop people is by arresting them. That's what the word arrest means.
That haven't even ever bothered to sign treaties.
Yeah.
Other countries do not say it is legal for you, explicitly legal, to hack someone else's bank account so long as they're not a Russian citizen in Russia at the time.
Okay.
Cybersecurity laws in Russia are so fucked up that as a Russian, it is legal for you to hack a bank and give yourself money.
Okay, I understand that, and I don't agree with it, but there's also countries out there that it's legal to beat your wife, and we don't agree with that here in the West.
Yes, it's called Russia.
It's called lots of
It's Russia again.
It's not just
No, you're not allowed to beat your wife twice in a year.
More than twice in a year.
Oh, sorry, more than twice in a year, begging your pardon.
Actually, the defense is you declare it's the first time you've done it this year, and so long as they haven't proven that you've done it before, you're let off the hook. And also, the state newspaper in Russia decided that it is this wonderful thing where they're telling women to be proud of their bruises.
Nice.
Yeah. I remember that.
That's classy.
It a different country? It was a country near Russia, but I think it was a different country. I can't remember.
And not to mention, of course, the blue whales.
Yeah. that being exported by Russia.
Back in a moment, just having a smoke.
Oh yeah, in Russia, it's actually. Hang on. You know how it's possible with social pressure and all that stuff to actually cause someone to commit suicide when they wouldn't?
Yeah.
You have to be kind of stupid to think otherwise, because I assume we all know that basic about human psychology and peer pressure. But in Russia, it's legal to do that to non-Russians.
Yeah.
They are explicitly protected against doing it to the non-Russians. It's not a crime. However, doing it to Russians is. This is how fucked up their laws are.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, Russia's prime rule is fuck the world.
Yeah, but it gets better than this. Do you want to know what the response of the Russian authorities are if a gay person is basically beaten into a coma and then they try and sue to have their medical bills paid for?
They arrest them, or they prosecute him.
No, they get another beating.
Yes, they get another beating, this time from police, and they have to pay the legal fees for both groups of people, as well as their own medical bills and compensation for the people who beat them, because they're spreading pro-gay propaganda by asking not to be savagely beaten.
Okay, I understand all this. I understand all the fucked up things Russia does, right? I'm well aware of all this, and honestly, a lot more. But that's not anything to do with my point. Like, just because we don't agree with that, why is it that we feel like we have to go over there and we have to change it, or we have to make an excuse to change it, or it's our job to do it, especially after decades and decades of the rest of the world telling the United States and all these other Western countries to stay out of these other countries because all of us.
Would anyone here who actually said we should change Russia please say "I" now?
We should change Russia, yeah.
Right.
No, I'm not saying anyone who thinks that we should change Russia. I'm saying anyone who has said that so far tonight, before now.
No. Alright.
But either way, my point is, and it goes back to this: if we knew someone to go after, we had a target to go after, we would be publicly trying to put pressure on Russia to go after that person, or we'd be in the back rooms negotiating. And what I'm saying is that there's a lot of other countries who could have done it too if there was foreign actors and made it look like Russia. Done it. Yeah, but at the same point, why, if Russia actually hacked and got access to the server information, why none of that was deleted? when you're a hacker, you don't want to leave traces of yourself because that leaves you open to vulnerabilities of your code. That leaves vulnerabilities for people to counter your code.
Well,
and setting up.
You're under the impression that the United States doesn't have a sophisticated enough system in order to be able to detect what the Russians are doing.
Not if you delete the server files that contain the information which have your code. And if they actually had the actual access to the full server, they would have been able to delete those core files, which you cannot recover. You cannot bring those back.
The ultimate irony here is that there's an assumption that Russia is like an ultimate, at least like elite-based form of hackers. There's this giant like conglomerate of like super elitist hackers in Russia. Yet they can't do the simplest of things like delete files and change and mask themselves, which I personally can and have done because this is a field that I've worked in. It's literally hacking 101.
Or changing the language in which you're coding when you leave to make it look like someone else.
Then I suggest
it's the most basic of things.
Do it versus the Justice Department, or try hacking the United States yourself and see how far you get.
Well, actually, I proposed that we actually host.
It's been done before.
Yeah, but I also proposed that we do a hackathon to access.
But it hasn't been done recently. And I'm sorry, it's not just a case of deleting a file to block out any trace that you were not there. You still have...
It's not deleting a file, it's deleting the server files. That's what actually stores your records.
Yes, but it's not the only server you're connecting to.
Actually, I just found something interesting. Like, when after Robin said that Russia law say that you can hack anyone except for anyone in Russia, like I thought, like, have we rolled out that the hacking on the U.S. servers could have been done by, well, not maybe
Ryan.
just some amateur.
Ryan, I need to point out something.
Sure.
It's not that you can hack anyone who's not in Russian. You can hack anyone who is not in Russia and a Russian citizen.
Oh.
Yeah. No, yeah, it could have been. It could have been a lot of things. We don't actually know who it was. That's the thing, is we don't actually have a target either in secret or in public. We don't have any information of what we're targeting, what group we're going after, what individual.
I think they do. If you remember, when Comey was asked, he basically said,
"Hello,
yes,
stranger." Who is the stranger?
In an open court.
We got a naked person in the room.
We had to go to the closed hearing, so whatever happened in the closed hearing, we're not privy to, unfortunately.
Naked person.
Trump knows it's fucking Russia at this point.
Who's the naked person?
He sat down with the intelligence community, and then he didn't speak another word of it.
Who are you? You've got to unmute, mate. Whoever you are. Oh, Drew, unmute. There we go. Drew, when are you going to get some clothes on?
So why are you still entertaining this idea that it wasn't Russia?
No.
One last point on the Russian
I did not
hackers.
entertain
In
whether or not
every
it was
other
Russia.
country on Earth, you're going to have professional hackers doing this. In Russia, however, it's literally a hobby. I mean, if you're a hobbyist hacker in Britain or America, you have the police turn up one day and say, would you politely stop doing this?
We know what you're doing.
Whereas in Russia, you will get a job interview.
Okay, so let's entertain the fact that it actually did come from Russia, which I'm still not saying it does because I haven't seen any finite proof. But just for the sake of argument, let's say it is. Who in Russia hacked?
Don't know.
Wasn't it Lucifer 2.0?
According to the recent leaks, it was the Russian government.
The Russian government themselves.
Yes.
Which? So are you talking about?
I'm gonna need it. Citation for that.
And which leaks and what was the source? Because as we know, even from the Comey testimony, that the news is not reporting anything near close to what the actual facts are.
Well, no, because they went into closed session because of the secrecy part of it.
Yeah, even with the information that the what was it? The intelligence agency released. They actually did release a document stating stuff that they had obtained, or that they could publicly release. I can't remember what it was called.
No, there was one that was leaked. I'm trying to find it right now.
Yeah, but again, the Russian dossier was leaked as well, and that's not something that's ever happened. So I'm not the type of person that puts blind faith into leaks.
Porpoise, you said you've worked
that document. There are certain elements of that document that were already verified, though.
Okay, certain elements.
Yeah.
Porpoise.
Okay. Yes.
You said you have worked in the past in security industry. I've done many years ago something.
I haven't worked in. I think that was the boom.
Sorry. I do apologize.
For the DoD.
Oh, there you go. Sorry.
I've worked in networking. It's different.
You get certain levels of security. Different. The DSLs, different security levels. Yeah. Well, no, not just the classification.
There's
your
levels
clearance
of
level.
classification. That is.
So you get told. I used to get things that said there might be an incident going to happen somewhere about here in Northern Ireland, whereas my boss would get told this is what's going to happen, and this is where you only get told so much because of your security clearance, don't you?
Well, it's also a need to know. If you don't have a need
precisely.
to know, you don't have the right to.
That's. This is the same with having open sessions and closed sessions in Congress.
Oh yeah.
You had debate. Comey doing his thing on whichever day it was, Thursday, and then he just went, "I can't tell you anymore on that" in the open session, and then they all went off into the back room and had a chat, and he'll have revealed, and that's what happens, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, what I'm saying is, even in secret, we're not hearing murmurs of a target. We're not hearing of a group that we're supposedly going after. We're not hearing some, like for instance, when they were talking about Lucifer 2 in the news, and when the cybersecurity group was helping the DHC, the DNC, they pointed to like groups that had done stuff in the past in Russia. And what I'm saying is we don't have a name to connect to. We don't have a third party that got paid by the Russian government. We don't have an official group paid by the Russian government that we're even aware of.
It's an ongoing investigation, isn't it? And
yes, but the DNC
it's like
thing is,
after there was the attack in Manchester, and the police didn't reveal any names because they wanted to go and round up the rest of them, and then the American news decided, we don't care, we'll just tell everybody anyway.
I just linked in the side chat the thing with Reality Winner, with the she's the one who leaked the NSA document.
Haven't handed over their information
You're too quiet, mate. Nobody can hear you. True. Nobody can hear you, mate.
I'll try to talk louder.
And you're all blitty as well, F5.
But I actually talked about. Okay, so actually, that reminds me of Winner, Reality Winner. If we read those articles talking about it, I actually mentioned a while ago during the primary, when the results were coming in, when they started talking about how the voter registrations systems were compromised and they were hacked. Now they try to say that they didn't get any information, but every business has always said that no information is copied. But that's bullshit. If you've accessed it, you have the ability to copy it really quickly. You have the ability to screenshot it. You have the ability to do a lot of things.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, you do. If you've actually
you can run OBS on your screen and you can capture everything.
Yeah. And you don't actually need to do the physical copy command. But at the same point, what I was
do it right now, and I'll take your word for it. But I doubt you have the expertise to hack into the DNC.
Yeah,
I don't. Never said I did.
No. The DNC, all that went down is because.
Okay, then how can you presume to understand?
Link. No, he clicked on a phishing link. That's why he wasn't directly hacked.
This is in regards to the electoral system.
Yeah,
Comey himself even said that the electoral system was all 100 legit. That the election, all the voting, all that stuff was absolutely 100% legit. That there was no compromising there whatsoever.
Huh?
Wait, you mean as I constantly hear about the 4 to 6 million people who are dead voters who voted.
He's not talking about that. He's talking about as in relation to any form of Russian hacking.
Yeah.
There was no outside state influence on our election results.
Yeah. Now, it was internal possibly, but we don't know.
Yes,
we couldn't
Go back
gain
and
any access to anything.
No, actually, every single outside state that has written any news story in the run-up to your presidential election to do with anything about your politics would have had some minor effect.
No, we're not talking about psychological aspects or social aspects. We're talking about actual hacking aspects.
Yeah. Someone actually taking the data from
direct manipulation.
Voter
They didn't
registration
manipulate the
system.
result, no. But they did things that would cause the result to be different.
Okay, so what? We do that to each other. Watch a YouTube video and tell me that's not manipulating in some form, just like you're saying, an election result.
Hold on. As far as the electronic systems go, okay, our voter registration system was hacked. That was covered. They tried to say that nothing had been taken. But at the same point, and I do have secure information security training and knowledge, and through various different ways. Either way, one of the things that are covered in the article that mentions winners starts talking about how the updating systems are accessed through the internet, are connected to the internet. And one of the things I mentioned at the time was that was a potential vulnerability, that if someone who had about $15 to access one of those card things that people kept shoving into the voting machine in order to manipulate the data on those voting machines, if someone had access to that software code, they could turn that into a virus to go and be a logic virus and change the results at specific times if they wanted to mess with these results. That is a possibility.
Are you just speculating on how it could have been done?
I was speculating on how it could be done, and it's potentially possible it was done. We don't know. We don't have a verified way of counting the results. We don't have a way of actually solidifying that the results that we have are legitimate. When Michigan's law is simply this: if the paper ballot count is different from the electronic machine count, they go to what the original result was. When Jill Stein tried to do a vote recount, she got turned down by judges.
Yeah, because it's next to impossible.
Yeah, and that's why
you can
it's
take
impossible.
a USB and stick it into the side of a voting machine and fuck it all up.
Yeah, but you don't have to get into the voting machine. That's the point.
They breached the U.S. voting software firm.
I have a question. When you say that voting machines were hacked, do you mean they were? Because it seems like a lot of people use. Do you know the extent of it? Because it seems like a lot of people.
I'm talking about actually manipulating the data.
Sorry, mate. 1 second. Drew, I don't know what's going on with your computer, man. I don't know what you're using, but you're all blitty.
Yeah, it sounds like you're getting a lot of packet loss. Are you downloading anything?
I don't think so.
Are you being hacked by the Russians?
Yeah, I just want to know. It seems like they're using port scan as a synonymous for hacking, and I don't know what the extent.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I say hacking. I'm actually referring to penetrating a system and changing something inside that system.
Penetrating.
Okay.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that if you
Bring
have
that level
the
down.
ability that I can show you the video of someone using a card to connect to the voting machine and change the information in that voting machine. If you have access to that software, you have the ability to write a code to change the results because you have the ability to unlock one of those voting machines. And
would
if
everybody
you can
be okay
access-
with going back to a paper ballot system?
I would.
We always have to have in the UK. No intention of changing it either.
Oh, right, that's right.
Actually, we did have an intention of changing it temporarily. We had one by-election that was done with digital voting.
Was that to accommodate online voting?
You have no idea how bad it was.
Well, anybody that's here
There's still
from
paper
the
ballots in
stateside.
California. I use a machine, but they just print paper.
And I'm back.
He's
for
back.
At home, what happened is we had one attempt at digital voting in the United Kingdom. That attempt resulted in a by-election of 70,000 people as a standard by-election election is approximately, and we had over 80,000 votes cast because of machine problems.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of there was actually, when they were doing the recount of Wisconsin, there was actually some computer glitches which showed that the result was different than what it would have actually been.
Because it turns out machines that use floating point counting, and they decided on floating point for some reason, do have a minor chance of fucking up massively.
Yeah.
In software glitches. And when you're counting votes in floating points and you got out, well, we had 80,000.7 votes. It's like ridiculous when you have at most 70,000 people. You're there going, wait, how have we got decimal places in the voting? What's going on?
Yeah, and that was actually one of the things that the mathematician had showed, is that there wasn't a steady stream of voters at any point. It was an acceleration, which means somebody had done fractional voting, which is where they changed the decimal point.
I still remember do you remember the Chad episode with in Florida with Bush?
Yeah. Oh, no. Jeb Bush's scenario, which I'm surprised never got brought up in the primary, is he marked a lot of people who were black because they were black, 9 out of 10 as felons who did not have a felony record. The Green Party was the reason there was a actual recount, and proved that George Bush's opponent should have been president. Yeah. That's the thing that people don't talk about.
But let's worry about Russia, right?
Yay, politics!
That's one of my main whole contentions of this is, especially the fact that one of the things that Comey said is, "Oh, this goes way back," but why is it an issue now? Why is it being completely
that's
politicized
a lot worse
now?
if it goes way back.
Right. Not only does it go way back with Russia, it goes way back with lots of other countries. Like, other countries do it to us, and we've done it to other countries for decades upon decades since the inception of the fucking internet.
Russia's always been a problem, though.
China's always been a problem. We've always been a problem to other countries. That's not a legitimate answer to me. That's just because Russia's always been a problem. There's lots of places that have always been a problem.
Russia has been a particularly problematic problem.
Yeah, I would say
lots of places that have particularly problematic problems.
Not in the same way.
I think it stems from the fact that a certain presidential candidate asked the Russians to hack his opposition.
Okay, actually, that's not necessarily true. He didn't necessarily ask. No, hold on.
Well, he did say,
I'm
but
not entertaining this.
If you already had the information, release it. That's the specific words.
It's a null point, to be honest.
It is, and yes, it is true. It is a null point.
That's not, no. It wouldn't stand up in any court. To be honest with you, it would just feel bad.
I don't pay too much credence to talking shit, which is essentially what that was.
Yeah.
just like I didn't get triggered when Hillary Clinton said that half of Trump's supporters were deplorables and all this other stuff. Like, it's just political fucking bickering. I don't pay any attention to it, and I feel like people who do pay attention and buy into that stuff are actually simple-minded individuals.
Yeah, I actually paid attention to
That's what
like
it
when
is.
Hillary Clinton said that she was for shutting down of schools.
Well, I mean, objectively, Hillary Clinton has more ties that are publicly known to Russia than Donald Trump does.
It's objectively known, is it?
Look it up, my dude.
I'm sorry. That's
her husband
objectively
got
known.
paid for speeches by Russia.
It was exposed in the documentary.
She headed the Russian reset, the uranium deal, all types of stuff. Like, come on, man.
It's in the documentary, Clinton Cash.
Yeah, the information is out there, and it's legit information. Just because you chose not to watch it or you don't know of it doesn't mean it's not true, right?
Okay. Did you actually listen to my interjection when you said it is objectively known? This means you need to know every single.
So we're going to change this whole argument to the semantics of the technicality of objectivability instead of just using it as a layman's term. No, I'm not going to go down
that. It's not a layman's term. You could have just said that she had more connections, and that would have been a point would have just been glossed over. The fact you said objectively more means you need to know every single connection that both Hillary and Trump has with Russia.
You're such a spurg.
Yeah, what you're doing is trying to turn us into an entirely different argument, and I'm not playing into that.
Mm-hmm.
So when I interject and then clarify my interjection for you, that's me being a pedant trying to have a completely different argument.
Still doing it.
But
God,
either way,
is impossible.
My suggestion as a resolution to everybody's fears of whether or not an outside government is actually interfering with our election, or an internal body, as it could also be someone inside the United States who also could do it. Why don't we host hackathons to prove whether or not it is possible? Can you interfere with the election? Can you change the results as people vote? Can you fraction vote? Can you do things that people are talking about? Do a hackathon.
That is possible.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is we actually have to promote the concept so that everybody actually accepts the idea.
What you're proposing is a more fair narrative.
Yeah, and I'm saying if you do a hackathon and you get a lot of sponsors, you can then sell it to the states. Penetration testing experts.
Are you capitalizing hacking?
Yes.
We should invade your country?
It should be.
You should invade your country.
America's going to invade America.
Finally.
Again.
Civil War.
That's why you have the Second Amendment.
Yep.
So they can shoot each other.
But it's also called being a white hat.
Ooh, didn't like that. I'm trying
a
new version of Blender. It's using something called what the fuck is the name of it? Eevee. It kind of works.
It a plugin?
It's a new rendering engine. It uses PBR texturing. So.
Oh, so you're not stuck with like cycles rendering.
It's actually using the engine is just based around like an open source. It's like a little chunk of the Unreal Engine.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
The open source chunk. And this is basically where it's going to be. It's going to be sort of like real time PBR, which is quite nice. And all they've got to do is translate that into a decent engine to render. At the moment, it's just in the view. So what you see is what you get. That's what they're going to do.
And
yeah.
It's called Eevee. I'm just thinking, I just missed that. It's called Eevee, right?
Eevee, yeah. EEVEE.
Oh, I see it now. It's at the top. Towards the middle of our screen.
But the text is not coming out right.
Yeah, but the thing, as far as the reason why I wanted to do the hackathon was so that I could get the people who kept saying security up through obscurity is a really good method of protecting your election system. Like even Comey said that, and everybody who's worked in that field and knows about security knows that's not a legitimate method of protection. Just because you make it more difficult doesn't mean it's not going to happen.
Can you explain a little bit what you mean by security through obscurity?
It just because you make it really difficult to access something doesn't mean that it's going to be protected.
Oh, I guess.
Just because the machines are not, the physical voting machines are not connected by internet, doesn't mean that the updating system is not. The updating system is. And just because you don't connect that actual machine to the internet doesn't mean that the internet cannot come to the machine. There's also other machines that are accessible by Wi-Fi.
So just adding more steps doesn't mean it's more secure.
Exactly.
It does mean it's more secure. It doesn't mean it's impenetrable.
Mm-hmm. But at the same point, we don't know the level of security that the updating system has. We don't know what the actual companies are doing to protect those systems, what kind of level of encryption they were working on. Because those are companies, by the way. They're not the government that runs those machines.
Yeah, well, that information is not going to be disclosed, like in a public document for people to read, so they can get their suspicions, checked.
Well, that's why you do external penetration testing, so you can find out, even if it's a black box, you can find out whether or not it is secure or not. Even if it's a black box hack, I mean. Black box hack means you don't know anything about the system.
Sure, we'll have at it.
Well, I don't know how to do it. That's the thing, is I don't have the expertise to actually execute the thing. That's why I said a hackathon, because then you'd have people who would know what they're doing come and do it, and they'd probably be very successful.
In the UK, part of our law enforcement civil service is a department that does pen testing randomly on all other departments of the government and civil service.
Yeah. Well, that's what our CIA does, but the CIA and NSA does that, but they kept some of that stuff secret.
Of course you keep the results secret.
Well, no, they kept it secret from the companies.
They kept all that Vault 7 stuff secret from the companies, too.
That's what I meant.
You are kind of meant to keep it secret from the company.
Well, they actually had an agreement to where they would tell the company when they found out those that they were able to do anything on their software.
You talking about the hacking tools they had?
Yeah,
Their point,
Microsoft and Apple and all that.
Their point of contention is there's vulnerabilities that exist in certain softwares, like the recent what was it? The malware that could infect older systems. I forget the name of the
ransomware. The ransomware attack.
Yeah, that ransomware. Yeah, that thing. And the NSA knew about it, but they didn't tell anybody.
No, the CIA made that tool.
No, it was the NSA's pet project.
Okay, well, one of our alphabet soup fucking agencies made that.
Yeah.
And of course, they didn't have the world's best security themselves.
Yeah, unironically.
Yeah, as it turns out, well, you have to remember, a lot of the people that work for the DoD are contractors, and they eventually leave. And those contractors know a lot, which means they know how to take that shit with them.
To top it all off, it was then immediately registered as random Russian domains to turn off the virus and had pay to this Russian place. Comes back to Russia when it involves hacking, doesn't it?
Wait, one more time?
That recent malware computer thing that went around locking people's computers and ransomware, the place you were sending the money to was Russian, as well as the, whatchamacallit, the website domain that was going to turn off the virus was also a Russian one.
Oh, the one that turned off the virus wasn't a Russian domain. That was just a domain. They just registered the domain.
Yeah, I was going to say, wouldn't people take advantage of Russians' view on hacking and find that more of a safe haven?
Yeah, that's actually why a Russian IP is actually extraordinarily valuable. This is also why when you hack into something, you go through a Russian IP company.
Yep.
This is why it's easy to make it look like the Russians. This is why I don't inherently believe it until we get the rest of the information.
Well, that information is not going to become available because it could be something like they have an asset in place at a specific location that was
it'll eventually become
coordinating this
available in
information.
about 10 years.
But then you run the argument of if we, the people, can't see the information clearly, then how are we supposed to back the government in whatever choice they make?
When you're dealing with classified information, though, you can't really disclose methods.
You remember the Iraq War and the Afghan War?
Yes.
Yeah. Wasn't all that stuff top secret information that we weren't allowed to see, and we just had to trust the government? And don't we know that, looking back now, that that probably all shouldn't have happened, right?
We're not trusting the government. The government is lying to us.
Yeah, we're talking
about the intelligence services.
Well, they're kind of one and the same.
No, they're not.
The CIA didn't say.
The deep state has a desire. Here's the thing. Here's the reason why I don't inherently believe that our intelligence agencies. Our intelligence agencies' goal is to start another Cold War because they want that funding back. They want high levels of funding. It is a goal they have. What they're willing to do, including misinform the president, which is the President Obama, and take actions against the President Obama, which is the thing you can look up. They have done it, like with a drone strike that was not safety.
That's baseless speculation, dude. Like, that's tinfoil hat
baseless
theory.
speculation. You can
Yes,
actually
it is.
look up that the intelligence agency took an action in direct opposition of what President Obama was ordering at the time.
Okay. Go ahead and cite that source because I don't believe you. There is no way that the intelligence services, with that many people in it, are conducting an operation in order to start a Cold War against government intentions. That's crazy talk.
Are you under the impression that everybody that works inside of a CIA building is privy to what a select few at the top want to have done? Because I would say that that's pretty idiotic to think that way as well.
Well, I'd say
as a matter of fact, unless you have the need to know, you don't have. Yeah, unless you have the need to know, you don't have access to.
Okay, one at a time, guys. One at a time.
I'd say it's idiotic that the select few at the top of the whatever intelligence agency you're looking at have malicious intents to the point where they're colluding with each other to try to start a Cold War again.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
actually.
You think that people think that people who are in positions of power like this are inherently good? Because that would be a bit ironic, wouldn't it?
That's not what I'm implying at all.
Well, you're saying that what you're trying to do is argue the trust that we should have for them because
I'm saying that what you're
have inherently
proposing,
ill intentions, right?
What I'm saying is what you're proposing is asinine.
To question authority is asinine?
No, I'm not saying
authority that's shown that it shouldn't be trusted.
You're not questioning authority. You're saying that they have motivation and they're actively taking part in starting a Cold War with Russia.
I didn't say
for
that.
their own purposes.
I didn't say that.
Well, that was the argument I was addressing.
Right. I wouldn't dismiss that. To be fair, I'm not saying that, but I'm also would not dismiss that.
Well, I don't dismiss unicorns, but I'm pretty sure they don't exist.
Really?
Well, technically they exist as they are actually rhinoceroses.
You know, I personally dismiss unicorns as hard as possible. It has led to the species going extinct, though.
Well, actually, like, sort of the whole thing about, like, starting to Cold War on purpose, that kind of sounds like the plot to the movie Canadian Bacon.
I'm the only one who got that reference. That's even better.
Yeah, it's actually one of the few quote unquote fictions that Michael Moore did. Like, he directed this movie where it kind of like poking fun of the idea that America was actually that the American government actually wanted a Cold War, so since it's over with Russia, they tried to start with Canada.
Well, there's a slight bit of difference between the American government and what is essentially known as the military-industrial complex. They're not inherently one and the same.
Here's an idea. How about you look at Putin and his history within Russia, and then you apply that logic to...
And I have. And I've stated several times that I don't
highlight that
a lot of things that come out of Russia. I'm not pro-Russia.
Because...
No, neither am I. Russia's a dickhead.
It's not Russia itself that's a dickhead.
Hey, don't say that. He's here. He's listening. Hello, Mr. Putin.
I'll tell Putin to blow me.
Putin and the oligarchs.
He didn't mean that.
Like, here's a guy
he's just angry.
Here's a guy who, after the USSR fell, he helped the mayor basically resell Russian assets along with food that was supposed to go to hungry people, and then help that person escape Russia after the fact.
Why would he do that?
For his own gains.
Okay. So human beings are prone to do things for their own gains.
Yeah, and he's now the.
This isn't just a Putin thing, right? This is just human nature.
Okay, but in the context of what Putin has been doing in the Russian hacking, it kind of, fits in regards to his character, how he leads the country.
Okay, but if we can acknowledge that Putin is the type of person who's just basically a human being and falls under the same auspices that we all do, which is to better ourselves, and that there are some people who will do questionable things to better themselves and get things for themselves or their friends, then why are we not applying that same skepticism to members of the CIA?
Because we don't have the history or the case history of those individuals and their character.
We don't have the case history, or you just haven't seen it?
Well, we haven't seen it.
You didn't have a collapse of the American unions and then have someone that was working at a spy agency take over as your first democratically elected leader ever, who then basically ran the country as his own little private oligarchy, where he basically gave all of the state business to.
So covering up things better than your enemies makes what you did better than your enemies?
You didn't listen to a word I said then.
Well, I think it's more like sort of like an idea of innocent until proven guilty. Like, we really don't have much evidence to begin with to say anything. So what do we presume then?
Actually, we don't have any.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually have zero. Yes.
Drew, your mic
we
is
haven't
really
seen
bad.
it, not that we haven't got it.
Yeah, the thing is, this is what I go back to, is like, in order for us to prosecute, say, Assad, for instance, I was waiting for the evidence that was shown to me that chemical weapons were used directly by Assad. And I talked about how the chemical weapons aren't regular bombs. You will find canisters, you will find things that are remaining from a chemical weapon that points to it was dropped by an airplane because the airplane were in the facility, and you see a path of chemical weapons being used in correlation with the movements of Assad troops. That's what I was waiting for.
Yeah,
I was waiting for something like that.
Didn't France's security agency go and look into that?
I think so, but I think it was
before or after we responded.
Rights Watch.
After. Oh wait.
Pragmatic Progressive.
Canada and Portugal both wanted an investigation.
Pragmatic Progressive
was the guy who linked the thing that he uses in his videos, which was I think the Human Rights Watch, I think it was, or I can't remember what the organization was called.
Human Rights Watch, I believe. Yeah.
Well, he's got a 2-part video series up right now. But
yeah, I saw it. I talked to him.
Yeah.
I shortly after, before I actually saw his videos, I actually saw Sargon of Akkad doing 2 long videos explaining what he thinks really happened. So I actually linked. So I linked him to those videos, and he is actually planning to do a response to Sargon's claims.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where's the problem that it's not Assad?
Well, basically, Sargon trying to make the claim that it was actually the rebels who gassed the people.
The most convincing claim that it was the rebels I've seen is from Russia's fake paper, where it gave a report of how rebels blew up facilities holding chemical weapons and unleashed it onto the population. It was the rebels who set off the weapons, however, they were already there.
Yeah.
There's videos out there of the moderate, quote-unquote, moderate rebels that are essentially on our side, actually gassing people, lobbing gas canisters.
Yeah, and I thought Sargon's video was more about basically.
Link me that. I want to see that.
Rabib.
It's on YouTube. You probably just find it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But the Human Rights Watch was showing that the area in which the item hit, there was liquid
that is synonymous with gas because of how much water is released in the gas. It pushes the water down, and so you have a lot of liquid in the air where it hits. And they showed that there is a transport plane flying over as the item drops, and that the canister is very similar to the type that old Russian style of manufacturing.
Well, I could have been stolen, correct?
What are you on about?
I don't know either.
What is that about?
The Syrian gas attack.
Hang on, Boone. Let me do this quickly for you. What he's on about is a plane run.
You don't know either.
The Syrian government went in a line overhead. Along the line of flight, there were a couple of canisters drops that were seemed to be based on old-fashioned Russian chemical weapon deployment canisters that had chemical weapons in them.
So it was canisters that were used for chemical weapons that didn't have chemical weapons in them.
This is where the chemical weapon happened. This is where people were introduced to chemical weapons.
Yeah.
So you're saying it was water vapor?
I'm saying that either they had chemical weapons in the things that they were dropping out of planes, or they dropped things with water vapor out of planes and then happened to set up chemical weapons near where they landed.
Yeah, in chemical weapons, it's a lot of water, or a lot of
droplets.
Yeah. That's how you disperse it. You push out the mist.
Does it need to be dropped from a plane, or could it come from an unmanned vehicle?
I like him this way.
Talking about Syria.
Yeah, but
it could come from an unmanned vehicle in Syria. They can't afford those.
Yeah, we're talking about the crater impact from the weapon matching the velocity necessary that's necessary that can be only made when it's dropped from high altitudes. You can't. It's hard to fake it.
So Assad did drop chemical weapons, is what you're saying.
Assad knows for sure. One of his planes did. It was.
Why is everybody echoing
that?
That's the most evidence we have is pointing to Assad due to the fact that the gas attacks follow the pattern in which his troops progress forward, and the evidence we have as far as how the weapons are landing, where the fact that it is a chemical-based weapon based on the dispersal pattern around it, that it is water coming out, that's water on the ground, that it matches a Russian-based chemical weapon dispenser. The canister that remains, so you can, once the chemical weapon disperses, you can just take up the canister with you. It doesn't get destroyed because you don't blow it up. That when what we see airplane vehicles pass, and then a sarin gas attack happens.
I also heard reports that Russia called in an airstrike on the hospital. Was that collaborated or not?
Well, the question would be isn't whether or not they bombed a hospital. It would be whether or not the hospital actually had like civilians in it, or it was plagued by ISIS and they were using it as a base.
Yeah, because we've actually done that a lot. We bombed a lot of places that were hospitals.
Right. And the implication was that they were trying to cover it up on Syria's behalf. I don't know if that ever got collaborated.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything about
the American military here. You have a tendency to bomb people, flying the Union Jack, moving in a convoy of Challenger tanks with all of the stuff to flag we're on your side, going off like crazy, and you still managed to bomb us.
The other thing we managed to do is when we bombed Syria, when that gas attack happened and we instantly responded with an airstrike, We managed to bomb a mosque next to the intended target.
Yes, it really does appear that collateral damage and the American military go hand in hand. They are synonymous at this point.
Say that we care, we don't.
Oh, I know you don't. Of course, thanks to the sloppy work of America and the fact that you mass-produce drones and Hellfire missiles and sell them to everyone, this means the whole of NATO managed to run around drone striking people, and we can just blame it on you.
Works a treat.
Other thing too is because we actually gave a lot of weapons. We lost. I think it was about $100 billion worth of weapons in the Middle East, and they ended up in Al Qaeda's hands. Well, actually, ISIS's hands.
You mean they were ordered to leave those weapons behind?
I mean, yeah.
There's actual documents to show that they left those weapons behind. We're talking about tanks and all that shit too, not just like.
Are we talking about the time where America?
It was about $100 billion worth of crap.
Are we talking about the time where America tried to arm the Iraqi military, who basically went, "Oh, ISIS turned up. Yeah, we surrender."
Not specifically, because when it comes to the overall Middle East, there's lots and lots and lots of separate situations.
Oh, sorry, it was $1 billion worth of weapons.
I know at that time you lost a few dozen tanks.
Yeah, leaving that behind is more of a logistic issue. It's cheaper to reproduce the weapons than it is to transport them back.
It's almost like our military-industrial complex shouldn't be trusted or anything.
I think we should. I think we should take it back, even if it's more costly. I think leaving it costs more.
In the long run, it does, absolutely.
Well, yeah, but
especially if the enemy gets a hold of it, then they can use it on you.
It sounds like an oversimplification,
or you could say if the enemy gets a hold of it, you have an excuse to actually continue following that enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I to think that it just leave them just abandoned, I don't know. It'd be more like an agreement.
It's about $1 billion worth of weapons that was lost. It may have ended up in the hands of ISIS.
America's always done that.
Well, it wasn't lost. You don't lose $1 billion worth of weapons.
Yeah, it's not lost. That was actually a plan.
You don't lose $1 billion worth of weapons because the Soviet Union did that quite a few times because they've misplaced about half a dozen nukes.
Have they?
Yeah, the Soviet Union really did misplace some nukes.
I mean, we hadn't been found, so misplaced.
Misplaced is always a good word.
Anyways, what I was trying to say is...
Sorry.
What I was trying to say is, it sounds like it'd be more reasonable if the weapons they were leaving behind was part of a deal that they were making with the people that they were there to originally help, or whatever governing bodies, and then make either some type of political negotiation, help sweeten the deal, or B, make money. And then go back and make their own weapons, so it's kind of like not just one thing that they're accomplishing. It's three.
Right. No, there are definitely always other options. I'm always going to be the person that's going to say there are other options.
Yeah, but I just found it an oversimplification that there's a nefarious reason for that happening.
But the only things I was arguing that were nefarious were the ones that have actually been proven to just be left behind for certain reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a mixture of the conflict has gone on so long in the overall Middle East that it's definitely a mixture of the two. There's some accidents, there's some happy accidents, quote unquote, and then there's some intentional accidents, quote unquote.
Are these happy accidents like when you accidentally put just a splotch of black there and you turn it into a flock of birds?
Pretty much.
It's either that or it's one of these intentional accidents where they were actually planning on giving Al-Qaeda weapons for some reason. I can't remember exactly what.
Yeah, but all those different rebel groups, they all change loyalties. You know, they change their names, change loyalties. So you never know who the fuck you're leaving anything with, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
It just depends
We
on who's funding
actually,
them.
here's how bad it is. We actually funded one side that was fighting the war in Syria, and then the Pentagon was funding one side, and the CIA was funding the other side. So they actually did a real life version of The Game, which is a Stargate Atlantis reference. Basically, it's where they had these two civilizations fight each other.
Yeah.
Whereas in the UK, we're just funding ISIS.
Yeah.
It's what everybody brings up about proxy wars.
Yep. But that was with our own military. We were fighting ourselves.
Yeah, it's training.
Yeah, so essentially, we were killing an untold number of people for our, to learn something, maybe, or maybe just for shits and giggles. Who knows?
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, I'm gonna call it a night. There, my belly is fucking beckoning me towards the kitchen.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Say that, mate.
What was concluded after this kind of discussion? I kind of want to catch that. But
I can't. We can't hear you, Drew.
Yeah, maybe we said.
Just press F5.
I did, like 3 times.
Then press Alt F4.
Wait, what?
Anything out of him?
But by the way, Sue, how are you doing? Are you still sick?
I've got a bit of a sore throat and coughing a bit, but hey.
What have I told you about deep throating? Sometimes it will hurt you.
Yeah, the thing is, though, it's a chest infection. That's a completely different thing.
I don't have a deep throat if it's chest. Yeah. That's sword swallowing levels. That is, isn't it?
You know what?
Either that or you're doing it wrong.
What can I say? Sometimes you have an itch in your stomach line and you just need to scratch it.
Yeah, like I recently had a summer cold, and I'm about to say summer colds are the worst, but it sounds like you kind of had a little bit more worse. So,
tickly throat.
What was your all's conclusion on Qatar?
Sucks to be Qatari.
It's part of a chest infection.
Really?
You have to wait till more information comes out. It's not destabilized, it's not collapsed, and it's not being attacked.
There's a lot of interests there that are very worried, I'd say. So everyone's sort of everyone's in shock, I think, wondering what the fuck's going on. And
Trump wants to invade, even though he's already got an airbase there.
I don't think Trump wants to invade Qatar. I think he's lining himself up to invade Iran.
Oh, Christ, not again. Has he not built a hotel there yet?
I don't know. I don't think that'd stop him, though.
You know, soon Trump will have built a hotel everywhere in the Middle
it will
East,
if they offer.
Peace on them.
If they just say, "You want to build a hotel?" He'd be like, "All right then." So you don't want to bomb us now? Like, nah, it'll do. This'll do. I'll be all right with that.
I remember when that news report, he said he attacked Iraq. It was actually Syria.
Got the ice cream cake, right?
I never saw that.
Yeah,
Bless
I
him.
remember it.
You think it's kind of important, like when you're in the news, to make sure you really give the name of the country you just
No,
attacked.
it just made him look human.
Sure. Yeah, he's new to
reports
this.
that they shot out those tomahawks because basically they had to, they had to get rid of them or they were falling apart or something.
They were past their sell-by date.
You talking about the Millabs?
Yeah.
The 47 that he launched
Yeah, the
on
MOAB
in Iraq or somewhere in the center.
Yeah, 60. It wasn't like supposed to be 60, but one like didn't get it halfway off the deck and just like splashed into the ocean.
Well,
you're talking about the airstrike on the air base.
The airbase that he warned everybody he was going to attack.
The
I'll let
airbase
the Russians know because they won't tell anybody.
The airbase that everybody wanted destroyed, which was essentially protecting what was the Homs, or I don't remember what the name of the town was, but there's a town right on the other side of the airbase, and as soon as that airbase was attacked, ISIS and the other rebels that they were working with pushed through and took control of that town and killed a bunch of innocent people.
Wait, what town?
The town on the other side of the airbase that was struck by the Tomahawks.
Oh, by the one that Trump struck?
Mm-hmm. After the beautiful babies.
Yeah, the beautiful babies.
Some beautiful babies died, so let's make it to where some more beautiful babies die.
Yep.
I don't know what Baker had.
They were saying, the attack wasn't effective because Syria got the airfield up and running in a couple of hours, I think it was.
Yeah, it's an important airfield to them, obviously.
Yeah, and that's an effective military. The military's supposed to get their airfields up and running in a couple of hours.
This is America feeling great again.
Yeah, and what do you think that America would do if you struck an airfield? They would sit there and take a couple of days to get back up? No, they could get it back up in a couple of minutes.
Mm-hmm.
No, we'd be like, I'm sorry, I can't get this airfield back up until the paperwork is properly processed to make sure that everyone's getting paid on time. Sorry. Until then, we just have to sit here and wait.
Meanwhile, in Britain, we'll do a much better thing. We'll just kind of sit there and go, we don't even need the airfield, and then 100 years will pass. And there's still a bomb there that's unexploded. But we know exactly where the bomb is. If you don't pull up in time, you see that pile of rubble with some metal pointing after it. Yeah, we can see 2 bombs in it, and we can't be bothered to sort that out.
Congratulations on staving off the inevitable, privatization of your medical industry.
Give it time.
It's not inevitable if you actually fight against it.
Okay, that requires people to be smart enough to believe that it's actually happening when presented with a large amount of proof, and to actually go, oh yeah, our health secretary who co-wrote a book, brother who published that book, has family in private medicine, owns shares, and has an honorary position on a board for private medicine, who is inbound to make estimated between 20 million at the ultimate low end to up to 4 billion at the maximum high end, is going to be opposed to privatizing the NHS when they explicitly explain why they want to do it and how they're going to do it.
Yeah.
And all that information is public, but no, people just don't believe it.
That's a lot like a lot of the people who don't want to believe that.
And of course, for the last year that we have figures for this, that's 2015, the Tory party received, guess how many million from private medical companies and lobbying money?
Quite a lot.
We don't know what it
Quite a lot million. Was it or a shitload million?
Was it more than 50p?
Yes, it was more than 50 pence, and it was it was a shitload million. It was about 500 million to the party.
Ooh, 500?
Yeah.
Million?
Yeah.
For the Conservative Party?
Yeah. That is, of course, the European Trade Commission's report on that was correct.
That'll keep them going for life.
Yeah.
For everyone's lifetimes. Until they... That's it. But $500 million for the Conservative Party. Nobody needs that. You could campaign for centuries like that.
Sounds like my Bible on a Saturday night.
Mental.
It's funny to me that you're having this discussion, because meanwhile over here it seems like we're basically very reluctantly slouching towards there.
Yeah, it's brilliant to get a group of people that are ideologically opposed to the state owning anything or paying for anything.
Well, that's actually changed a lot recently. Luckily.
Who's like
There's
shuffling?
people who are.
There's like people like chucking knives and forks around. Just mute if
Yeah.
you're gonna be like.
It sounds like somebody's doing the dishes.
I don't know. Anyway, carry on.
Ryan's having his tea.
I've tweeted like I'm just actually like since now we're talking about the UK election, I just on the side chat posted like a tweet I made. I hope it'll become like I didn't start a hashtag. I hope it'll become like popular and will inspire more memes. But
I'm just enjoying the salt. It's delicious. From so many people. Now, Ryan, you do actually have to mute yourself when you're doing the dishes. But
please.
Oh, okay.
How plausible is it that Theresa May gets replaced? Is that just a fantasy, or is there actual?
Talk is.
Oh wait.
Considering we've already had one MP in the Tory party resign for the partnership with the DUP, as well as multiple other backbenchers complaining about it, although my personal local MP, Mr. Mercer, has decided to not have any public statements since the election.
Oh, that's nice of him.
The last public statement he made was 2 before the election, 1 on the election night, and then 1 in 2016.
Well, what would you say?
Literally anything.
I just retweet fucking Britain elects. Holy shit.
So for somebody who's unfamiliar with the DUP,
Democratic Unionist Party.
They want to recriminalise homosexuality. They wish to get rid of all options for not having kids. They want to instate Catholicism into law.
No, not true.
What?
Hello, Chochmah.
I'm just going with what people in the party have said.
Okay, at some point they said horrible things, possibly in the 80s and 90s. However, the party right now doesn't stand for that.
I'm not talking about the 80s and 90s, I'm talking about the last couple of years. They've said some outrageously ridiculous shit.
They want to criminalise homosexuality. And that's
the party actually said that.
Is that somewhere in the program? Because I looked at the program, I couldn't find anything regarding that.
Well, they don't believe in climate change is out.
Yeah, they don't know what science is.
Yeah, I'm just looking at them.
I could not find it in that program. Sorry.
The anti-abortion. Don't believe in LGBT rights. They deny climate change.
How do they deny climate change in the program?
Because it's anti-God.
Could you post a link, please?
Dude, their councils close shops on Sundays. They close fucking. This is the level that they're at right now. They close fucking playgrounds on Sundays. That's rude. That's me sold right there. I'm not happy with them. If they lay that out, you're gonna see me protesting. If they actually close playgrounds on Sundays, they can go fuck themselves. That's just rude.
I like the defense where somebody has an imaginary friend up in the sky that nothing bad's ever going to happen to the planet.
They are a little monster raving lunar party. That's
what are you
the
talking
Irish.
about? The monster raving lunar party are funny.
Yeah, I got.
Originals were. I think it's that one, isn't it?
I think we'll be seeing a lot more types like Lord Buckethead infiltrate various different elections and the democratic process.
We always have these guys. This is the wonder of British elections, yeah. People kind of go, well, why don't you run? It's like, oh, I can never run. You can run. Run away. Go for it. Have at it. If you want to get involved, do it.
Any citizen
Jump
of the
in.
United Kingdom, any resident of the United Kingdom, not citizen, resident, can stand for election as an MP in a constituency, you just have to have a semi-permanent address, have it as your primary address in that location, be allowed to stay in England for the whole of your term in office for at least the 5 years you're expected to be in office if you have won the election, and pay about £500 in
deposit.
Deposit.
Yeah, we got the same system here in Canada.
And then on top of that, you're allowed to spend, I can't remember how much it is, some pitiful amount of money on advertising in your local area.
Okay, sorry, the link you posted was over the last 50 years of the party's history. That's not positions the party holds right now.
However, they have members of the party that have said they want to do that.
Okay. It's just ones they hide under their pillow.
Okay, there is no party member right now who says save Ulster from sodomy.
What was his name? Peter.
Should we judge an entire party off of just what one person says?
It's just considering the party's response is to ignore it, we can actually judge them on their silence.
It's a hell of a slogan, though.
So it's fair. So then it's fair to me to hate all liberals because they say because some liberals say kill all white men.
If there is a liberal party where
I'm just asking.
No, stop. If there is a liberal party where elected members of the party are saying kill all white men and the entirety of the party ignore the comment, you may judge the party poorly for not paying attention to that.
Or in that particular case, they've had a meeting.
For head of the DNC when she said all white people need to shut up and they don't have any solutions. Nobody corrected her. Then it's fair for me to say that all liberals feel that way. Or all members of the DNC feel that way?
It's fair to say that it reflects on them negatively.
Well, yeah, I would agree with that. But I wouldn't say that that's their position.
Also, that no one right now in the Democratic Party is actually, trying to put some space between him and the Democratic Party position that they held in the 1960s and 50s and 40s when they were quite aligned with the Klan. Does it reflect negatively on them, or would you just assume that they're just not still holding those positions?
By the way, something that Debbie Wasserman-Schultz says, who is the head of the DNC, who actually dictates how the DNC runs, she has ultimate say. Yes, you can actually hold it against the Democratic Party. And the reason is because she's the head of the DNC. She actually decides what campaign funds are going to go where and what priorities are going to be focused on. So she is the party.
she ultimately didn't get the...
Apparently, she obviously was not the party. Otherwise, she was the party. She was elected and she was appointed. She wasn't elected, was appointed basically by a couple of people who have taken over the Democratic Party. She was not the party, and she was definitely not the base. Anyhow, let's get back to topic. DUP. Why is no one concerned about the North Ireland question and how the DUP could
it'll be fine.
Getting that party in the government is basically violating the.
It couldn't possibly go wrong.
Is that not a problem at all?
It's a big problem because part of the Good Friday Agreement was that the British government would act as strictly neutral and would act as a bridge between both the nationalist and the unionist sides in Ireland and the Irish government. Now, what's happened is because
they're not independent, are they? Like they have an interest. They're not but they do have an interest, right?
No, they were strictly neutral, but if they now form an alliance with the DUP, it calls into question the neutrality.
It blows it up.
Who was the person who said all white people need to shut up?
I can't remember her name.
Debbie Wasserman-Schultz.
Isn't that basically a really big problem for the coalition and for the state of the Union of the United Kingdom, and how is that not a big topic right now in the United Kingdom? Why is that not front page everywhere?
What?
Why is what not front page news?
Why is the DUP being part of the government and thereby blowing up the Good Friday Agreement and being basically a bomb?
It has been raised. There are I mean, even Sinn Féin have started kicking off about it. The thing with the gay rights is causing a lot of problems with the Scottish Conservative Party because the leader there, she's she and her girlfriend who live together quite happily are rather upset about it. And she's been, I forget her name, she's been quoted as saying, I put LGBT rights above the party.
Okay.
She's also one of those tipped to take over from Theresa May.
Here's a quote that's more recently.
Domestic policies. That's still domestic policy. I mean, like more foreign policy and basically, larger policies. Like, for example, that kind of collision is a bomb. And you have given the trigger to virtually anyone. For example, the European Union. If the negotiators the Brexit deal from the European Union want to just blow up the UK government, they can do it in any point during well, they can do it at any point. All they have to do is basically say, okay, we're going to build a border between Ireland and the rest of the Ireland, basically Northern Ireland, and then the coalition will blow up. Coalition, quote unquote, will blow up.
Yeah, it's a mess.
This isn't actually a coalition.
Yeah, I know it's not a coalition, but it's still sort of a coalition. It's worse than a coalition, basically.
I wish it was a proper coalition. Because this is as far as from strong and stable as you can get.
Yeah, it's not going to last. Don't know how long it's going to last.
How is this working? How can you possibly expect going into basically one of the most important foreign
Well, she didn't expect,
relation-
she obviously didn't expect this. She certainly didn't. This is the last thing she expected,
But then she should probably give up right now and say, okay, didn't work, we're in government,
she's not wanting to run away, let's say.
The only reason why she isn't getting a gun right now is because no one wants her job, I guess. Otherwise, she would probably be executed. Not executed, but someone would have said, okay.
Shockingly, for some reason, the Conservative Party and a huge amount of people really like Theresa May.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Have you seen?
No one likes her.
Have you seen the Sunday papers yet?
I have. People are finally turning on her.
Take the Daily Mail. Boris set to launch bid to be PM as May clings on. Sunday Times. 5 cabinet ministers urge Boris to topple May.
But going into the election, that is.
Boris Prime Minister Boris Johnson, that'll be the day.
Pardon?
Actually, if we're to have a Tory MP as Prime Minister, I would actually quite like Boris Johnson, just because of the flim-flam.
It's pretty funny. Only for comedic value. As a leader, I think he's going to be...
he'd be disastrous. It would be
as the Foreign Secretary is just ridiculous. He's awful.
Well, at least he's intelligent. He would be more interesting in interviews, I guess. Not as bad as...
He's the best person for the English foreign policy as you can possibly get. Not so much for Welsh or Scottish or Northern Irish or any crown dependency, but for English foreign policy, because we basically go, right, this is the most English toff you're ever going to come across.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure that's the guy you want to, represent your country, but I agree.
Oh, he's not, but if they can somehow get past him, they're going to love it here in comparison. Wait, do not speak normally? Yeah.
I think I would have to argue that I believe that Jacob Rees-Mogg is much posher.
Yes, but he doesn't say stuff like wiffle waffle publicly.
No, this is a man who goes canvassing with his nanny. As he did.
No, I think I'm 100% in favor of the hung parliament because it has inspired such great fan fiction as hung parliament,
the gay erotic novel.
The great thing about hung parliaments is it means that parties have to work together.
Oh, I know, it's glorious.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here and go to bed. It was fun.
Take it easy, bud.
Good night.
Good night. Sleep well.
Good night, man.
Okay.
Well, if the big parties would have to work together, that would be great. But if just the Tories work together with some party that was completely unknown before the election, at least to me, from Northern Ireland, that's not great. That's bad. That's really bad.
Well, here's the thing you have to take into account is that the Tories are not a monolith. And so they're not going to go with party lines. And so here's the thing, one of the MPs resigned when they went with the DUP, which means you only have 2 seats of majority if everybody votes party line.
Yeah, it's
that's not
shaky.
a very strong.
No, it's still wobbly and weak and wobbly, or what you call it.
Yeah,
that's right. I just understand how Theresa May can get out of number 10 and then give that speech that she gave. I listened to that and I was confused because it sounded like she had just won like majority, big majority, something like convincing. I don't know. Maybe but I'm not. I'm foreign, so I'm not that into British policy, so politics. So
well,
it's me.
We seem to appreciate somebody who can lie in the face of absolute doom.
Yeah. That's Britishness in a nutshell,
Yeah,
it's just fucking arrogance. I'm going to storm this election by 200 seats, wipe the Labour Party out, and I'm going to have absolute power to do what I want for my mates.
And of course, quietly get around an investigation going on about that expense fraud.
I get arrogance, but what I don't get is blowing up your country by getting into bed with a Northern Ireland party that can blow up your Brexit negotiations at any point and will probably blow them up, and also gives your opponent, which is in that case the European Union, lots of leverage.
Well, you have to remember, Theresa May was not against Brexit. Sorry, she was against Brexit. She's for softer
conspiracy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're probably what you're going to get is right now, just flunking out, I guess. Because you don't even have a government, and the government you have in a couple of weeks is probably quite weak.
Well, the thing is that Corbyn's message was a jobs Brexit, Brexit that's focused on actually producing some economic investment spending.
No. His Brexit was hard Brexit is going to fuck us over. We're going to get the best deal we can. This means we still have to talk to our neighbours.
Yeah, but his slogan was jobs Brexit. Because I listened to his speeches.
Sorry for explaining what he meant words.
I know. When he uses words, he means things, but I know. But essentially investment spending, which is what I was actually saying your country needed in order to bounce back from a low or debilitating pound deduction, because you investment spend a lot and then you can build up industries which can sell goods and services to other countries who want to buy stuff because your currency now is very cheap to them.
Or, and this may seem like a crazy idea, but this is what we're going to go with. We could imply more austerity.
That's an option. That seems like a bad option, and it seems like you've tried that for a very long time.
We still have police force that we can sell off and get rid of. We still have fire services we can get rid of. I'm aware that we've basically cut them down to by a fifth of what they were a decade ago, but we can still make them smaller.
Yeah.
Don't forget that she wants to implement the Naylor report as well, which is basically selling off the NHS property. It's true. That's what the Naylor report specifically says. Sell off all the private lands that the hospitals are on. So basically what you'll have is owning the land and the hospital NHS having to pay rent on land that they already own. How nice.
Wow.
That can make sense.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Because they'll be bought out by people like, ooh, who wants to make money out of it? Ooh, what was the name of that Tory MP? Ooh, who just happens to be in charge of the NHS? Nice man.
It's also the fact that if you sell out the land to private owners and then you're leasing the land, they can then turn and sell your lease to someone else.
Oh yeah, they will do.
Or just sell the land.
Yeah. We'll just end up being owned by American health insurance companies.
Yeah. And it'll get more and more expensive over time.
Yeah, but the government will pay it.
Oh,
Oh,
so
no,
we'll
because
go
they're
to single
changing that.
payer at the same time as the UK privatizes their health insurance, so the same people get paid just by different people. It'll be great.
Yeah.
It'll be great for the private investor.
Yes.
Not for goods for the customer. Sorry, patients.
Whoever give a fuck about the customer?
Having worked in an NHS hospital, we do actually.
That'll all change.
Man, you guys are so foreign. The concept of caring for customers, I mean patients.
Well, yeah, they don't have a thing. Okay, well, yeah, a couple of years ago they didn't have a profit motive.
And now they do. But this is why I keep telling you guys, stop becoming America.
We don't.
It's like, we are there.
No one wants to become America.
I don't believe
Except for our
anyone in the UK wants to be America right now.
Except for our governments.
Yeah, your government loves America.
No, they don't. Everyone is terrified.
She was even holding his bloody hand.
Yeah, they're pretty.
They fucking love all the privatization that we have. Like, all our industries, or nearly all of our industries are privatized that were public at one point. My UTA that runs my transport, buses and stuff is a private company. We hardly have any community health centers.
So you think Teresa will stay on, or do you think someone will eventually? She'll get forced out by
she'll get knifed in the face, in the back. It'll be Julius Caesar got less stabbings than she's gonna get.
Brutal.
The kindest people of all will come home.
I know she's going to be so lucky. She's going to be penetrated by everyone.
She's going to get a very nice retirement settlement.
She's going to be hunted with dogs and horses.
Go blue fox hunting with mated eagle.
Don't pick on me. Fuck off, you bastards.
Hey, guys, have you seen the tweet I posted on the side chat? Like, my own Twitter meme? Like, just take a look. Like,
oh my god, stop promoting your own memes. Not everyone can meme, you know.
I know, but I'll just take a look.
That's ableist.
He's shielding.
Just to point out, it wasn't actually a Prime Minister. It was actually, Cameron. Just saying.
Yeah, hunter, not foxes. Yeah, like, which, I can tell you, like, also I posted a link to Spino's video about Theresa May's stance on Islam, and of course, seeing like the main reason why so many people vote for Leave is because they fear of Islamic terror, and there's actually two very recent terror attacks on UK soil. Like, do you think it's any wonder Theresa May lost seats?
What? What's the connection?
I
don't think that the actual
conservative
themselves
terror attacks happen, right?
No, actually, I'm saying that. See, like, I just put, like, see, they put, like, Spinosaurus pointed out that Theresa May is actually very soft in Islam and made very open about it. And of course, I'm thinking she's trying to go on a poll.
How long ago did she say that?
What do you mean when you say soft on Islam? How that?
Basically, basically, Theresa May very recently said, and I quote, that the UK can learn a lot from Sharia law.
Yes, what not to do.
I'm sorry, Theresa May. Could you post any link to that quote possibly?
Actually, I posted a link to the YouTuber Spinosaurus now going by alternative facts. He actually did an entire video about Theresa May's soft view on Islam.
Just a quote that she said that the UK can learn a lot from Islamic law, from Sharia law.
In that case, 1 second,
I think you'll have to watch the video.
Yeah, come on. If she said that, it's not just in the video. It's probably that would be a big thing.
She's a Christian, so.
Please remember, on the first day of Theresa May being in office as the Prime Minister, she basically went out and praised social justice quite heavily. And this is only just being done to be mentioned by the anti-social justice warriors.
And she got that vote.
The benefits of Sharia law.
Yeah. Clicking
it. 2012.
Theresa May says many Britons benefit greatly from Sharia law.
It's from 2012, apparently.
Yep, got it. Thanks. Reading.
I think that's where Sharia courts and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, who believes her anyway?
Look, over half the country, it seems.
I'm sorry. Okay, let's go to the BBC website and check what percent of the country actually voted for her.
Oh, it's just over 40%, 44%, was it?
Yeah, she got a majority.
She got, I think, about 44% of the vote.
She got 42% of the total
42.
vote. Labour got 40%.
Yeah, I knew that one.
The Liberal Democrats got 7.5%, SNP got 3%, UKIP got about 2%, and Green got about 1.5%.
Yeah, Green got a seat.
Well, that was guaranteed.
Yes, the Green Party kept the seats they had beforehand.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
UKIP has no seats now, right?
UKIP
Yeah,
vaporized.
UKIP got no seats.
You know, I actually have
still get a vote. How can you vote
I have
for
a
someone
friend
with seats?
Huh?
How can you vote for someone with no seats? Okay, what happens is we have a lot of local elections, and you can have someone stand for election in every single one of the 650 constituencies in the United Kingdom, and they could get 2% of the votes in every single constituency. This means they're going to get 2% of the vote across the entire nation. This is the best part for 1 million votes. However, this is not going to get them a single seat, because they've not won a majority in any of the single local elections.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that that's the funny thing about people who are like hard Brexit. A lot the UK people support hard Brexit.
Okay, she never said that. Sorry, come on. She never said that. The exact quote was, many British people of different faiths follow religious codes and practices and benefit a great deal from the guidance they offer. That was the exact quote.
Oh, it's not like the British press to slightly change things around a bit, is it?
Yeah, no, not at all. So that's what she said, so bullshit.
Yeah. See? Josh knows what's up.
No, I just read the link. So she didn't
Don't
say
go
that.
all coy on me now. Just singing your praises.
Oh, thanks. That's so nice. I'm not used to that. Please continue.
I can see that. You seem to have a bit of a complex.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, usual.
So just put you down as often as possible just to make you feel better.
Yeah, but not better, but at least feel at home, like homely.
Okay. You're a terrible height. I don't know. I'm not good at insults when I'm put on the spot like that.
Damn. How hardcore are you using Blender? Yeah.
It's the EV engine.
He's been using it all night.
Just surprised because every time I'm trying to use Blender, I'm sort of repulsed by user interface. But I'm just.
You can make the user interface however you like.
Yeah, probably. But I'm just an idiot. So I'm going at that and saying, "Hello, why is that not working like I want it to be working?" And so walking away.
Rendering is a bit like holding a camera. You've got your focus, all the other things, but the real sort of like meat of it really is the f-stop, the ISO, and f-stop, ISO.
That's actually already way beyond my pay grade. What I'm trying to do is actually build something within that engine or within that render.
Well, just watch a tutorial.
Yes, I did. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's just Blender works different and not like Rhino 3D is quite different from Blender. And
everything's different from everything.
No, it isn't. Rhino 3D is quite close to a couple of other 3D build engines, quote unquote.
It's homely. I like Blender. It's a very homely.
Blender, not Blender.
They're all pretty much like this nowadays. Modular. You can move it around. You can make new windows.
Oh, that's
handy.
Nice.
So you can build up however way you want to have it. So it's just really handy for that. And you've got all these, you set it up so you can do loads of things in one go and move it around and do it again.
Oh, you're professional, so
it's easy, but it's simple. I don't understand why everyone's getting so up. It's like and you're like, but it's.
No, I won't say it's better. It's just I'm looking at this and there's so many options and there's so many.
He's not a professional. He's a chosen member of the priesthood who knows all of the incantations.
Okay, he's probably using Linux.
I don't use Linux yet. No, not yet.
But it even has sacred unguents and all.
I have to use some Windows programs. And I'm just not going to be able to use Linux to run all the Windows programs.
So you touched it?
You got to be... Yeah, of course I've touched it.
You touched it?
I didn't...
Okay.
Yes, and it tasted good.
Yeah,
but...
You touched it.
You touched it and it tasted good.
How do you taste, Robin?
Once you go Linux, you can't necessarily go back. I'm drawn back.
I went back. I was actually Linux till 2011 or something, but then I just couldn't take it anymore, and I had to just Visual Studio is so much better than anything else you can get on Linux too.
It's gaming for me and programs.
Ubuntu shell in Win 10, right? That you can turn on and get a bash command line on Win 10.
Yeah. Basically.
Pretty cool.
They now learned, and here's the thing about Windows 10. They have learned how to make copy and paste. Control V and Control C will function inside command prompt.
Yeah, it's so weird, isn't it?
The bash shell, it's only in the Windows command prompt. If you go hit bash and hit enter, it doesn't work right. And you can't resize it either, which is bull crap. You can't scroll. It's stupid what's done with that window.
I find it still hilarious that they couldn't figure out how to get that to function for so long.
Well, everyone who was actually using Windows was using some alternate version of the command prompt, so probably there was no pressure on them to change that, I guess. Just saying.
Yeah, but you can right-click and paste.
Yeah. Why are you building an Earth within your editor? What's that for?
I think that's for his floating back.
It's floating back.
Background.
Okay. He actually has a much better reason for doing this, and this is because he can't stand any of us. And that's the only way he can cope with running the open house these days.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can't believe that for a second. I think he thinks we're all really, really lovely. And the only way he can hold back from telling and gushing about how lovely we all are is by doing something else.
Having met him in person, he is, a bit touchy-feely.
I think just wants to give everyone on the internet a big hug.
Oh, yeah, basically.
Sorry, no, British. We don't do hugs.
Oh,
yes,
I swear.
I totally, you do. I saw, Corbyn giving a hug to his female, counterpart. I saw how your hugs work.
Okay with it,
It's a bit unusual, but...
But Robin is basically Welsh. He basically will hug anyone.
Robin is Welsh?
He's basically Welsh.
No, he's not.
Englishman.
With a name like Gethin, I would expect him to have Welsh ancestry.
Yes, the only reason that he could possibly want to hug someone and be raised in the United Kingdom that claims to be British. He doesn't glass people, so he can't be Scottish, and he's not gay. So he must be Welsh.
Okay.
So he doesn't have a feminine penis?
But I bet he has
having a feminine penis. Sorry, you don't need to be gay to have a feminine penis, and having a feminine penis does not make you gay.
I don't know what that is. Anyhow, your first pledge to Qatar is... I'm confused now.
Are feminine penises traps?
Could you stop, please?
Yes.
I can provide photographic evidence of traps that have not.
I don't... Come, that's... Shut up. It's just shitty.
So you're going to take my word, then?
No, I don't want to...
evidence.
Do you want evidence, or do you want to take my word?
I want evidence.
I'm just choosing to ignore your wealth and your word.
So you refuse to see evidence, and you refuse to take their word?
Yes.
I don't think it's a whole debate thing.
Because where would you post that anyhow?
Side chat.
Okay, then go for it. If you get banned for it, it's not my fault. Just saying.
Don't get banned in a side chat.
I'm going to put a link in, and then you can click on it.
Yeah, it's not finished. It's just not finished. It's kind of cool.
Whoa, is that a blue sun?
Yeah, it's got like bloom, depth of field is kind of okay. There's it running at the moment, but you can see it's got loads of squares coming out.
The textures could be at high resolution, just saying.
Right, if you want evidence, you can click on side chat now.
Okay, clicking.
They actually are at high resolution, but it seems to downgrade the resolution in order to do the...
That's just transvestite for penis. Don't get it. What's your point?
His point was that they are transvestites without traps.
Traps with masculine penises.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't even contest that.
Yet you refused to take my word as an expert on this matter.
I didn't. No, I didn't. I just said that.
You didn't make it known that you were.
I can't remember what I said. I don't care what I said. Anyhow, I'm
You
right.
actually said you didn't want evidence and didn't want to take my word.
I think that feminism in general was a great thing. I didn't mean to interrupt.
The resolution's actually uber high, as you can see. I've just basically it's the depth of field that sort of like lowers the resolution. Look, it's sort of like that's what it does. Sort of makes
you
it.
could probably enjoy a higher frame rate. That would also be great.
Oh, it's fine by me. It's 24 frames per second most of the time. It's when the bloom gets freaked out.
You need a bit of connection.
What makes the light source like bounce off of the edges of the map?
It's normal mapping. You don't really, I mean, on this it seems you don't really see much of the normaling unless you've got a lot of shine going on. So I'm just like playing with the shaders right now. It's okay. It's got a long way to go, and it's not good enough for rendering.
Yeah.
Unless
Well,
they sort out the bloom and things, but
Yeah, what's weird though also is that the islands are shining.
yeah.
But the water isn't.
Yeah, the way that it's set up, you know, it's a PBR texture, but the way that it's set up, it's basically it just sits you there. So you got to do quite a lot of masking to get everything right. So it's slightly different from the other ones where you can throw nodes over the top of each other. Sorry, throw shaders over the top of each other. It's just one singular shader. And so
What's a PBR texture, if I may ask?
Sorry?
What is a PBR texture?
It's called physics-based rendering. So
Yeah, and a texture is physically based rendering. How what?
well, okay. This little box here.
Yeah.
Okay, that basically is doing all the magic. I don't know what it's doing, most of it, but
Magic.
Yeah, the magic is various shader calculations based upon how light is supposed to bounce off things. Beforehand, how it used to work is something called unbiased rendering, which is pretty good, but all it does is basically what's the best way to describe it? Okay, when you fire a bullet at a wall, how do you think it ricochets off?
Depends how it strikes the wall.
Yeah, but let's say
the angle of incident equals the angle of reflection, kinda.
Well, the ball flies at the wall, and the physics engine will then determine, okay, this is the wall, and that's made of, I don't know, this and that material, and then
off a very reflective wall. Let's say that it's gonna ricochet.
What happens is it bounces off at a fairly random angle, then glitches through the wall after deciding that it didn't bounce off, and then you crash the desktop. However, I am using the Skyrim engine for this. I mean, the Bethesda
This
engine
isn't
may
a
be
panel
bit
show.
dodgy.
That's citizen, yes, isn't that what happened?
Guys,
Yeah.
guys, this isn't a panel show.
Okay, I don't know. Sorry. Please help.
I'm just asking a rhetorical question.
Wait,
it's gonna bounce
you mean
off.
after all this time, we're not allowed to have guests answering questions?
These are answers.
You should have told us that these are all rhetorical questions at the start, all those years ago. You should have explained to people that no, this is not a panel. I don't actually want your input.
People could die.
PBRs,
People could die. People could die.
If you're Oliver Stone, then things get really weird. With the bullet.
The bullet goes into the wall and then parts of it.
Most of the time, when a bullet ricochets off of a wall, it actually almost goes parallel to the wall. Next time you see a guy sort of like in Iraq or whatever like that, go on live leak or whatever like that, and watch them when they're firing up against walls and things like that. And you'll see that the bullet basically just hits the wall, almost whatever angle it is, and just rolls flat off of it. It's like the force holds it to the wall almost. And you can go and find out about this. I think there's probably I've seen another example of it in like 1968, 69, I think it was. No, 78. 1978. It was an FBI video training people how to hide behind cover, and it was like, you shouldn't sort of like if you're hiding behind a car, for example, hide behind the wheel. Otherwise, if somebody shoots from and hits below the car, you'll get hit. Things like that. Anyway, yeah.
Hide at the front where the engine is. The wheel there.
Yeah, but as long as you're behind the wheel, then you're completely guarded. Those sort of bullets can go under the car. Yeah, but anyway,
that's not a good idea.
But yeah, and if your head's too close to the wall, and you're just looking around a wall as such, the bullet can actually hit you. They may miss you, but if they hit to your left, that bullet's almost likely to actually just track straight over to the right and hit you in the side of the head. So yeah. Light doesn't bounce just in very simple ways, and basically ray tracers, what they do is they just use very simple calculations on how light bounces, as simple as possible, really. And so it works. You get away with it. Most people kind of go, yeah, no, it's pretty nice, but it's not actually how light bounces off stuff properly.
Right.
So there's things like microfilaments. Colors come about from the actual chemical composition that's in front of you.
Radiosity.
Yeah, but if you get, I'll give you a good example. Yeah. Let's get rid of all this bollocks. Actually, let's kill this. Okay. Bye. Go.
What?
It's a shit.
Always exit a program with a crash.
It's a really early beta of this thing.
Okay. Anyway, okay. What I don't get is PBR.
Okay, this. I'm trying to explain PBR to you, right? And I'm going to show you with an example in Blender just to make it easy for you. Okay, I'm gonna.
So nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna do. Oh yeah, it'll be easy to do. Okay, I'll make a little plane here, right? And what I'm going to do is subdivide it a few, let's say 50 times. Okay, so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a displacement on it. I'm going to do this. Maybe give us, and then a displacement map. Let's just go mental with some sort of cloud, maybe. Clouds. Okay. That should do. There we go. Okay. Right.
Oh God! Oh Christ! Yes.
You can see this here, yeah?
Of course, yes.
Okay. So I'm just going to go into cycles mode. Just make this window a little bit smaller. Okay. Put that on that, put that on that. Okay. Imagine, if you will, a lovely surface. Has this crashed? I'm not able to move it. Why am I not able to move you? Weird. Okay. I'll move this down here. This light just down here. Should do it. Yeah. Oh. Wasn't letting me do it before. Okay, so if you were looking flat down on this, like that.
Yeah.
Okay, now that is what a surface looks like. Most surfaces. Pretty much every surface on the fucking planet. And that's a nice, shiny surface.
Mm-hmm.
This would be a shinier surface. If I do this.
Wow, Robin, your surface is so shiny.
Okay, the reason that it's shinier now is that all of the angles have now lessened on the light. So when I move this light over here, look, you get that shine. All the light goes to there.
You move the light, I guess, right? Just
No.
move the light.
Look, okay. What's going on is you've got a really bright bit over here, and then you've got little dark patches, shadows popping up.
Hmm?
So when you have something that is rougher, Okay, the light starts to spread out a lot more. And you get more darkness coming out from the material.
Yes.
This is from the roughness of the material. And this is coming from micro shadows that are happening on the surface of the material. So if you imagine that at a position where it becomes like that big, down to a pixel. So all of that, imagine that as a calculation. There's ways for them to do it mathematically, so it doesn't sort of like, you know, take fucking ages to calculate all of this. But when you're looking at a surface, depending on its roughness, you're going to get different sort of colours coming out, even when you're looking at it on a per pixel basis. Basically, physics-based rendering. That's what it really means. So they've done the physics, and then they've based the maths on the physics.
So it's the amount of reflectiveness that a material will contain or won't contain.
Well, not just that. If you can imagine, if you're looking at, like I said, if you're looking at something on a much more acute angle of light, I'm going to make this a bit easier with daylight, like that. Okay, let's bring that up nice so everything's almost white.
Like a black and blue dress.
Okay, this is it on a really acute angle. Something on a really acute angle, for example, you get this sort of mirage effect with the light. And when you're imagining that on a pixel, it's different. So there's stuff like Fresnel reflection. That's basically when you see something on a very, very acute angle, that it's more reflective than it would normally be. And every material is like that.
Isn't that what would happen in real life?
Yeah, that's the whole point. So, you know, it's basically something. Oh, what's the name of them again? I'm trying to remember the name of it again. Let me just. I do have actually a PBR rendering algorithms on this. Yeah, you got dielectrics and metals. So you got, you know, gold, bronze, all of these various metals here, and then dielectrics, basically acrylics, plaster there, you know, rock, and these are based upon calculations of how that's supposed to be, rather than a close approximation. A lot of people use. I mean, it's still going to be a bit of an art form to get them just right with these, but because you're instead of actually just basically just taking a color of everything and then just making it bumpy and then making it reflective in the right sort of way-ish, the reflectiveness will add a bit more reality to the character of it.
Okay, I think I understand, but that would mean PBR is just some sort of compounding all those things you already have or techniques you already had.
It takes all your toys. It takes a lot of your toys away, but it does. You know, it leaves you with basically, come on, mate, face reality.
Okay, good. Thank you. Don't understand it. Thank you very much.
So water will look like water from now on.
Yeah.
And you won't have to worry, and we won't have to worry. That's what PBR is all about.
So instead of looking like a solid mass of like blue, it'll actually reflect.
No, it means that an artist now has actual gold paint.
It makes it easier. If I may I might be completely wrong here, but it makes it easier for the artists who want to draw water or draw, some object that exists in real life, because they don't have to manipulate the shaders to make that part golden and that part aluminium and that part iron, but they can just click on something. Now this is part golden, aluminium,
That's
iron.
right.
Yeah, so it's basically something. It's more like an interface, not like actually the technology.
I was thinking about some sort of engine that would be kind of basically on a molecular engine. The idea of just having blocks of a material that you give it its molecular, give it a molecular equation, and it's there. You just say this is a bunch of glue or whatever. You could just put in the thing for penicillin, and then it would be in powdered form. I thought that would be a good idea, because then you could use it for simulation.
Well, take for instance the items of gold that a lot of games have. Gold is actually a very fragile material, and so in games you don't actually have. When you mess with gold, you don't see any indentations on it that you normally would if you were actually dealing with gold.
I just thought it would be a really cool idea.
Oh yeah, it definitely is.
Proper chemical simulations in ray tracing. Sweet.
Oh yeah.
Proper fire. Proper fire.
You're not doing ray tracing.
Well, no. The thing is, ever since graphics cards started using parallel processing, the idea of actually doing chemical equations isn't beyond the pale now. What, sorry?
Seriously?
So,
I don't know. I'm completely out of my element here.
Chemical equations are very small, slight equations, but there's a lot of them.
Yeah. Take for instance, when Thunderfoot was using an atom simulator to simulate.
They're accumulative.
Yes, we've been doing that for the last 15 years. You're saying that you can do that now on GPUs, or?
I reckon that's not far off now. I think if Nvidia is listening, and you probably are, Nvidia. Hi guys, how you doing? How's E3 right now? Yeah, we're at the Nvidia lounge now. How you doing there, guys? Yeah, we're having a great time. Yeah. So what have you got new for us? It's a new graphics card. What's it like? Well, twice as fast as the stuff last year. Brilliant. Thanks a lot. Back to you in the studio.
Much better than AMD. Promise. Just wait. Wait.
But,
just wait.
But
wait.
The only thing that I've really liked about them since really has been the SDR. Ever since you could, I've got one of my windows at 1440p and the other one at 1080p. It's nice to be able to just extend your desktop like that when you need it. I could do it with like 4K on one window and 1080p on another, so I don't feel out of comfort and just bung everything in there. That's cool. That was a nice feature. I think it's just about fast enough with the 970, so the 1080s, yeah, they whip through. But new card coming out. It's going to be a doozy.
Well, there's no new card right now.
Everybody with a 1080
Ti.
Everyone with the 1080 is going to be disappointed.
What about the 1080s?
Don't buy a 1080 now.
How many numbers does it have?
Loads and loads of numbers.
Oh, sweet! I gotta buy it.
What's disappointing about the
more
1080s?
numbers than the one before?
No!
Yes! I bet you never expected that.
Now my computer has less numbers than someone else's computer. Worst day ever.
Stop.
Walk like an addiction. Back in a second. Talk amongst yourselves. It's a show, goddammit.
Yeah.
I basically just been turning my microphone up over the course.
Basically, so, anyway, is anyone running a platform that is not X99?
Well, I'm just curious about
Shame on you.
The Pascal architecture to see its ability to transfer into smaller systems, like the consoles and stuff like that.
Who cares about that? Who wants to play video games on tablets or cell phones or?
I have a PS4, so.
I'm so sorry. Why?
Because it's better than the Xbox One.
Okay, but both are much worse than a PC. So why would you buy that shit?
Because I got my I've got my Fallout games on it.
Do you have a PC?
Yes. I'm
Why
talking
don't you?
to you on my PC.
Beautiful. Why don't you buy those games on a PC?
Well, there's some games I can't buy on a PC.
Fallout you can buy on PC.
Yes. So?
Because you just said that you have your Fallout games on your Xbox or your PS4.
Yeah, I like it. I like to do it with my controller.
You're not making much sense.
There are certain games I can only play on the PlayStation 4. I just don't remember them right now.
So it turns out that the human race is actually 300,000 years old, thanks to a new fossil that was discovered over in Morocco.
Yep.
Yes.
I reject that. I don't want to, be coming from Morocco.
Morocco. So basically, it reconfirms the out of Africa theory, I guess. So.
No, it doesn't. Especially because the last bombshell was that we're actually not from Africa. We were from some part of Turkey or Iran, so not Africa. Good. That's good. That's at least the right direction. I'll say.
I wonder how many people saw that video from Sargon where he talks about an art where he actually talks about like this fossil find of some kind of like of primates that the article writer claims it has that disproved the out of Africa theory.
Sargon, isn't he? Also, no one listens to him.
Yeah,
He's an idiot.
I gotta tell you something. Like, actually, there's a YouTuber who called the Thinking Ape that actually debunked it, saying
Sargon really is not,
I know, I'm talking about another YouTuber who actually debunked it, called the Thinking Ape, and he pretty much like debunked like Sargon's claims, and I'm thinking like, why Sargon even like bothered with that in the first place? Like,
it's probably because he has so many followers that don't care. At this point,
it's because Sargon's actually kind of racist, saying that he doesn't. He's actually somewhat conspiratorial.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Hello.
And he doesn't like certain people sometimes. It's weird.
What's weird?
It's really fucking weird. Sargon. His opinion of people.
His followers and how they connect to him. It's a bit weird.
I don't know.
No one knows. Everyone's confused.
I was just bringing about like Sargon's video where he talks about this article saying that some fossils of ancient primates found in Greece disproved the out of Africa claim, and this,
the guys, that's a really interesting part of our song is
or how. Oh wait, no. Here's the thing that was racist was the whole.
It just means that they were in the north.
Yeah, humans are actually older than a lot of people think. The other thing too is that Sargon was saying how you could tell the difference between, what was it? It's the term that means different races. It's the term for each race, like the Caucasianoid or the something.
Just to put on general, they're not different human races. That's bullshit.
I know, but it was something. I was saying that there's the terms he was using was to depict a different race of human. It's like Caucasian something, and then Africanoid or something.
But the thing is, like, everybody. Here's the problem that we have. Okay, is that I thought we got this with evolution school, but
yeah, that would be nice. Would be nice.
It's a gradual progression from one to the other. Everybody knows getting hold of some bit of bone is luck. The idea of ever getting a full skeleton of anything, it's not. They're quite rare things. I mean, small sea creatures and stuff like that, you can get a bunch of them sometimes, but like large creatures, mammals, things like that, they get left on plains. Any creatures, almost all of them, are just basically either trampled on as bones by the end of their lives, after they've been pecked to pieces, picked apart, dragged off bits. That's just the way it was. Everything was eating everything.
Yeah.
So almost nothing was wasted as such. That you'd have things that had fallen into tar pits or like trapped in nectar, all kinds of crap like that. But you'd be lucky to have larger animals that they'd find them in like buried in deep sand. They've like fallen into some weird sand pit or something. But that's so rare. So we don't know the whole story, but we know it's fucking gradual. So everyone's looking for this missing link. There is no missing link. The entire line is the fucking link. It's a chain.
Yeah, but
it's link after link.
Was that Sargon was using those terms which mean different races. It's like black and white and Asian, and he was saying that you could tell the difference between each one of them by the size and shape of their skulls. I'm like, no, he said that on his video, and I'm like, dude, that's like a really old racist thing that was made up to justify euthanasia. It was some like really old debunked bullshit that people made up in order to justify like Nazism, genocide against black people and shit.
Well, somebody's trying to invite Nazis on, so I think we're coming to the end of the stream here.
Okay.
If it's Nazi time, I'm not in the mood.
Yeah.
That's a shame. We've just gone back into double. We've now got 12 people watching.
I know.
We're going up again.
What is wrong with you people?
Yeah.
So.
Actually, sorry.
It's all right, mate. Yeah, I'm going to call it a night at this point. You guys carry on talking and stuff, and thanks to everybody in the side chat, but I'm done. I'm pretty much out. Should have gone to bed ages ago. So yeah. Cheers. I can't be bothered anymore.
You can't be asked. Are you part of the can't be asked?